So I'm going to try and do this and talk to you at the same time. Obviously, we started a bit earlier because of the fact that, wow, I mean, there's so much going on. Obviously, R-Truth came back. We've had big conversations about that on Unseen. So we've kind of been talking through there. Not only that, but obviously tonight we've got a championship match. Tonight we're going to be seeing Gunther in action. Gunther against Jay. Obviously, Seth has got the Money in the Bank briefcase. So we could absolutely be seeing a cash-in as well. So you've got moving parts there. There's also word of a return tonight that might not be Nikki Bella. So we could be getting some sort of a return. Don't know if that's going to be like a Gunther, maybe. Someone along those lines. No, Gunther. A Goldberg, maybe, for going after Gunther. So don't know if we're heading in that direction. Apparently, there's a few things I need. I also need the breakdown for tonight, don't we? So I don't even know if WWE have put that on the website yet. Title match is obviously the big thing tonight. So let's have a look, see if they've actually got that preview up yet. Just having a look. They do. Lovely. Let's get that on screen. And we want our red background because it's Raw. And we want this screen here. So, ooh, okay. A few more bits there than I was expecting. So, Jey Uso defends the World Heavyweight title against Gunther. John Cena is going to be on this show. Nikki Bella is going to return with a special message. Well, I mean, that is going to be surely see you at Evolution. But who's she going to be challenging? Who's she going to be facing? So, yeah, I feel like we're building to Evolution, but I don't know who her opponent's going to be. I know she wanted to face Chelsea Green, and Chelsea wanted to face her. So if I had to just pick someone out of thin air as to who I thought or think it could be, I would go with Chelsea Green. Chelsea would be the pick, the play. So that would be the direction I would go. Then we've got King and Queen of the Ring tournament beginning. We know the tournament matches. And don't miss the fallout from Money in the Bank. So that's the preview, the breakdown. So, boom. I've got the image that I need for the bottom corner. Bang. Right, hello. Daze, there's possibly for a second year in a row where Triple H is going to throw away Money in the Bank twice to enhance a storyline that doesn't need it. What happens to Drew and Punk hopefully does not happen to Seth. Yeah, well, I mean, look, we know that he's not brilliant when it comes to booking Money in the Bank. I mean, for me, the way that he botched Austin Theory and the Theory cash-in, the way that he botched the Drew McIntyre cash-in, I mean, he's not been booking, he's not been in charge of booking all that long, and already I can give you several examples where I just don't think the Money in the Bank was done very well. So, I don't know. When it comes to this kind of cash-in, it's funny because recently we've heard that he's not a fan of it. We've actually heard he's not a fan of Money in the Bank, and I think that kind of shows with his booking. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to expect in regards to has he got some brilliant story planned in regards to Money in the Bank. I mean, it could just get cashed in tonight. It could just be that we do Jay, Gunther, here's Seth, cash in, done, over. Don't need to worry about it now. I don't know how a lot of people would like it to be used. We spoke, didn't we, about how someone needs to potentially save wrestling from John Cena. But now that Seth's won it doesn't feel like that's the direction that we're going, honestly. It doesn't feel like that's the direction that we're going. Just because why would you have Seth come down if John gets to the end of the year and he's still champ and he's about to leave? is Seth the person that you want to save the day? I mean, as a heel, it doesn't really make much sense, does it? So I think him winning it has kind of took that off the table. I don't see them doing that. They could still do it. But it wouldn't be the same as if it was a CM Punk that had it, or a Cody Rhodes that had it, or even a Sami Zayn that had it, a babyface had it. It wouldn't be the same, so I don't know. Yeah, clearly they've got a plan. Clearly there's a strategy. Clearly they, want Seth in the mix, which makes sense. There was a little bit of a backlash to that because people weren't really crazy about Seth winning on Saturday. I think there's a lot more love for Naomi getting it. But, yeah. Let me pop my graphic on. I couldn't remember this team name. There's 2 DWO team names. Can't remember which is the one that won. So I am just going to pop this over here. Should I have done this before the stream started? Yes. Did I forget? Yes. Is it a problem? Nah, not really. But I do need to sort this. Otherwise, you would have been sat there waiting and everyone would have been super sad. I've just got no room, have I, over here? Look at all these flipping images that I need to squeeze in somewhere now. It's gone crazy. There we go. I just don't want to faff around with it. I can live over there. Can live over there for now. We can deal with that for 1 week. Right. Let's move that out the way. Right, Connor said, here are my predictions for tonight. 2 new King and Queen of the Ring qualifiers tonight. I got Rhea winning against Liv and Roxanne. And Kyrie, and I've got Bron Breakker winning against Dominic, Sammy, and Penta, says Connor. Yeah, they didn't have that, did they, unfortunately, just on our official breakdown on Raw. They didn't have that listed. So, where are those matches? If I go to WWE, can I find them? So there is Jay Gunther. Was it an announcement from Adam? I don't remember seeing a graphic or anything. Yeah, I don't think they've put any graphic out, but there are 2 King and Queen of the Ring qualifiers that have been announced. So just using Connor's information, obviously they're fatal 4-ways. So it looks like it's going to be Rhea against Liv, Roxanne, and Kyrie. And it looks like it's going to be Bron Breakker against Dominic, Sammy, and Penta. So those are your 2 fatal 4-ways. So in regards to that, Rhea would make sense to get through to a semi-final. I agree with you. They do seem to be quite high on Roxanne. So if it's not going to be Rhea, I think Roxanne could be the alternative. In regards to the other side, the men's sides, obviously I'm a Sami stan, but as a Sami stan, I wouldn't be shocked if he falls over and injures himself before he even gets into the building, right? So, Bron Breakker would feel like the pick, wouldn't it? That would feel like the play. We're clearly trying to build him up. So, yeah, I can go with you on both of those. Bron Breakker, Rhea, I think they have to be the favourites. Right, saw some super chats come in. Let's jump over there. Adrian, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. And the Sarge said, I'm currently recovering from my hardcore match at the weekend, and I celebrated my 34th birthday. I got busted hard style with a gusset plate used to join wood. I don't even know what a gusset plate is. Can I search for that? I don't really want to Google search gusset, to be honest, because I don't know that I'm going to want the results that come back. But, oh, I see. So it's like just a metal plate that sort of connects, structured like something like this. Well, you got smacked around with a metal gusset plate. Well, it's better than being smacked around by a metal gusset, isn't it? Think about it. So that's worse. But, ooh, dude. All for the love of the game. All for the love of the game. That's kind of the side of it people don't think about, isn't it, really? They don't think about, so, like, you watch it and it's brutal. Like, you'll watch a hardcore match, or, like, you know, Kevin and Sami, or Kevin and Cody earlier this year, when, you know, they were doing not things of that caliber, but still pretty intense matches by WWE standards. But you don't really think about the next day and the day after that and the day after that. Like, you don't really think about the pain they must be in come Monday, come Tuesday, do you know what I mean? Ugh. Yeah. You don't want to be doing that on a regular basis, buds. You don't want to be doing that on the regular. But I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun, my friend. That's what it's all about. I hope people were entertained. That's what it's all about. Finley says, I'm going to Park Life Saturday. Any advice? Once I find out what that is, then I will happily give you advice. What is Park Life? Is that a festival? I feel like there might be a festival that's called Park Life. Park Life, 10th to the 11th of June 2023. What is this year's? Saturday 14th to 15th, right? Park Life in... good lineup. I mean, straight away, boom, Charlie XCX. Georgia Smith as well. Don't know loads. Bicep. I do like a couple of their tracks. 50 Cent would be fun. I mean, I don't know if these are... How many days is it? 14th and 15th, 2 days. So that means that these three... 2 of them are going to be on at the same time, aren't they? I mean, I would see 50 and Charlie. I don't know enough about Georgia Smith. Bicep, I love a couple of their tracks. Rudimental. I don't know if Rudimental have released anything in a while. They might have done. I ain't heard anything new for about 10 years out of Rudimental. Andy C is obviously legendary. To be honest, the further down we get, the more I struggle here. I don't really recognise much down here. I don't think there's much here. Armand Van Helden, of course, legend. Scream. Had a great album out back in the day. Don't know these people, honestly. Yeah, so the ones that jumped out were these. Rudimental, Bicep, bit of Andy C, but I don't really know the rest. Should be fun, though. Should be fun. Any advice? Depends what you want to do, really. When I went to festivals, it was like late 90s, early 2000s. And did a bit of a mixture, really. I tried to not block. I tried to not, like, ram my day too much. Like, I looked at the lineup and I was like, well, I want to go and see that person. I want to see that person. I want to see that person. But I didn't try. Some people, like, go, right, 11, we're going to go there. Then at 11:30, we go there. And I just think that's a bit too regimented. It's a bit too, like, do you know what I mean? You're sort of missing out on the fun a little bit there. I mean, I would say just be chilled. Go with the flow. Don't have, like... I mean, this looks like it'd be really fun because there ain't really loads here I'd want to go and see, but I bet there's some good acts, some people you could take a chance on. So, yeah, look after your money because there's pickpockets and whatever. Yeah, no, I think you'll have fun with that. It'd be the headliners I'd be desperate for, but I would see Bicep. But yeah, Charlie XCX would be the one. That would be the one I'd be like, I would go to this festival and I'd have some drinks and I'd be trying the foods and I'd just be really chilled. But there'd be one thing if I was with my mates, I'd be like, I am seeing Charlie XCX and I ain't standing at the back where I can't see her. I want to be in amongst it. I want to get in there a little bit, right? And I'll be like, you can do what you want. We'll go and see whoever you want. But I have got one request. And if I have to leave you, I will leave you, right? If we have to go our separate ways, then so be it. But that is my red line. I am going to see Charlie XCX. So that would be my approach to it. So, yeah, I'd say pace yourself. I'd say don't kind of ram your days too much or be too, like, you know, I need to see that, I need to see that, I need to see that. Have fun. Keep eye on your money. And yeah, should be good. Should be good. There's a few people there. Haven't been. When was the last time I went to a festival? Easy 15 years plus. Easy. Chris said, I'm so pleased that I found this family. Chris, shout out to you, bud. I hope you're well. I hope you've had a good weekend. I mean, Saturday was pretty full on. Yesterday, my head was still spinning, honestly. I'm trying to think what I did yesterday. I didn't go to bed until really late on Sunday. And then, of course, there was all the drama with X and the folders not working. So by the time I got up, the folders were working again. So then I worked on doing Unseen, got Unseen out. A couple of other little bits and bobs. And yeah, I mean, really, Saturday was the big day. Really big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed our coverage of it. We obviously streamed for over 10 hours. We did Worlds Collide. We went straight into Money in the Bank. I feel like those kind of streams are good and bad because I wish that Worlds Collide had been its own stream on its own day. I really don't think it helps having two shows on the same day because like you kind of have to pace yourself, really. Like I was watching that first show and there was times where I was genuinely worried about my voice and I was really worried. I was like, I don't think I'm going to make this. I don't know that my voice is going to hold out. I think it might pack up before we even get to Money in the Bank and that would be a disaster. So I was like, oh, a bit worried about that. So little distractions for me during Worlds Collide, but fun show. And but then, you know, by the time we got to Money in the Bank and I knew my voice was holding and it was okay and I was feeling okay and everything was good, then, you know, I think we could really let loose a bit and we had a bit of fun and really enjoyed Naomi winning. I'm not down on Seth winning. It's not the person that I would have really chose, but I wasn't down on it. It was okay. I was just thrilled for Naomi. Really enjoyed Becky Lyra. Thought it was an excellent match. Really enjoyed it. And tag match at the end. I mean, fine. Bit of a mixed bag for me, really. Always hard when the match just doesn't really matter. So, but Logan botching was funny. I enjoyed that. Credit for his moonsault. Good moonsault to the outsides. Nothing earth-shattering. He always tries to get a moment in, like, you know, he grabbed the drone. That's what he had for this, wasn't it? I think the problem is I just see it for what it is. I see what they do with him. So others get impressed and I expect it. When we do a big Logan match, they are going to make sure there are some moments in there so that he goes viral, so that he trends. And having a drone land on his hands so that he can then do some move whilst holding the drone so that the drone footage is like, you know, trending and doing the rounds and everything. I mean, and it works because I saw people going, this is one of the craziest shots. And it's like, yeah. They've, you know, it's obviously designed to be that. And they've, you know, someone's come up with that and they've used, of all the people, you could have had Cody. This is what Carrion was saying. You know, why did Logan get that moment? It wasn't a spontaneous moment. He didn't just go to the corner and have the drone land on his hand and just go with it, right? It was clearly planned in advance and they gave that moment or they planned that moment for Logan. And the reason why they did it was because he's got the big social media following. But this is what Carrion was saying. Carrion was saying, why couldn't Cody have that kind of a moment? Why can't Sami have that kind of moment? It's a cool shot, but why have we given it to Logan? And, I mean, in a way, it's propaganda, isn't it? Because this is where you get people going, do you know what? I don't like Logan, but fair play. That thing, that moment where the drone landed on and he did the jump and it's like, yeah, but that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that is a moment that could have been for someone else. and they gave it to Logan because literally he's got a big social media following. So I don't know. I don't want to keep moaning about Logan, but because actually, like, of all the celebrities that have wrestled, he's one that bothers me the least in regards to, at least he can do stuff in the ring. Do you know what I mean? Like, he is athletic and he has built up a bit of a moveset now, and you can put him in there and the match is not going to be horrific. It's not going to be terrible, right? He's fine. He can hold his end of the bargain. I've seen many celebrities that can't. And so, you know, the irony is, from an in-ring point of view, he's got to be, like, probably the best celebrity wrestler we've ever had. I don't think there's any other celebrity that's done as well as what Logan has. So I will give him those flowers. But the other thing as well is that good grace has run its course. Do you know what I mean? Now I have to keep seeing him again and again and again. And so at what point do we not treat him like a celebrity? Triple H doesn't want us to. Triple H doesn't class him as a celebrity wrestler anymore. He said that at a press conference. So if I've now got to judge him like another wrestler, well, then I'll judge him like another wrestler. And I think that I think his wrestling is average, so-so. I don't think there's anything really that special there. I think he's a spot monkey. I think he has a couple of spots to kind of make him seem better than he actually is. I think he did his buckshot lariat and fell over. I think he did his moonsault to the outside, which is fine, but I mean, is it that special? I don't know. It's a moonsault. It's a springboard moonsault to the outside. I mean, how many times do you see that? So, I mean, how giddy do you want to get over that? And then he did his spot with the drone, which could have been given to anybody. So, I don't know. And plus also, he scammed a load of people and blah, 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 blah. He's not, you know, when it comes to questioning him as a person, I don't think the grades kind of stack up very well. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. You could have a conversation about Logan. It was fine. He was fine. Match was okay. But obviously the big thing was R-Truth. So R-Truth coming back, blowing everyone's mind. Only just recovered from that. I mean, it was incredible. So, yeah. But I'd say coming out of the weekend, Mr. Iguana was the big talking point. Maybe even more so than Chad. But and Vikingo, I feel like Mr. Iguana was the big talking point from Worlds Collide, and R-Truth clearly the big talking point from Money in the Bank. I think if you're a wrestling fan, you got to be thrilled with the weekend. I think if you're a wrestling fan, you've got to be like big thumbs up. It was great. Really enjoyed it, you know. So yeah, it was really good, really fun. Really enjoyed it. And on we go. On to the next thing now. On to the next thing. So yeah, Chris, welcome. Sarge said wrestling is fake, but it hurts, says the Sarge. Blake O2, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. And Mike said Download Festival is this weekend. Oh, should we have a look at downloads? Some people might be interested in Download. That's the metal festival. Download Festival. That's Part Life one. Looks very dance orientated, so... this one, Download. What's the lineup this year? Where is it? Info. Huh? Wouldn't you expect to land on the flipping thing and it tell you who's in the thing? Where's the artist lineup? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. So, Green Day, Weezer, Jimmy Eat World, Rise Again. To be honest, I don't really venture into metal. So, if I was going to this... McFly! What the flip? Did someone make a mistake? What the hell's going on there? They're a pop band. Cringe as well. Perhaps that's like ironic or something. I don't know. That'd be a little bit like having Sleep Token, Korn, and flipping Sabrina Carpenter or something like this. You know what I mean? McFly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who I'd see here. I'd see Poppy. I know of her from NXT. Green Day, legends. I'd see them. Don't know much Weezer, honestly. But I know that they're held in high regard. But, yeah, don't know loads of their stuff. Just a couple of tracks. Jimmy Eat World, couldn't name a single track. Yeah, I'd be pretty chilled, honestly. If I was with mates, I'd just go, where do you want to go? What do you want to watch? But I'd be like, it'd be good if we could see Green Day. But, again, I wouldn't be bothered. Over on the other stages, Poppy I would see. That would be it, honestly. Don't need to see The Darkness. Eagles of Death Metal would be quite good. Yeah. There's really not much there jumping out for me. Over on the other days, Korn, know a couple of tracks. Bullet for My Valentine. I know of them, but I couldn't name any tracks. Alien Ant Farm. That's a blast from the past, isn't it? Going back like 20-odd years there. Yeah, I'd struggle with that. But then, to be honest, I'd struggle with Download generally. Sleep Token, I had no idea were that big. It'd be great if there was like a Metallica there. I mean, that would be good. I suppose in a way there is. You've got Korn, but never a band that's resonated with me. Never a band that's resonated. Weird though, really weird. How you've got Korn and Bullet for My Valentine, people like that, and then Within Temptation and Opeth, and then you've got like McFly and Weezer. It's just it's a bit random in places, but yeah, I think again, my approach pretty chilled. I think I could probably have a good time there still. Take a chance on a few people. I might go and see someone like Kids in Glass Houses. Their main event in a stage. Don't know much about them. But, I know what I'm going to get from Korn, and I know what I'm going to get from Steel Panther. I'm going to be getting some very retro 80s kind of stuff from them. So I don't need that in my life. I might go and check out a few bands, take a few chances. You could probably end up having a really good weekend still, of course. And, of course, just drink. So if anyone's going to that, have a good time. Mike, shout out to you. And Anthony said, thoughts on how are they going to book AAA into WWE? It'll be a separate thing. So, I mean, we've actually got a bit of a template for that, but with NXT UK. So NXT UK was its own brand. And so I think AAA is going to be the same. So NXT UK, going back a few years ago, it was basically NXT based in the UK, had its own roster, had its own TV show. And we kind of saw that they would take some NXT talent, bring them over. Chase U came over. I think Briggs and Jensen came over. And, there was a bit of like UK talent that came over to NXT. If ever there was a big show, they would have some NXT talent on it. It never really interacted with the main roster. And I would expect the same to be similar here. The only thing I would say is you might get the occasional main roster start interacting with AAA. And of course, it's going to be more your Rey Mysterios, Pentas, Phoenixes. There's obviously, when it comes to lucha wrestling and Mexican wrestling, it's well represented on the main roster. So you might get the occasional person like Dragon Lee, whatever, that has a match on one of their bigger shows or pops up and, makes an announcement or does something like that. But actually, seeing those talents appear on Raw on a regular basis or appear at WWE, big PLEs, I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I think that this is at the NXT level. I think you could see them pop up at NXT. Word on the street is Mr. Iguana, they're thinking of bringing him into NXT and doing something with him in NXT. So really, for me, the way it works is if you're Mexican, you would go to AAA, you would go through that system, make a name for yourself in that promotion, like Mr. Iguana has done, and then once you get to that point, they will bring you into the main NXT. And so you'll get called up to the proper NXT. We need to think about NXT a little different. Some people look at NXT as like the first stage of WWE. That's no longer true. It used to be true, but it's not true anymore. There are new stages to getting into WWE. NXT is actually a little further up the food chain now. NXT is not your first port of call. So, for example, if you are a athlete and WWE spot you and they go, would you like to be a wrestler, right? So my understanding is that if you go to high school and you make a bit of a name for yourself, perhaps you like the state champion and this kind of stuff, WWE might come up to you and go like, listen, would you like to try out for WWE? Would you like to join our Next in Line program? And once, like, you know, if you agree to that, sign the contract, you go to the Performance Center. All of a sudden now your first TV show is not going to be NXT. It's going to be Evolve. So you're working towards trying to appear on either Evolve or LFG. So you've got the LFG show, which is apparently going to go for 6 seasons and could go even beyond that, right? So we've already done season 1. It was a big success. People really enjoyed it, but it's going to be around for a long time. So you can kind of make your first appearance on a show like that, or they can use you for Evolve. Your first port of call is not NXT. NXT is a little further up the food chain now. And if you go to Mexico and you're a Mexican wrestler, I would imagine going through AAA is probably your first port of call. And so you would go through there, make you a name for yourself. And then, you know, if you're like Javon Evans, young, 19, 20, setting AAA alight because you're so exciting, WWE will be like, we need to get this kid into NXT. And so they'll take you from there, put you into NXT, right? Might give you a few little showings, a few little outings on Evolve first, but they will bring you over and like, yeah, okay. But you will have gone through AAA. So to me, you've got that in Mexico. They'll open one up in Europe. Apparently that's coming at the end of the year. There has been word of NXT Europe end of this year. So that's been the reason they closed NXT UK was because they were opening NXT Europe. You might remember that was the announcement. NXT's going away, NXT UK's going away because we're going to launch NXT Europe. And then a couple of years have passed. We've heard nothing apart from earlier this year, where we heard they are actively looking to start this promotion at the end of 2025. And I believe it as well. I believe it. If you look at the moves they're making with WWE ID, starting Evolve, buying AAA, now there's rumours of NXT Europe. Why not believe it? There's not really a reason to not believe it because they're doing a lot of movement at that kind of developmental level. So, yeah, I think that you will. It's in a weird spot, honestly, AAA. You're not going to be seeing them battling main roster stars. It's not that level. It's not that level. I mean, just look at the talent that they used for Worlds Collide. You know, if it was at the main roster level, you would have had CM Punk. You would have had Seth Rollins. You wouldn't have put the show before Money in the Bank. You would have given it its own space. The star power would have been greater. But look at the talent they used. They used Stephanie, who's only just come up from NXT. She was tag teaming with Lola Vice, right? They used Lindsay Dorado, who is a trainer for NXT. They used Ethan Page. They used Javon Evans, right? They used Legado, right? And they used Chad. But I mean, we're not talking CM Punk. We're not talking Seth Rollins. We're not talking Cody Rhodes. We're not talking Roman Reigns, right? We're not talking these big names. We're talking, that's the kind of level. It's an NXT level with a bit of a sprinkle of some main roster stars. You know, you put in a Dragon Lee, you put in a Legado or someone like that, right? But by and large, that was for their big Worlds Collide show. I mean, as of right now, I don't think there's anyone announced for the Triple Mania show that's coming up. So, I think it clearly lives at that NXT level. I think that you will see some main roster stars being used for their bigger shows. By and large, they'll use NXT talent, and yeah, I mean, let's go. I'm down for seeing kind of how it gets used, how it works, how it fits. But in my mind, that's kind of how it fits. And I'm looking forward to others opening like NXT Europe in the very near future. So, Anthony, shout out to you, buds. Edward, can you just tell me, because it bothers me, the tag team, I can't remember, and I was looking at the start of the stream, trying to see if I could find the scores. Is it DWO Black and White, or is it the Wolfpack one? I don't know, I can't remember which one it is. Tell me, I will add the name to the graphic, and I will change the graphic live on stream. And what else did you say? Daze, how are you? What are we expecting from tonight's show? I'm expecting Nikki Bella and Cena to be backstage. Nikki says, John, this isn't you. Come on, you're better than this. Also, Goldberg. Could get Goldberg. Apparently there is a return or a surprise tonight, but they're saying a bigger surprise next week. So Goldberg, I don't know if they'd do it this week or next week, but he could absolutely be one. I think as we approach Evolution, you will get more women's surprises, female surprises. I think you'll get more women popping up. It's a great way, actually, to celebrate women's wrestling, which I know we do kind of from time to time celebrate women's wrestling. But yeah, I don't think anyone would be down if we had some legends showing up, you know, like Medusa or Alundra Blaze, or, you know, we showed Leilani Kai in the crowds. Michelle McCool could be around. Layla could be around. Like, you know, you could have just some legends just backstage giving some advice, popping up in the crowd, waving, just as we build to Evolution, just as a way of promoting only the second time we've ever done an all-women's PLE. That's coming up, so that's why Nikki is on the show tonight, and as we said, it should be good. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, I enjoyed Evolution. It was a shame that it didn't get more kind of support at the time. I hope they go bigger with this one. And as we said, Nikki Bella is around, so apparently no chance of getting an AJ Lee, though. I'm sure they've tried. I'm sure they've reached out and tried. But yeah, word on the street is no AJ Lee. Will she be backstage and speak with John? Yeah, I mean, I think they're on good terms. I mean, they always say lovely things about each other. They're obviously no longer together, and I don't know. It's a bit rough, isn't it? It's a bit rough. I don't know what their relationship's like. I'm sure they are cordial, but would they do a segment together? Would they do a segment together? Would it seem awkward? Because you're actually playing into real life there. I mean, they did really used to be together, didn't they? They really did used to be together. They're obviously now not. John is now married to someone different, and we all know about the personal issues that Nikki has recently experienced. So I don't know. Maybe they could. Maybe they would. I mean, if they do it, it'd be very interesting. Very, very interesting. A whole lot of history there. History that was not hidden either, because, Nikki and John were really the backbone of Total Divas in many ways, with Brie and Daniel. I mean, the Bellas were, essential to Total Divas, to the point where they even had their own show, Total Bellas. And so, John and Daniel Bryan, Nikki, Brie, I mean, it was not hidden. And obviously he proposed at WrestleMania. So, it's not like, oh, yeah, we never really made it public. We couldn't have made it any more public. But, I don't know, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since all of that, hasn't there? We're in a very different place now, so don't know. I couldn't tell you the odds as to whether we get a Nikki and John little thing backstage or not. If we do, it'll be very compelling, and I think they're definitely on good terms. I don't think there's any issue there or anything. It's not like, they don't speak and they hate each other. I think they're both very cordial, but yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they went to John or went to Nikki with an idea like that, if they would green light it or be like, no, let's not do that. I don't know. I really don't know what their reaction would be. Hannah said, Days a massive night on Raw. We get to see the aftermath of Money in the Bank. I hope Andrade wins King of the Ring. We need some Latin fusion. He could win it. He could get it. I don't know that he is in the top 10 favourites, to be honest, but Andrade is such a good talent that, I don't mind. I don't mind if he was to win it. I think that would be a nice way of investing in someone. But the prize is quite a big prize. I mean, historically, last year, you fought for a title. You actually fought for a world title at SummerSlam. So, yeah, I sort of feel that I don't know that they would give that to an Andrade. But I don't even know if that's the prize this year. They might have changed it. It's Wolfpack, says Edward. Thank you, Edward. I just couldn't remember which one it was. DWO Wolfpack. I'll add that to the thing now. I wish I had it in a better place, but it's one of those where the stream started and I was like, I knew I'd forgot something. I knew it. And it was that. Because it's kind enough to send the image over of you guys, and then I was not organised enough to actually get it done. But I can fix it. Just like Bob the Builder, I can fix it. Okay, good. Days, winners of King of the Ring and Queen of the Ring will get a title shot at SummerSlam. They said it during the video package. Okay, Brony, thank you. Well, there we go then. I mean, I think that means Andrade is probably not likely. I can't see them doing him competing for a world title at SummerSlam. I can't see that. They could go with the Bron Breakker. I think he's had a mid-card belt. He is also someone that is trying to bring gold to that group. Obviously, they are trying to have Seth be that person, and it's way too early to build up dissension. So, I mean, that would be interesting if he won King of the Ring and Seth's got Money in the Bank. Because, I don't know, you'd normally do that and tease that if you was teasing dissension, but you can't do it this early. Be stupid. This team should be absolutely, united. If Bron Breakker was going to win the World Heavyweight Championship, Seth would have to go for the John Cena's belt or something. But then that would be a heel going after a heel, which would be a little bit strange. But I don't know, yeah. They must have a plan. There must be a plan. I still think Bron is one of the favourites. He still has to be one of the favourites. But, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. Don't know that Bron wins. Think you might make it a little bit too cluttered if he does win. So don't know that he wins, but certainly he could advance tonight, get himself into the semi-final. William said, Days, with the shorter wrestlers now being booked as monsters, would we like to see Otis book the same? I don't know. Probably not. Just because I don't think he needs to be a monster. I think that we're already doing that with other people, like JC. Well, he's not really a monster, I suppose. Bronson's being booked that way. I mean, Bronson, if he was face-to-face with King Kong Bundy, I don't think would be the size of King Kong Bundy, right? Certainly is not the size of Andre or Big Show. I don't even know how he would compare to a Mark Henry. But, yeah, we're obviously presenting him as a bit of a monster. Otis is, again, very similar on the smaller, he's not the tallest of guys. I think that there's room for comedy. And I think there's room for, someone a bit bigger in kind of comedy. So I don't mind him not being booked as a monster. But I do think he should be booked a little bit more as if you push him, then he is going to snap. And if he snaps, you've got a problem, you know? I kind of wish that he wasn't just jobbed out as much as what we saw. You know, he doesn't compete that often. And when he does, he normally loses in a battling effort. I think it would be good if there was a bit more legitimacy about him. But I wouldn't book him as a monster. I'd book him as the comedy guy that you don't want to push, you know? He'll have a laugh and a joke with Tozawa, but, you know, and he'll have a match, but if you really push him, not like a Festus thing, but like, if you really push him, then, you've got a problem then. Because he has got some size to him, and if he snaps, then he is going to be a bit of a problem. So, yeah, I'd book him with a bit more of an edge, a bit more of a seriousness, a bit more, but only if he's ever really pushed, you know. James said, Daze, I just tweeted you something. Thank you, James. I'll have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see what we've been sent. Let's have a little look together, actually. We'll live look. Look at all this that I need to go through. Oh, what's Seamus said? Seamus has surpassed 1 million YouTube viewers. Well done. Pop that in. Other. Vince launched his new company, and now a former employee has openly said he is willing to work with McMahon if he pays him the right amount of money. If McMahon hires all ex-WWE talent, he could form a fantastic... Shut up. No. Vince is not going to be starting a wrestling company. That's a jump, innit? He's hired one person that used to work for him, and now, I don't know who wrote that, but whatever, they're like, imagine if he hires all the people that used to work for him. He could start a new wrestling company. Like, come on. You've gone from here to over here. I mean, talk about taking something and blowing it out of proportion. What's this? WWE is planning an interesting finish for Jay versus Gunther. Good. I want to be entertained. Entertain me. What's this? Coachman said that a trusted source told him Vince is not happy with how WWE is being run right now. He's open to buying the company back. This is more likely, right? This is more likely. I don't even think it's likely, but it's more likely than him trying to start a brand new wrestling company from scratch. Even Vince would know that would be... He could do it, but with his... with like the landscape and how hard it is to get like serious money. You need serious TV money to battle WWE, right? And honestly, you are going to struggle with that. You're going to struggle with that because there is not loads of TV networks that are paying out big bucks for wrestling. Fox aren't interested anymore. USA Network have already got wrestling. Netflix have already got wrestling. TNT and TBS have got wrestling with AEW. So which magical platform is coming forward to offer a boatload of money? The money that is required. Like, it's hard. You've already got lots of companies looking for TV deals. So, you know, just to create a new company out of the blue, it's like, you can't, it's irrelevant. It is pointless unless you have TV. Without TV, you're dead. The only other thing you could do would be to put it online and just self-fund for a little bit until you build a fan base. But you're going to need serious cash to do that. You need serious cash to set it up, and you're going to need serious cash to kind of self-fund for a while until you can get enough traction where a company might come forward and give you a deal. But I don't know what TV station's going to be giving you a load of money, and without that in place, you wouldn't even dream of starting anything. So starting something is hard and expensive, and don't see it happening. But buying WWE back, more realistic, but only realistic if the Saudis get involved, because Vince ain't got the money. Vince was like a billionaire, wasn't he? He had about $1 billion. I know that when the stocks were doing good and everything, he had about $1 billion. Maybe he managed to get over $1 billion, but it was not no more than $2 billion. So WWE, what did they sell for? Was it $6 billion? Something like this. So even Vince, at his with all the money he has, even he would be absolutely nowhere near buying WWE back on his own. Nowhere near. Not even in the neighborhood. You would need 3 Vinces. So he couldn't do it. He could not do it. And he hasn't even got all that money now because how much has he spent on legal stuff? You know? And, like, he tried to start XFL and there's all this other stuff. I mean, I don't even know how much he's got, right? He's certainly not hurting for money. But he's, even at his prime, even at his peak, he could not afford to buy WWE. The only way he could do it is if he goes to the Saudis. And actually, look at this. There's the word right there. There's the word right there. Because without them, he wouldn't be able to do it. Jonathan Coachman recently said that a trusted source had told him Vince is not happy with how WWE is being run. Well, to be honest, 2025 has not been the strongest year. So if he's a viewer like the rest of us, he might have his grumbles, yes. And he's open to buying the company back. For the money, there's a strong chance that Vince could use his ties with Saudi to make it happen. I mean, honestly, I don't know how people would feel about that. Vince is obviously facing serious allegations. I think there would be a lot of people that would be like, I'm not watching a promotion run by Vince McMahon. Not in 2025, 2026. Or I don't even think TKO would sell because, to be honest, they're building a portfolio, aren't they? They've got UFC. They've got WWE. They're looking at opportunities to kind of do weekends where there's like, you know, you go to Tampa, you run UFC on the Saturday, WWE on the Sunday, and you save money. They've already combined head offices, cutting a load of jobs. So there's a lot of departments that actually look after both. So the integration of UFC and WWE is, you know, it's already happened. And there's the new headquarters. I believe that's where there's a lot of UFC people, that, as we said, you know, departments that run both finance, HR, blah, 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 looking after both. So it's not as easy as just, yeah, we'll sell it you. And on we go. Like, it's kind of connected and tied together a little bit now. Not to the point where you couldn't sell it, buy it back and, you know, sort things out. But it's a bit messier than some people might think. It's not just, oh yeah, we'll sell you WWE, enjoy. It's a little messier than that. I don't see it happening. Honestly, I don't see it happening. I don't see TKO wanting to sell. The Saudis might be interested in buying it. I mean, if they buy it, then they obviously are going to have control over it. Vince would run it, but Saudis would be the owners. And, well, I mean, God only knows. God only knows what that would mean. WrestleMania in Saudi. They'd obviously... I think they would recognise that the majority of fans are in America. I think they'd keep the bulk of the shows, Raw, SmackDown, in there, in America. But I wouldn't be shocked if WrestleMania every year was in Saudi. And, you know, you want to go to WrestleMania, come to Saudi. They are trying to grow their tourism. They are trying to make Saudi and Jeddah the place to visit. And what better way of doing that than having the big shows, maybe even the Rumble and WrestleMania in Saudi, so that fans around the world get on a plane, go to Jeddah, go to Saudi. If you're Vince and you're trying to convince Saudi Arabia to buy WWE, what is in it for them? What is in it for them? A company that makes money, of course, but they don't need money. They've got money. If you say to Saudis, oh, you can make, I don't know, flipping 50 million a year in profit, They find that down the back of the couch. Do you know what I mean? They're like, oh, that's 50 million, just found that. Did you drop this? Right? There's nothing to them. So for them, that ain't gonna float their boat. But if you say to them, if we buy WWE, we can bring WrestleMania to Saudi on an annual basis, Royal Rumble, SummerSlam, whatever it might be. Raw, SmackDown stays as it is, but obviously you do the occasional one in Saudi, but the big shows are in Saudi. That means that people, if they want to come and see, have to get on a plane, have to come to Jeddah. That's worth way more to Saudi Arabia than 50 million profit or whatever it might be, right? And so all of a sudden then you start going down those roads, which I don't think they're roads WWE fans want to go down, obviously. But that's what that could lead to. There'd have to be something in it for them, and it would be something along those lines. So I don't know. It's hard in it because I don't think TKO have got much goodwill amongst wrestling fans because of all the increased sponsorship and the increase in ticket prices, and the drama with The Rock and Triple H and, that kind of situation. There's just a few things that are leaving a bit of a bad taste in wrestling fans' mouths in 2025, or WWE fans' mouths. So some people might look at this and go, ooh, but honestly, I'm telling you, the grass is not always greener. And plus also, listen, Vince, I think, had gone stale, right? By about 1990, right? No, he'd gone stale. I mean, 2019 was awful, and people. I remember the McMahons coming out saying, "We hear you. We know it's not been good enough." I mean, this was around 2016, 2017. 2019 is rubbish. They did the storyline, didn't they, at WrestleMania 32, where Shane came back and there was a big pop because people were so tired of the product that Shane coming back was so exciting because he was going to run stuff, he was going to freshen it up, So, I mean, the product was surviving, bobbing along, right? It was not thriving. It was not like, it was not 2023, 2024 levels good. It wasn't Bloodline good. So under Vince, I can't even make an argument that the creative will be better than what we've got now. So I don't see a positive there. I don't see a positive in regards to being connected with Vince, who's got all these allegations against him. I don't see a positive with Saudi being involved, because that means a load of shows will go to Saudi Arabia, which obviously doesn't really matter for me because I know I don't go to the shows, but people that want to go to the shows, people in America that love going to WrestleMania and all that stuff, all of a sudden now you've got to get on a plane and go to Saudi Arabia. I mean, I can't imagine that people will be thrilled about that. I mean, I don't know that they would do every year there, and who knows, maybe they would do 2 WrestleManias, a Saudi Mania and another Mania that they would do in America. They could obviously explore options, but that's what the Saudis would be looking for. They're fighting to try and get WrestleMania right now anyway, so if they owned the company, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to, of course, take WrestleMania, aren't they? So... yeah, interesting. It's interesting. It's one that I don't see going anywhere, honestly. I don't see it going anywhere. I don't think we're going to see that happening. But, yeah. New trademark as well. WWE has filed a trademark for Isaiah Fatu. Isaiah Fatu. Who could that be? That could be Lance Anoa'i. It won't be Hikuleo. Lance Anoa'i, or are we at the point where Zilla might finally come in? Zilla's interesting because Zilla is a talent, but, the black mark against him has been he's just had a bit of maturing to do. He's kind of not been showing up to indie shows. I mean, I'm going back a couple of years. And he had a big falling out with Booker T. And, do you know what I mean? Like, there'd be a red flag next to him as a person, as a personality, as someone that you could lean on and trust and be an ambassador for WWE. I don't think it's anything more than just growing up, maturing. Yeah. I mean, I think he feels, certainly online, he feels like he's a fatu, and so he's going to make it to WWE, kind of like it's owed in a way. And, you know, that's just not how it works. You're not owed anything. You know, you got to work for it. I mean, look at Jacob and how long he had to spend outside of WWE. So a lot of people want Zilla to come in, but I'm not in a rush until WWE feel like it's the right time, until they feel like he's, you know, where they need him to be. They're aware of him. Make no mistake about it. I'm sure they've had conversations with Booker about him, maybe even scouted him. But I think until a few ducks get in a row and a few stars align, I don't think he's coming in anytime soon, or at least I would have said that a few years ago, and I think we did say that a few years ago. But honestly, I've not heard any drama around Zilla for quite a long time. So if there has been a bit of maturing, a bit of growing, a bit of knuckling down, doing the work that's required, maybe we're at the point now. But I've not heard that he's signed. So for them to trademark a name for someone that's not signed would be a bit strange, which is why I wonder if that's for Lance Anoa'i. I wonder if Lance Anoa'i is getting that name. Isaiah Fatu. I mean, the Fatu surname is very interesting. Obviously, that straight away makes you think of that family, of course. I don't think it would be for someone outside of that family. Wayne said, do we think that Seth could cash in tonight? Yes, he could. I'm not going to say that he does. I certainly expect him to try. I certainly think he'll make his presence felt. So, yeah, I expect him to try. But I can't say that he will succeed. I also don't know if that news is accurate, because I don't know the person that's reporting it. That is my concern. With these companies, with these people, I mean, I don't know who this is. How many followers they got? Just over 2,000. They're saying that that's come from Fightful. This could be true, but there are sources out there that make this up. You know, they'll write something and then they'll put per Fightful, but then you go to Fightful and it's not actually there. So I've added it to a folder, but I've only added it because I want to double check it, and if I can't find it, I'll take it out. So yeah, I'm not a fan of those kind of sources, honestly. There's too many that just make it up. There's too many that lie, and you have to do that extra level of work to then look into it, rather than just go to Fightful and find it from there. So I don't even know if that Isaiah news is accurate. I'm gonna see if there's anything on Fightful's account. Mr. Iguana made a great impression. They've pitched some ideas about merchandise, and NXT said they're going to push for him to make an appearance there. We spoke about that yesterday. Okay. Rather than sit here and see if I can find that Isaiah Fatu news, which will just be boring, me looking to see if I can verify some news, we'll leave that for a second. That might be one I'll look at after. But yeah, just be aware that those kinds of accounts that aren't the actual source but are telling you that such and such has said this, you just got to be careful with those, because there's loads of those that just make them up. And they just put as per PW Insider, as per Fightful, and it's just nonsense. Those people did not report that. That one could be true, but at the moment, a quick scan, I can't see it. Right, Daze, I'm pretty sure the winners of King and the Queen of the Ring will get a title match at Night of Champions, says Barnaby. When's the final? I was under the impression the final of King and Queen of the Ring was at Night of Champions, but I could be incorrect about that. Yeah, boy, Fen said, Daze, do we think the Wyatt Six will win titles? Well, yeah, I mean, they seem to have their sights set on tag titles, don't they? They want what they are owed. And I think what they feel like they are owed is opportunity. And that, you know, they've come together because they were all overlooked. And so I think they're coming together now and they want opportunity. So are they going to go after titles? Seemingly now, yes. I mean, I would say that for me, that is, well, if it feels like we've skipped a chapter or two, I would say that's because we probably have. I mean, when this group came in, they were talking in the journal about Alexa, and we know that her initials are in this group, and we know she's going to join the group, right? She's absolutely going to join the group. I don't think any doubt about that. There's a journal entry during Nightbird which seems to be talking about her. The initials were in the URL code. So, I mean, and when she came back, she had like a 6 and a circle and all this stuff. So, when it comes to Alexa, it's just when. Really, it's just when are we doing it? I think there's been so much disruption with Alexa and with the Wyatt Six that we've not been able to tell the story we want to tell about her joining the group. I think there's a story that they've got in mind as to how she's going to join, and we haven't got to it because of various different reasons, mainly the Wyatt Six being unavailable. So it's just a case of waiting for that. So there's a few things like her joining we haven't done yet. I also think there was a big theme of righting wrongs and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they went after Chad because of how he was treating Alpha Academy. We went after Miz because of how he cheated and treated Bo in the past. And that dragged Carrion in. They didn't have a problem with Carrion. Carrion kind of inserted himself into that feud. They weren't really going after him. It was Miz. So they went after the Miz. And then, I think Judgment Day would have been on the list. And I'm sure we would have got to Judgment Day because of them wronging someone. And, it feels like we've sort of skipped. It feels like this group were about righting wrongs. And I think ultimately, yeah, they would have then started focusing on themselves and getting opportunity they didn't have. And it just sort of feels like we did the Chad feud, which was like our first look at the group. Then we did the Miz Final Testament thing, which we never properly finished. And now they've come back and all of a sudden now they're more focused on themselves than they are going after people for a specific reason. With the exception of Nikki, who seems to have set her sights on Candice. So she still seems to want to right a wrong from the past. But Bo hasn't kind of spoke about that yet. Bo has just sort of been talking about how they want opportunity that they were denied. And, they've set their sights on testing to see if these bonds between these tag teams are real. But yeah, I think like they're around the tag division. They're around those titles. And it really doesn't feel like they're going to be too far away from going after some championships, because it feels like the mission objective for the Wyatt Six has evolved and changed a little, and now it's a bit more about them getting what they were denied, whereas before it was about going after people specifically, and it's not about that now, with the exception of Nikki. I'll tell you what a surprise is, Dexter Lumis, because he's got a problem with Johnny and Candice, but he hasn't indicated that he's looking to go after them yet, which I think's an oversight, because he joined this group because his family had rejected him, and that's what it said in his journal entry, was that he was rejected by his family. He had been cast aside, and we never saw that. That happened away from the show. Whenever we saw Dexter, he was quite close with Johnny. And obviously he was in this relationship with Indy. And then all of a sudden he goes missing. Like, we don't see him on TV for ages. And then he pops back up in the Wyatts. And we hear that he had been kind of cast aside by his family. So there's a whole story there, backstory, that needs to be explored. It just doesn't seem like they want to explore it right now, because it would be nothing for Dexter to be putting messages out teasing that he's going to confront Johnny and that there's unfinished business. But I've not seen any of that. I've not seen anything in regards to that. I've not seen anything that indicates that he's looking to do that. Not like Nikki. Nikki's putting out a lot about Candice. Actually, Johnny and Candice versus Dexter and Nikki is just a match that makes so much sense. I mean, that mixed tag match just makes so much sense, because Dexter's been cast aside by those two. Nikki was looking for a friendship from Candice, didn't get it. So Nikki and Dexter versus Johnny and Candice. I would be really down on that. I would be really down for that match, and I'd be really down for a bit of a feud, honestly. I think it could be really good if you had Gacy and Rowan going after the tag division whilst Howdy is in the chair laughing on the outside. They could do that, right? Gacy and Rowan going after the tag teams, going after the tag titles. And then you could have Dexter and you could have Nikki going after Johnny and Candice. Obviously, the question about, well, what about Tommaso? It's not really an issue with Tommaso. Tommaso was never in the way, the group down in NXT. So, to my knowledge, I don't think Tommaso will have really wronged Dexter. And he certainly didn't do anything to Nikki. So, you might need Howdy just to deal with Tommaso. Tommaso is going to be collateral damage. Not aware of him actually doing anything. So, you could always have Howdy in the mix to help out with that. But, yeah, something along those lines I think would be really good. I don't know that that's where it's going. I don't really know where it's going, other than we seem to have set our sights on the tag division and we're going to test their loyalty and all this kind of stuff. And listen, they're back. They're on TV. We're getting something on a weekly basis now. We've seen them 2 weeks in a row. We had a vignette as well, which I think definitely answered some questions. And yeah, good. I mean, good. It's better than where we've been, isn't it? Which was nowhere. So I'll definitely take anything that I can when it comes to the Wyatt Six. Wayne Garland said, do we think that Seth could cash in tonight? He could cash in. Will he cash in? I'm going to say no. I think it'd be such a waste if he cashes in tonight. And maybe he succeeds. Maybe he cashes in and gets it. I mean, I think it'd be stupid to have Seth win the title and then have Braun win King of the Ring and then do Seth Braun, as I said. That is just stupid in my mind. Even teasing that you would do that is stupid. This should be a group that is absolutely united. This group have only just recently come together. So already teasing that you might put two of them in a match against each other is just stupid. Wouldn't even tease it. Wouldn't even consider it. Actually, if Seth cashes in and wins, I would have Bron Breakker going up to Seth being like, Seth, do you want me to like leave the King of the Ring tournament? Because there's no way I'm going to fight you if I win this thing. And I would even explore that. I'd make it crystal clear that there is no tension. There is no problem. That Bron is even willing to leave the King of the Ring tournament if Seth tells him to. I would even go down those roads. I think to tease a match between those two would be absolutely stupid at this point. When you're trying to establish this group, they've only just got going. We don't even know if all the members are in yet. Obviously, we added Big Bronson Reed, but we're still exploring the dynamic of the group. So to tease that they might now already have to face each other. So, I honestly, I think the booking of this is going to be really interesting. If Seth succeeds, where does that leave us with Bron Breakker? Although Bron Breakker might not qualify. He might lose in his match today. He's in one of the Fatal 4-Ways, and he might not succeed in it. But if he does succeed, and Seth succeeds, it ain't a jump, is it? You're already going to have people going, what if Bron Breakker wins? And what if Seth's champion? And it's like, oh my God, you're already putting those two together when this group has really not even found its feet yet. So I would not do that. I think that he will try. I don't think he'll succeed. By the end of tonight, when Raw ends, I think Jey Uso is still champion. Anything other than that, I will be shocked. I think the next likely option is Seth has succeeded. And then I think the third option is Gunther wins. I think Gunther leaving as champ is the least likely. I think it's more likely Seth cashes in and succeeds than it is Gunther wins. I think the most likely thing tonight is Jey Uso leaves as champion. That's if I had bookies odds in front of me, most likely is that. Second most likely is Seth. Third most likely is Gunther. So I think certainly Seth will try, but I don't know. I would not be pulling the trigger on a cash in this early. It depends what they want Seth doing at SummerSlam, doesn't it? But to be honest, SummerSlam is still a little bit away. It's still a little bit away. So you don't need to desperately take the belt off Jey right now. Is this really how it would end? So Jey would have won the belt at WrestleMania, would have defended against Logan in a screwy finish, right? Because you had Cody come down, you had Cena come down, you had all this outside interference. Jey managed to retain amongst it, but it was screwy, right? Then his next match is a tag match where he doesn't defend the belt, and then his next match he loses it. That would have to go down as one of the worst world title runs of all time if he loses it tonight. Won it at Mania, tapping out Gunther, which I still have no idea why they did that. Then he defends it once against Logan in a match that has a screwy finish. Then in a tag match where the belt's not defended, and then his next title defense against Gunther, he loses it. Lol. Yeah, no, I would not have Seth succeed tonight, personally. I think Jey leaves as champion. But it's a good poll, isn't it? So we can do that. Liam said, Bud, much love from Telford. Telford, shout out to you. Who leaves as champion? Yeah, Liam, I hope you're doing well, mate. I think Seth will win this poll. The reason why I say that is because it's the most exciting option, isn't it? And the most exciting option is the one that I think people will go for. But I don't think that is the right way forward. If it happens, fine. But I will question, what has that I mean, I suppose it did something for Jey. He won at WrestleMania. He ticked the world champion box, but the run would have been atrocious. I don't know what you do with him over the summer. I don't know what you do with Jey. I mean, with Seth, he's got the briefcase, so he can spend all summer teasing Jey. That's what Seth can do. But if Jey loses the belt, what does Jey do? Try and get it back from Seth? Daze, I think Jade Cargill is going to be the one that is going to win Queen of the Ring, get a shot at SummerSlam, then Naomi cashes in and takes that moment from Jade and could win the belt. What do we think? I think there's a good chance of that. I think I just read earlier today, actually, they're going to look to really push Jade. They're going to give her a big push ahead of Evolution. So don't know what that means or how that kind of shows itself, but apparently she is in line for a big push. So could it be that she wins Queen of the Ring? Don't forget as well, Jade had that kind of face-to-face with Charlotte. There's been a few times where they've kind of confronted each other. Charlotte's the queen. If Jade wins Queen of the Ring, that always puts them in the firing line of Charlotte. So I think Charlotte Jade is a match that we're going to do at some point this year. They've already teased it a couple of times. Obviously, Naomi is still around, as you rightfully said. So Jade winning Queen of the Ring, I can see. Yeah, I could see them doing that. Jade's a real interesting one because she's got a great look, but her in-ring obviously cannot back it up. I don't even think her promos can back it up. I think Jade is a look. She's got a great look. I think her wrestling is NXT level. I think her promos are NXT level. And I think her look is, superstar megastar. I mean, she's got a good height to her, very athletic. She is obviously very strong. I mean, look kills it. Look is what got her into the WWE. I think look is what got her onto TV in AEW. But unfortunately, the promos and the matches, they don't back them up. But, you know, they've been working hard with her. So I wouldn't say that she was an NXT level. I wouldn't disrespect her like that. I think she is. And they put her in a tag team with Bianca so that she could learn the ropes and learn from Bianca. I think they put her straight on like the main roster. She's had a crash course. You know, if you try to learn to drive, you can do it over a period of like 6 months or whatever. Or you can take a 2-week course where you just every day you're learning and then you do your test at the end. They've done the crash course with Jade. Straight to the main roster, in a tag team with Bianca, working house shows and wrestling and watching and learning and improving. And I'm sure she's been at the PC and I'm sure they've been working with her. And to be honest, we haven't seen loads of Jade singles matches. So I can't sit here and judge. All I can say is what I've seen has been fine. It's not set the world on fire. You ain't getting 5-star matches. You probably ain't getting 4-star matches out of her. But it's fine. It's not messy. It's not botchy. It's fine. It's not spectacular either. It's fine. But yeah, apparently she's going to be in line for a big push. The only problem is, if you invest in her, have her win Queen of the Ring, put her in a big SummerSlam match, is she going to be able to repay it? That would be my concern. If I was in creative, absolutely no disrespect to Jade Cargill, but my concern would be, if you're going to give her that push, if you're going to give her these opportunities, is she going to be able to repay you? Is it worth investing in her right now? Or is it better to invest in someone else that's going to give you better returns right now? Because long term, she might give you some great returns. Long term, you know, as her wrestling gets better, her promos get better, as you kind of work out the kinks and change the presentation. Maybe she needs a manager. Maybe you put Kathy Kelly with her. That would not be bad. Kathy has been training at the PC and apparently wants to do wrestling or managing. I don't see Kathy as a wrestler, but I could see her as a manager, because one thing Kathy can do is talk. She's very comfortable with a microphone in her hand. It's what she does. She can talk. There's a bit of sass to her as well, right? She's a bit of attitude there. You know, she kind of shows it with her TikToks and, you know, like she puts out some cheeky little tweets from time to time. I could sort of see a Kathy Kelly that's, you know, doesn't have to be prim and proper and professional anymore, like, but can actually start saying how it is. Yeah. You lot have all been sleeping on this woman. Like, you've not seen what she can do. You've not seen the real Jade Cargill yet. And like, you know, I think she could really gas her up. I think she could really like kind of Paul Heyman Jade Cargill. Not that Kathy's going to be Paul Heyman, but that's what she can do for her, or at least attempt to do for her. Because to be honest, Jade's promos are not anything spectacular, are they? If you actually give her a mouthpiece, someone that can talk on her behalf, and if Kathy Kelly really is interested in becoming a manager, I don't hate that. I don't hate it. I don't know what results you get from it, right? The dream scenario is that Kathy would be Paul Heyman-esque, but obviously that is the highest of high bars, right? That's the gold standard. That's what you'd be aiming for. I don't know that she would even get close to it, but you would aim for it. And do you know what? If you fall short, that's okay. It's just how short do you fall? But I would not be down on that. I'd not be down on giving that a look. If I was working at WWE, I'd get them both to do some stuff together at the PC, and I'd have a look at it. And I'd be like, I'd grab a girl, Tyra May Steele, whatever, get here. Jade, Kathy, I want you to do an entrance. I want you to do a promo, and I want you to do an entrance. I want Tyra to come down, interrupt the promo, and I want it to lead to a match. And Kathy, I want to see how you promo, what you say. I want to see how you work at the ringsides, and I'd run it at the PC. Then I'd see what it looked like. And it could be atrocious. or it could be all right. Could be all right. She feels like she's missing something, Jade, to me. And it could be a manager. It could be that we take away the talking because she doesn't need to do it. Have someone else do it. We big up how strong she is. Maybe, lean a bit more on her power. Give her more power moves during her matches. Really focus on that so that her matches have got a bit more of a focus. So that you can focus more on the strength and power, which she does anyway. But, really highlight that through the promos about how this is the strongest woman in all of WWE and really focus on that. That'll give her a point of difference that she's the strongest woman. Do you remember back in the day, they used to do competitions where you'd have Dino Bravo, like doing a bench press? I wonder if you could do something like that. I wonder if you could have a woman actually challenge Jade as to who the stronger person is, and you could maybe do like one of those fun, quirky segments where they do like a bench press kind of show of strength, and maybe you could get some fun out of that. Do you know back in the day we used to do like arm wrestling spots, or we did what was that one that they used to do like an endurance test, or not that, like they'd do like climbing on the bars, and they'd do like, did you remember Bianca had picked up Otis on her shoulders and had to do a bit of a thing with like a crash course, adventure course thing? I'm not making a campaign for those to come back, but I'm just saying that there are other things you can do other than a match or a promo. Like, there are other things. And actually, those other things have kind of been dialed down under Triple H. You don't really get, you don't really get talk show segments. And you don't really get, bench press segments or whatever, You don't really get any of those kind of bits. I think there's something that you could dig into there. Listen, could be a disaster. Might not work, right? But we said this the other day. I'd rather they try some stuff than just constantly play it safe. Do you know what I mean? We're talking about putting Kathy Kelly with Jade. We're talking about really showing off that she's the strongest woman and giving us something there. And I think if you do stuff like that, she becomes at least a bit more interesting. So, and who knows, if you're in the creative room and used to pitch this, someone else might come back with, okay, I don't think it's that, but what about if it's this? And then you can bounce some ideas around, You're not going to hit bullseye first time. But that's where I would be with Jade. Something like that, I'd want to have a look at it and see what it looked like. And take it from there, because there's definitely feels like there's something missing. Tony said, we never know. Wrestling has been shocking lately. We need to expect the unexpected. If Vince did some sneaky antics to get back into WWE, or maybe even find something to do with AEW. I don't know how he would do that, honestly. I mean, Vince is kind of a no-go zone, isn't he? I mean, if these allegations weren't there and he was still in the company, then that's a different conversation. But the allegations and him, leaving TKO means that he would have to. He doesn't have any power to return. He can't get back in. Someone has to let him in. And I mean, I don't know. Does The Rock do that? I mean, I think even The Rock knows that having Vince associated with the business is not going to be good for business. I mean, don't forget, the thing that really killed Vince was not the allegations. It was when, was it Slim Jim started to talk about pulling out of Royal Rumble? 2020, was it 2 or 3? I think it was 3, wasn't it? Was it 3? I think it was 3. 2023. But the allegations broke, and then we were still going, and then all of a sudden we started to see sponsors talking about dropping out and not being associated. And as soon as sponsors are like, yeah, we're done, we're gonna walk, that's when things actually happen. So he was gone, he was done, he was out. And they made it very public he was gone. And he's not around, and he's, not a part of the board, and he doesn't come to many of the meetings. And, I mean, he's not part of it now. He owns 3% of TKO stock. That's where we are. He owns 3% of TKO stock. So if you want to know what his relationship with WWE is owned by TKO, and Vince owns 3% TKO stock. So that's how much involvement Vince has got now. I mean, it's just minuscule. It's tiny. It's nothing. He's got no power, nothing. So I mean, he was at 4%. He went down to 3% the other day. He sold some more shares. So how he would get back in, I just don't. I don't know. I don't see how, because he can't do it, and I think everyone in TKO knows that being associated with him is just toxic. Maybe once the case is all heard and all that stuff, and he's found innocent, if he's found innocent, and that's a big if in it, maybe there might be, but to be honest, even then, I think it's done. I think the door is closed. I don't see the benefit in bringing him back. I don't see what the upside would be in bringing him back. Do you know what I mean? I mean, unless it's like the business is really struggling and Vince has been found innocent and they somehow believe that he could turn it back around. You know, maybe like WWE, like ratings are really low and they think Vince has got the cure. But even he'd have to be found innocent, and I don't see that happening. So it's hard, isn't it? I mean, it's hard to see us finding a way forward with all of that. The biggest swerve in WWE history, we got okey-doed by R-Truth. Cena can't handle the truth, says AB. Varun said, what's your thoughts on the Triple H era this year, says Varun. Varun, hello, mate. Hope you're well. I think that we're going through a rebuild. It's not as good as 2023, 2024. I'm not maybe as down on it as some people. I do think there is a couple of concerns. I think, first of all, I think the Rock situation is a concern because I think fair play, he seems to have stayed away. And my understanding is he only got involved because Ari Emanuel called him. So I don't know if it's The Rock that's the concern or if it's Ari Emanuel that's the concern. Because outside of like the Netflix premiere and whatever, I don't know that The Rock has even had time to really get involved in anything. So we talk a lot about The Rock and Triple H and, you know, them getting in each other's way. Truthfully, The Rock hasn't this year. I mean, other than what happened at Elimination Chamber, he hasn't got in the way. In fact, the complaint was that he wasn't at WrestleMania, you know? So, but apparently he was only at Elimination Chamber because Ari Emanuel called him up and said, we need help with ticket sales. And also, there's something big missing. We need a big, juicy moment to kind of get people excited. And we're struggling to find it. Take The Rock out of the equation. That is not great from Ari Emanuel, is it? That's not great because, first of all, The Rock would not have got involved if it wasn't for Ari. Second of all, he's basically saying we need something pretty big to shake things up and we're struggling to find it. Do you honestly believe that Triple H and his creative team are all sat there in the meeting going, don't know. We're out of ideas. We just... I'm not... Have you... Anything? Can you think of anything? Not, me neither. I can't think of anything, which is crazy, isn't it? Because we're the creative team. You'd think we'd be able to think of something. John, can you think of it? No, really? Same? I can't either. Ari, you're going to have to call The Rock because we're all out of ideas. I mean, top 3 things that have never happened, that would be up there, right? You're telling me that Triple H went to Ari Emanuel and basically said to him, we're out of ideas. We can't think of anything. Can you please call The Rock? I mean, come on. No way did that ever even remotely happen, right? But somehow The Rock had a phone call from Ari, right? Where Triple H called him, Ari called up The Rock and was like, I think the way he worded it was, we're struggling to find this big thing for Elimination Chamber, right? So The Rock's like, I'll have a think. Selling the soul. And that's why we ended up going down this bonkers road, which just does not fit any other thing that's going on. And so he came up with this whole selling of the soul idea. I mean, could you imagine when they went to Triple H with that? They were like, right, I'm here to save the day, Triple H. I've got your missing idea, right? Selling of the soul. We're going to get Cody to sell his soul. Could you imagine Triple H like... doesn't really fit the vibe of kind of what we've been doing recently. It's like, no, trust me, it's going to work. It's going to be brilliant. And listen, was it bonkers? Was it stupid? Yes and yes. But was it also, oh my God, what's the plan? Let's tune in to find out. Yes, it was, wasn't it? It was. Where's this going? What are they doing? Cody selling the soul. Surely he turns that down. But if he turns it down, what So, what do I think about Triple H? I think he's got a problem with Rock and Ari, but more Ari, because you take that phone call out of the conversation, if that's true, if what The Rock's telling us is true, I don't think The Rock gets involved this year. So it's hard to make an argument they're butting heads when I don't even think The Rock's really been around. So I can't really say The Rock's the problem, but there is another problem as well. And this is, I would maybe even argue this is a bigger problem. And that is that Triple H is so slow. He is such... I think Triple H is probably someone that really likes to tease, and he's someone that likes to take his time, and he's someone that likes to build and little things, little indicators along the way. But what that results in is a lot of shows where it's just, we haven't really made much. It's like a snail's progress. And it's just, you want those big shocking moments, don't you? I mean, the ironic thing is, I would argue the two biggest moments of this year outside of, say, Cena winning 17, the two biggest moments this year, first one was John Cena turning heel, right? Which was as a result of like the selling of the soul thing. I know they already had a plan to do that, so it would have happened anyway. But technically, it happened as a result of selling the soul and The Rock and all of that, right? So Triple H can kind of get some credit for it, but not the way it happened. The way it happened was because of The Rock and Ari Emanuel. Because word on the street was, if The Rock hadn't got involved, Cody would have turned at WrestleMania. And that's how WrestleMania would have ended. Cena, would have turned at WrestleMania rather than at Elimination Chamber. So you've got that, which, okay, you can give a bit of credit to Triple H, but it's a team effort at best. And then the other big moment is R-Truth coming back. And R-Truth came back because Triple H basically got rid of him. And then the fans got upset. And so they brought him back. So the two big moments this year don't really have Triple H's fingerprints on. Or if they do, it wasn't really for the right reasons. You know? He fires R-Truth, we bring him back, right? That's a massive moment, but not one that Triple H had planned. And then you've got the turning of Cena, but the way it happens is not the way Triple H planned. So we've got another problem there, and that is that Triple H is quite slow, quite cautious. He doesn't, do anything that adventurous, that wild. The road to WrestleMania was dull. WrestleMania was pretty dull. And I don't really see how that's going to change. I don't really see, where that is going to adjust. And the problem you've got is that it makes shows feel skippable. It makes it seem like don't really need to watch SmackDown or Raw because I've seen the past 3 months and there ain't a great deal that's gone down. You can pick bits out, but it's slow and it's not that exciting and it's not it's not, if you watch Raw on a Monday, have you got loads to go to school with the next day? Did you watch Raw last night? Mate. I mean, this week, an exception, because we actually have a world title match, which probably should have been at Money in the Bank, but we're doing it tonight. Obviously, we've got the briefcase around. Nikki Bella's coming back, which is, it's quite exciting. I know she's not to everyone's taste, but it's exciting. It's different. And we're building to Evolution. So actually, Raw tonight looks great. I mean, I can't wait for it. We always sit here and talk about if we're excited for the shows, and the answer for tonight is yes. A resounding yes. Because world title match, Money in the Bank qualifiers, Nikki Bella being on the show, so much to be excited for. But make no mistake about it, this is an exception to what we've been seeing in 2025. So I know a lot of people will say that The Rock and Triple H is a problem. It could be a problem in the future. I don't think it's been a problem so much in 2025. The Rock, when he does show up, tends to do what he wants. That's an issue. But he ain't been around that much. And apparently he only got involved at Elimination Chamber because Ari called him. So I would argue Ari is just as big a problem rather than just leaving Triple H to it. Because I certainly don't think Triple H and his creative team were stuck for ideas. Right? Because that is you're not doing your job, right? And I don't believe that. I do not for 1 second believe Triple H and the creative team were completely out of ideas and needed The Rock's help. I do not believe that for 1 second. But Ari felt like they needed something, there was something missing, so he called The Rock. So that's an issue. And Triple H being so slow and just not providing OMG moments, big moments. You could see it on the road to WrestleMania. It was missing. I do think the European tour has to take some blame, because I don't think you can really do big OMG moments on a European tour. The people are going to be a bit tired. They're not going to be at their best. You're away from the US for like 2-3 weeks, living in hotels, not going back home at all. Probably missing your kids, and you're out your routine. There's jet lag. Not only are the wrestlers doing house shows and working more than what they would normally, but also it's just hard to get things done. You need to rent a car that you need to trash. That's easier in America, isn't it, than if you're in Italy for a couple of days, and then you're going to Belgium, and then you're going to Spain. Like, if it's just, I could understand them going, okay, let's not do any of that sort of stuff. Let's not drive a truck in the arena, right? Let's not do spraying people with beer or milk or whatever, right? Like the kind of big, exciting stuff that we would love to see. Let's not do that, because logistically it's going to be really difficult. It's easier to do that stuff in America or even London. I mean, they've been to London so many times, English speaking, it's just easier. But I think as a result, that period took away from the WrestleMania builds. But I think Triple H is quite slow, methodical. I think ultimately he believes that the payoff is more rewarding if you go that way. But the problem is you do need little bits as well. That's fine to have a big story like Bloodline that kind of plays out and is stretched out. That's fine. But you've got to have little shock moments underneath it. And there just hasn't been. So, yeah, honestly, I think Triple H is a pretty solid booker. Triple H is one of those where, honestly, you swap him out for someone else and you will run the risk of the grass not being greener. I think Triple H does some good work. And I think as a booker, he does a good job. But it's a lot of TV that you got to fill. You can understand them slowing it down when you've got to book nearly 6 hours of TV a week. You can sort of understand them not going a million miles, because if you go a million miles, you're going to burn through a lot of stuff very quickly, and you've got to fill 6 hours, right? So you can sort of understand them going, look, let's walk, not run. That way we can, take our time, we can build the story, we can fill the TV time. So I get it. I do understand. I do sympathise. But equally, there is another truth, which is 2025 has not been good enough. If you look at the average show scores, it's not been good enough. And if you look at the ratings and where they are, you know, they're not crashing or anything. They're probably where we would expect them to be. But I don't know. They're not setting the world on fire either. And they're going down. The trajectory is this way, right? It's not that way. So I think there's lots of successes he can shout about. They've obviously broke lots of records, getting a lot of good ticket sales. Lots of sponsors are interested in working with them. You know, there's social numbers they can shout about. Blah, 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 right? I'm sure there's lots of things they can find. You know, probably from a money point of view, they're making more money than ever before. I mean, if you want to celebrate anything, you can celebrate that. But it doesn't mean that the product is at its peak. And I think we are in a bit of a rebuild as well, where we're trying to bring in Stephanie, Julia. We're trying to build up Io. We're trying to build up Dominic. We're trying to build up Bronson. We're trying to build up Bron Breakker. We've got no Brock around. We lost Brock. I mean, that was a big loss to not have Brock that we can rely on. I mean, that was a big loss. Roman obviously is part-time. That's annoying. We did bring back CM Punk, which was great. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where it's hard. I think it's easy to sit here and just judge how someone's doing. It's a little bit like figure skating. It's easy to watch figure skating at the Olympics and go, that wasn't very tidy. Oh, that wasn't very good. But you put me on ice, I ain't even gonna make it to the middle before I slip over. You know, I'm gonna be like that on the edge. Like walking along the edge, you know what I mean? It's easy to sit and go, oh, that wasn't very good, that wasn't very good. But actually, if you was in the position where you were having to do it, yeah, I can sort of understand, like, the challenges. I can understand how hard it would be. I can understand. I think we're quite good at trying to look from different perspectives. So I do sort of look at Triple H and go, well, I get he's got nearly 6 hours of TV he has to book each week, and then Saturday night's main event and PLEs. And, you know, people want to be entertained on every single show. And you can't keep doing surprises and OMG moments all the time. But has there been enough in 2025? Because I would say no. James said, imagine if Ron Killings was going round backstage shaking all the talent hand, saying it's great to finally be in WWE. It's great to meet you, thinking that he had not been in WWE before. Do you know, I mean, that's a fun idea, James. The only thing I'm thinking is I don't know that we're getting Comedy R-Truth anymore. I mean, I know that he wants to change his name because of... I know he wants to change his name because of using it after he leaves WWE. But, I mean, he was obviously attacking John Cena. I mean, it's such a big change for him. He wanted to face John to beat some sense into him. And even after that, he was still kind of saying that he believed in John. Even after what went down had gone down, he was still saying that he believed in John Cena and he wasn't going to leave John and all this. Something has changed. We know what changed was he got cut and got brought back. And so now, you know, they're kind of doing something different with him because of the support from the fans, right? So we know in real life that's what the change was. But actually in storyline, what are they going to say? Why did R-Truth attack John Cena? I mean, in the character world, the character didn't get cut as far as we know. It's just he showed up and attacked John Cena after, you know, what's happened. But even after the match with John, he was still siding with John. So what has changed? You know, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not really expecting a confused R-Truth anymore. I think I'm expecting an R-Truth that sees clear now. I think I'm seeing an R-Truth where things are starting to make sense, actually. I don't know that I'm expecting an R-Truth that's going to be like a badass. But I think I'm expecting an R-Truth that's fired up, that's motivated, that's seeing a lot clearer. Booking R-Truth is going to be really interesting because people love his comedy stuff. I don't think you want to completely abandon it. I think what I would do is I would have him be really approachable with the fans, you know, like I'd have him hint at things without saying them. I wouldn't have him say anything about being cut, but I would have it so, like, you lot over the past week have helped open my eyes. So he's not saying that he got cut, but he is thanking the fans for their support. He's not saying what that support was, and he's not saying exactly what he has read or anything. He's not giving specifics, but he's just touching on the fact that the fans have opened his eyes. You know, I can see it now. I know what needs to be done now. I know that I was being led astray, and I want to thank all of you for showing me that you had my back. And again, he's not talking about how he got released or anything. He's touching on things and hinting at things that we know what he's saying, but he's just not saying it. It's just a little bit, you know, who doesn't know that R-Truth at this point had lost his job? So everyone's going to pick up what he's putting down. But I think he could use that as a way of basically saying, I see now. You've made this a lot clearer for me. And actually have him a lot more focused on something, on a goal. I don't know what that goal would be. I know some people would say taking the belt off John. I don't know if that would be a bit too much, right? But I think have him focused now on something. And I would even have it so that someone approaches him backstage, says something, he gets confused, right? And have this person like, and he's like, I'm only joking. And actually, I would have it so that R-Truth basically is pretty straight now, pretty serious now, pretty focused now. But you can still, do you know what I mean? Someone could be like, you know, are you going to be watching Evolution or something like this? And he might be like, dude, I'm going to be competing at Evolution, which is obviously the all-women's pay-per-view. And they might be like, Truth, it's... And he'd be like, I'm just joking. So it's a nice little change for him, where actually he's not the goof now. He's not the confused guy now. Now he is focused on something. He can see a bit clearer, and actually even has a bit of fun backstage with that on occasion, where people think he's that person, but he's like, no, I'm not. I'm just pulling your leg. Yeah, I don't know. Booking of it is going to be very interesting. I really think he needs a focus. He needs something that he's working towards. He needs a goal. I don't know what that goal is, but apparently this is his last run. Don't know how long the contract's for. So I don't know that it's like 6-month contract or anything. I don't know that it's that short. But yeah, he's got a contract, which rumor mill is saying this is his last run. And so he wants to go out using this name so that he can use it on the indies. I think once we get past this John Cena story at the end of this year, you might have a bit more flexibility then next year to kind of go back maybe a bit more to the R-Truth of old. But I don't know. I think, honestly, he's probably going to want to explore how much can I do of the more serious stuff. He's got a golden opportunity here. His golden opportunity is that he did an interview, I think, with Chris Van Vliet, where they were talking about how amazing his career had been. And he said the one regret he had was that he wasn't like WWE champion, main event in WrestleMania and all those kind of things. And that he just very quickly fell into the comedy thing. Made it work, had a great career, but wishes he'd done a bit more of the serious stuff, you know? And so this is a great opportunity now for him to do that. He can come back and be more serious, and the fans can go with it and enjoy it. And, you know, you can still do the odd little backstage thing, but not where he gets confused. Maybe where he teases that he's confused and then goes, nah, I'm just joking. Let's get to work. And actually is like more serious, more focused. But what's that focus going to be? What's he going to be dialed in on? Don't know. It's going to be interesting. Maka said, do we think that Nikki is back to set up Evolution in a match against Liv and Raquel? I think she's back for Evolution. I don't know that it's against Liv and Raquel. It could be. There's no word on Brie being around. I know she wants to face Chelsea, and I know Chelsea wants to face her. So I don't know if that's a direction we go. But if we were doing that match, wouldn't she come back, I suppose, on SmackDown? So maybe we're not doing that. But I don't know. I mean, maybe we are going to do something with Liv and Raquel. But we're going to need to find a partner for Nikki. But that's okay, because there's plenty of girls that can partner up with Nikki. Doesn't have to be Brie. Yeah, we'll have to see. Lots of options for what Nikki does. Jacob said, would we have Cody turn heel if you was Triple H? The Rock asked Cody to turn heel. If Cody could be the big heel and Cena the babyface, I wouldn't know what to do if I was Triple H, said Jacob. I was not a fan of Cena turning heel. But equally, I would not be a fan of Cody turning heel. To be perfectly honest with you, I would not have booked Cody Cena. That I would have booked Cody versus heel Randy. That's what I would have booked. I would have had Cena in some sort of feud, a really interesting feud. I would have had him doing something like where he tries to win Rumble, tries to win Elimination Chamber. Whoever prevented that from happening is who Cena would have faced at WrestleMania, right? And I would have done Cody against heel Randy, because I feel like there is so much story there. I mean, legacy. For those, obviously, that don't know, there was Randy, and he had a group called Legacy, which was Ted DiBiase Jr., and it was Cody Rhodes. And if you actually go back in Randy's history, there's a chunk of time there where he spends with Cody, and there is a lot of backstory there. And I would have looked at something along those lines. So I think that would have been a really big matchup for Cody. I think it would have been... would have given us another match for Cena elsewhere. And, you know, I think I would have billed it Cena's last WrestleMania match. I suppose, in a way, one thing I'm surprised at is that we're not shouting more about how this is the last time Cena's doing. Like, it gets mentioned, but really Cena being this heel champion is the story this year. Cena being heel champion trying to ruin wrestling seems to overshadow the fact that this is his last, you know, I mean, that was his last Money in the Bank. Cena won't ever work Money in the Bank show again. So that was his last Money in the Bank show. Did any of you even remotely think that? Because I didn't. I didn't think, oh, that's Cena's last time at Money in the Bank. It's all about him being a heel, him ruining wrestling. And I don't like the ruin wrestling story because I don't think it's true. If he leaves with the belt, I've said before, it doesn't make any difference. We'll create a new belt, maybe even change the design. Be a good opportunity to refresh it. I don't think we would, but it would be a good opportunity. And we could have the winner of the Rumble win the belt, which would be really exciting. So Cena's argument is, yes, but that person won't have beaten me. So you're basically just, you know, you're ruining the history line, you're ruining the timeline. But my counterpoint to John is that we have had to vacate that title so many times in the past because of injury that the new champion never got the chance to beat the old champion. So by John's logic, wrestling was ruined years ago. John's trying to sell you the idea that ever since Buddy Rogers in the 60s, every champion has beaten the previous champion. And if he leaves with the belt, this will be the first time that the new champ hasn't beat the old champ. That is not true. That is not true. It's a load of nonsense. I mean, you can go back to Andre winning the title from Hogan and then handing it to the $1 Million Man, right? Which WWE said you're not allowed to do. So now we're going to do a tournament. And so we did a tournament to crown a new champion. And, you know, it wasn't that the new champ beat the old champion. So, I mean, that's an example. But there's other occasions like where Seth got injured and had to vacate the title, you know, and so we, you know, crowned a new champion. Well, that new champion didn't beat Seth. So you've got a gap there in the timeline. So if John walks away and decides he doesn't want to defend the belt because he's retired now, we'll just crown a new champion. It's no problem whatsoever. It'll be quite exciting. We'll do it in the Rumble. We might be able to update the design. It does not ruin wrestling in any way. It's no problem. It's no different than someone being injured and having to vacate the belt and us then crown a new champion, which we've done before. It is no problem whatsoever. So this story they've gone with, it just does not resonate. It does not work. I do not care. You're not ruining wrestling if John leaves with this belt. And I think, honestly, it might be a story that works with casuals, but I don't think this works with hardcore fans, because if you know your wrestling history, you'll know this is nonsense. So this is the story they're going with. Is it the right thing to do in John's final year, when the crowd just want to cheer him and thank him and support him? You've got people you can't turn the crowd against him. At best, you've managed to get Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks, which is where we were anyway, like when he was around. You're not going to get the whole crowd against him, and they've really tried. They've tried having him against R-Truth. They've tried putting him in a match with Randy in Randy's hometown. They've tried cheating Cody. But you've just got Cena hardcore fans that are just not going to change their mind. And we knew that. Who wants to boo John Cena when you're basically seeing him for the last time? He's going round the world, round the country, round the world. And surely the people that are seeing him now are seeing him for one last time and probably bought tickets to see him. Should we go and see John before he retires? How many of those people want to turn up and boo him? How many of those people... it's too late. Too late. If you're going to do a John Cena heel turn, you need to do it 10 years ago when he was still an active star. Trying to do it in his last final year is desperate. Honestly, it's desperate. It's desperate because it's now or never, isn't it? It's not that this is the right time. It's that this is the only time. You either do it now or you don't do it, because you can't do it. And so it's not the right time. It's the only time. And I don't know. It's not a disaster. Let's not paint it as a disaster. It's not a disaster. It's not an epic fail. But it's not the story I would have told. I would not have been in that room with this idea suggested and said, yes, let's do that. Because I would have pushed back with all the points I've just made. I would have, around that table, would have said, no one's going to want to buy a ticket to go and boo John Cena. Because actually, in recent years, he's been getting the best reactions he's ever had. Because he's part-time and he's a Hollywood star. And if you buy a ticket to go to see Raw, you probably buy that ticket months in advance, and you don't know who's going to be there. You might see a really mid-show, right? It might be that, there's Sami and Jay, and that's it. That's your star power. You might have Liv, Rhea, but, it is what it is. It's an average episode. Imagine if you buy that ticket and it turns out John Cena's going to be there. You'd be like, jeez, let's go. We're going to see John Cena. I just don't think people want to boo him. I really don't. But, there's those that are like Team Cody. Some of the booking is turning people, but you won't turn everyone. So, yeah, in regards to how would you book Cena or what should you do with Cena, I wouldn't have turned Cody. I think he's really over with the kids. I think that he's a nice guy. I think he needs a bit more of an edge to his character. But I've not seen any bad reactions for Cody other than at WrestleMania. We got to WrestleMania, and then that's where the fans were actually right behind Cena because they wanted him to win his last WrestleMania match. They wanted him to get 17. And so, boom. There you go. Again, how do you get the crowd to turn on Cena? They didn't. They turned on Cody. So, well done. Great booking. Your quarterback that you want to be the next guy, the person that you've just finished the story with and elevated to a new height. Well done. You managed to turn the whole crowd against him at WrestleMania. Good job. Great booking. So, didn't do anything for Cody. That put him in a horrible position. So I wouldn't turn Cody, but I do think he needs a bit more of an edge, needs a bit more attitude. I definitely look for that. Wouldn't turn Cena for the reasons that I said. So I think then you need to find an alternative. And so putting Cena Cody together, not the direction I would have gone. Maybe I would have done Cena Gunther. Maybe I would have had Cena go for 17, but it would be against Gunther. And maybe I would have done Cena Gunther, and I would have done Cody Randy against heel Randy, because I think there's a backstory there. And actually, might have had Randy win. And then that could have been quite interesting. Cena with one title, Randy with another. And that could then have led to maybe champion versus champion at Backlash, which could have been quite interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. I've not really fleshed it out, honestly. Rather than sitting and talking about, oh, what would we do? What would have been a good way forward? I know what I don't like and what I wasn't a fan of and what I would have avoided and why I would have avoided it. But again, I don't want to sit and moan. I'm not moaning. I'm just saying that I wouldn't have done that for that reason. We've done it, and it's not a disaster. It's not a disaster. It's not. I'm not sitting here like, oh my God, this is atrocious. You know, it's okay. It's had its moments. It's the reactions are sort of where I thought they would be. You just can't get the whole crowd against him. It's just who's going to turn against Cena? It's just hard. So yeah, it's. I agree with you. It's a bit tricky, but you know, I think that it's not been the strongest year. I think as we get to SummerSlam, we've got lots of things we can do, lots of options, lots of matchups we can have, and we've obviously still got to try and turn him back face, so that'll be a moment, and we've still got his last match, so that'll be a moment as well. So some guaranteed Cena moments still to come in 2025. Right, we have got 50 minutes. We've still got plenty of time before the show starts, because we actually started an hour earlier than usual because I wanted to make sure I was chatting with you guys. We've thrown around a lot of thoughts. We spoke about R-Truth, spoke about Cena, spoke a bit about Money in the Bank, Worlds Collide, spoke a little bit about Evolution and Nikki coming back. But yeah, I want to try and speed run a few things. Let's see where we are. Hannah said, I think with how popular Truth is, I wouldn't be against the idea of him winning the WWE title from Cena. He could feel bitter and jealous, maybe turn heel, could team with Cena, where this is actually like a Truth farewell tour, says Hannah. Mike said, I stopped watching wrestling just before Reigns started, and I missed that run. I started watching in January. From my perspective, Reigns isn't worth the hype. He needs better wrestlers. Well, that's interesting. I mean, what I would say is the Bloodline story was excellent. And it wasn't just about Roman. He obviously had the support of the Usos, arguably the greatest tag team in WWE history, but that is arguable. And also he had the support of Sami, who was so fun in that role. Solo as the enforcer. And so you actually had like lots of characters, lots of scenarios, some classic moments. Usi, honorary use, all this kind of stuff. There was some brilliant moments. And I think for me, I would struggle to tell you of a better story that WWE told. The McMahon-Austin rivalry is obviously up there. The Undertaker-Kane story is up there. But I think the Bloodline story, because of how it spanned over a long period of time, how many different people were involved, how it elevated people. I mean, like, Sami he's kind of dipped again, but Sami is a bigger star now post-Bloodline than he was before the Bloodline. If you think about what he was doing before Bloodline compared to after, night and day. Look at Jay, where Jay was and where he is, night and day. Look at Solo, where he was. I mean, where he was he came up from NXT. And now look at where he is now, right? I know he fell, and I know his aura's not as strong, but we're seeing a bit of revival with Solo. And obviously that turn by Jacob is going to set up big things. So, you know, Solo benefited. Sami benefited. Jay benefited. Jimmy probably benefited the least, but we've got an opportunity to do something. The only reason I say benefited the least is because we haven't found anything for him post-Bloodline. He's just bobbing around, isn't he? He's a bit lost. But if you know how Solo was trying to bring him back What if he succeeds? What if he joins up with Solo? You know, that could be interesting. But yeah, that's the one that I would say didn't benefit. Roman massively benefited. He went from being big dog with mixed reactions to one of the most over people. So, I mean, regardless of what you think of his wrestling or what you think about his promos, from a business impact point of view, Bloodline story was massive. From a narrative point of view, it was really good. And, you know, it carried SmackDown. I mean, Bloodline story was getting 2.2 million on Fox. And I'm sure that the ratings would have been strong on Fox anyway. But, yeah, it was just a really great time, really. I mean, there wasn't much else on the show, to be honest. Bloodline was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but I would say they were doing a lot of lifting of WWE in general. I don't think there was a great deal on Raw. You had Judgment Day kind of on Raw, and you had Bloodline on SmackDown. Obviously, you had Seth and other little bits, Gunther coming through, whatever. But by and large, Bloodline was doing a lot of heavy lifting. And yeah, it was brilliant. Honestly, nothing but praise. I thought they did an excellent job with it. And I think with it really kind of resulting in the finishing of the story of Cody, it's a nice ending. And then not only that, they get back together, do Bloodline, and you know, I mean, it's run its course now. I feel like it's done now. I feel like it's over. But you can always bring it back. You can always get them back together again, but that just doesn't feel like we're going to do that anytime soon. So, yeah, I mean, if you've just started watching in January, it's really interesting to hear your perspective. The only thing I would say is that where we were was very, very good. It was very, very good. I think it was fairly universally praised. You will find some that weren't into it, of course, as you would expect. But, yeah, I think wrestling fans look back on that with some great fondness. And Roman, OTC, you'll hear those chants quite a bit. So, but you make a good point. Where do we go now? What does the future look like for Roman? Because he has no bloodline. He has no wise man. So, you know, when Roman comes back, what does that look like? So you make a good point. Nico said, Daze, do we think we're heading towards a Sami heel turn? Maybe helping Seth cash in at some point? We could be. It's been teased. It's been teased a couple of times. But I don't know when they'll pull the trigger on it, honestly. I don't know when they'll pull the trigger on it. I think it's a difficult one because it is it's going to be a big moment, isn't it? It'll be a big moment because Sami is, you know, a big name. He's not like a CM Punk, but he's a big name. If he turns and betrays Jay, I mean, that'll be a big moment. Would he be like the fourth person in that group? He could be. He could join up with Seth. We know that Seth respects Sami. I know they're not on the same page at the moment, but there's a respect between them. I mean, certainly there's no issue between them quite like there was between Seth and Bronson. Do you remember Bronson hitting Seth with like 7 tsunamis? So, I mean, there's no issue in that regard. But, yeah, I think a heel turn is definitely being teased. And don't forget, Carrion is kind of around Sami as well. So, and he's trying to get into his head. So that there could be something that does result of that. I would like something for Sami. You know, I'm a Sami fan. I want him to be world champion. I don't want him winning the world championship as a heel, really. Because, I don't know, I'd love that moment where, I think back to Montreal, where Sami had hit Roman with the chair at the Rumble. Then he faces Roman in Montreal. Crowd are obviously behind Sami, and it's one of the most electric atmospheres. And in my heart of hearts, I knew that Sami wouldn't win. But as a Sami fan, you go, they've just had Sami with Roman for a long period of time. They've built up to this betrayal. They've pulled the trigger on the betrayal. Could they? Could they? In Montreal, in front of the hometown crowd, with his wife at ringside, could they? And I think in our heart of hearts, in my heart of heart, I knew the answer to that was no. But it didn't stop me from hoping and wishing and dreaming and, you know. And Montreal was just, I wonder how many times he's watched that back. And that's where we were with Sami. we've tasted it, you know. We've had the moment, we saw it, we know where we can be, and we haven't really been anywhere close to that since. So I sort of want him to win a world title with that kind of atmosphere, you know. Don't care if it's cash in, I don't care, but he won't be that atmosphere if he does it as a heel. And I sort of feel like it's hard to say that someone deserves to be world champion, because honestly, Rowdy Roddy Piper never did it. Mr. Perfect never did it. Jake the Snake Roberts never did it. You know, I know there was only one title and it was basically being held captive by Hogan during that time period. So I understand they didn't have the same opportunity as people do now. But yeah, God, I'd love for Sami to do it. And I don't know that it's ever going to happen. I mean, he could absolutely retire and it never actually have happened. And, you know, if that happens, that's okay, isn't it? It's okay. There's plenty of greats that were never world champion. But it would be a shame when we got so close. So, yeah, if he turns heel, that's fine. It will give him something to do. It might... If he turns heel, what I will think is him turning back face eventually could be the spark to get him there, you know, because basically with Bloodline he was heel, with the Usos and Roman he was technically heel. Him betraying Roman led to Montreal. So do we just run that play again, turn him heel, put him in Seth's group, have him heel, eventually turning on Seth, leading to Sami versus Seth, maybe with the title on the line, just like it was Sami Roman back in Montreal at Elimination Chamber. Sami didn't get the job done that time. Would he get it done this time? That's what I would be thinking if we turn Sami heel. That's what I would be hoping for. TJF said, Daze, how about the idea of a community king or queen to get a title shot? Run it the same way as Money in the Bank. P.S. Bloodline story sucked. Sami saved it. Well, I can definitely vibe with Sami saving it. I don't know for me personally if that's true. I mean, I enjoyed Bloodline, but I do think it went to a different level when Sami got involved, because just like this group now with Seth, it's a bit dry. Do you know what I mean? Like Bronson's just a brute. Bron's just a brute. Seth provides, you know, a bit of outlandishness, but nothing laugh out loud funny. Heyman is Heyman. I think you put in Sami and you get the missing ingredient, which is the kind of the humor, you know? You get that backstage. I mean, his relationship with Jay, how Jay hated him and all that, you know, provided so much humor. And the only thing is, you can't run the same play, though, so soon. So I don't know what the dynamic would be. It couldn't be that he joins up and Bronson loves him, but Bron Breakker hates him, because you're just doing the exact same story as Bloodline, which was only a few years ago. So it's like, that would be hard. You can put Sami in, but I don't know. That'd be difficult. You'd want to have a meeting with Sami, really. And see kind of what his thoughts were, and speak to creative and be like, look, this is someone that can do comedy, but we can't run the same story that we did a few years ago. We've got to do something different. So that'll be a bit of a challenge, to be honest. Be a bit of a challenge if we do that, but that's, you know, these are the kind of challenges that if you work in creative, this is what you should be thriving. This is what you should be excited by. Is right, I've got Sami in a group. I know he can do comedy, but equally I know I can't do that story because I've done it before. So what do I do now? But going back to your other thing, what about the idea of crowning a community king or queen to get a title shot similar to Money in the Bank? We could do it. I mean, that's obviously a members thing. I need to have a look and see who won the Money in the Bank thing, to be honest. So I didn't look. We obviously looked to see. That's something else I need to sort, isn't it? Oh my God, we need to run those triple threats this week, which had slipped my mind. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, not this week, because obviously we've got the tag game, the faction game, those triple threats to try and figure out who's going to win the Money in the Bank and the Edward Nita championship match. So
There ain't no room, to be honest. So, one that we can maybe look at in the future. It's a good idea, but certainly not one we wouldn't be able to look at this week. AKF said, Daze, I'm going to go to SmackDown this Friday. It's looking like a pretty good card. Get to see Cena, King and Queen of the Ring, Fallout of Jacob Solo, Wyatt 6, R-Truth probably, Cody maybe. Yeah, it should be good. I mean, this week should be good. Tonight's Raw should be good. We've got a World Championship match coming up tonight. And Nikki Bella. And who knows, you might even get some in the future as well. You might even get like another female surprise. I wouldn't be shocked if like Michelle McCall is on SmackDown or something. Nikki Bella on Monday, Michelle on Friday. We're building to Evolution, so you might even get another little swerve like that. Barnaby said, Days, WWE have just announced R-Truth is going to speak live on Raw. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, this is going to be good. Tonight's going to be a really, really interesting show. Really interesting show with several segments that I think really could deliver. James said from WrestleNomics, SmackDown did 1.4. Well, that's better, isn't it? That's better. I know it's not the Fox numbers, but we weren't expecting Fox numbers. So 1.4. I think during WrestleMania season, it was like 1.5, 1.6. And you have to expect a drop. You have to. You can't say that WrestleMania season is special and then we get out of it and then get shocked that the ratings go down. So 1.5, 1.6. If we're sat here now and they've done 1.4, great. Ideally, of course, you want to get the product hot and you want to find a way of building those numbers up and getting them, to a better level. But 1.4, I think they would take that. So, yeah, goods. Right. Big Time said, Days, I've tagged you in a tweet regarding Tegan Knox doing an interview. She says she's struggling to get indie bookings, likely because promoters don't want to take a risk on her knee injury. That would be a shame, to be honest. I mean, I don't know where she is in regards to her status in America. I don't know, because again, if you're not working, can you stay? I don't really get the laws and all of that stuff, so that's difficult, So I don't know. I mean, if she comes back to the UK, she might struggle because we ain't got loads of indies over here, and certainly nowhere that's going to be paying a lot of money. You can make it on the indie circuit, of course you can, but it's hard, really hard. And I think you might even need a little part-time job or something. Do you know, I don't know about, it'd be really interesting, someone like Millie McKenzie, who used to be, or I don't even know what Travis Banks does anymore, or Mark Andrews, thinking about some of those people that were in NXT UK, obviously that stopped, and so they've all had to go to the indies now. Is it possible to work on a regular basis in the UK and get enough indie bookings to make a living? I don't know. In America, yes. But again, you have to be a certain level of talent. We know that Matt Cardona does very well. And I'm sure Indy Hartwell, well, she's in TNA, isn't she, actually? I was going to say, if she was on the indies, I'm sure she would be absolutely fine. I think you can absolutely make a living in America on the indies. In the UK, I honestly don't know. This is where a Millie McKenzie, a Mark Andrews, a Travis Banks, but I think Travis Banks was part of that kind of Me Too movement. So he might not even be in wrestling anymore. But some of those that were in NXT UK and are now still in the indies, I would have to think that you could make a living, but I bet it's not easy. I know that Millie still wrestles because she pops up in that Stourbridge promotion, which is the town I'm from, right? And they've got their own little wrestling promotion. I keep meaning to go. I mean, they only play to a small crowd, but the problem is it's on a Friday. I don't know why. They always do it on a Friday. I'd have to go, watch the show, and then try and quickly get back in time for the SmackDown stream. Which would be a challenge, honestly, to kind of get it all to fit. Because unfortunately, I live about an hour and a half away from Stourbridge now. It's not down the road. So I'd have to leave there and try and get back. So I will do it 1 week. 1 week I will go. I really do want to go and support them and, whatever. But yeah, she wrestles quite. I mean, they only do a show like once, twice a month. But she does pop up for them on a. I don't think she's not been on one of their shows so far. She seems to be on most shows. So yeah, Tegan, she might be struggling for bookings. But I don't know if she's still in America, whatever. I wouldn't think that the injury would be the problem, to be honest, because if I've got an indie promotion, right, I'm looking for ways of selling tickets. So if I can put Tegan Nox, former WWE superstar Tegan Nox, is going to be live here on Saturday, that's going to be a great way of selling tickets, isn't it? If your little local indie promotion is advertising Tegan Nox, you might go, oh yeah, I enjoyed when she turned on Dakota down in NXT. I might even be able to just grab a quick word with her and ask her a few questions. Maybe have a chat with her at the merch stand after. Just be like, oh, what was it like in NXT? Do you know, I've not heard anyone talk about what the weekly schedule is like. That would be my question. If I went up to Tegan, I'd be like, what was it like in NXT with like the structure, the schedule? Like, did you do the same classes every week? Or if they felt you needed a bit more on your promo, did you do extra classes? Or was your timetable schedule different to other people's? Do they tailor it? Or is it like school where everyone gets the same kind of thing? And if you need extra, you just stick around and do extra? Like, how is it actually structured? Because I don't know. I don't know if, like, I believe on a Tuesday they do promo class, on a Wednesday they do strength and conditioning, on a Thursday they do blah blah blah, But I don't quite know the setup. I don't know if it's the same for everyone. How do they blend the next in line talent with the WWID talent? Like, because you're going to have different abilities, aren't you? Someone that's been there for 12 months is going to be in a completely different place to someone that's just walked through the door. So how do they do that? You can't just have everyone doing the same thing. Or is it that promo classes, do they do it in years? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it like school where you have year one and they do that, but year two do that? So does that mean that, do you know what I mean? Like, there's different stages, or how the hell do they structure it? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even think I've ever heard anyone ask. So I'd be interested in, like, finding out a bit more about how it works, and who does what, and what did she enjoy, what did she struggle with. I'll tell you another great question. If you bump into Tegan Nox or someone like that, it would be to ask them, do you think that there was an area that you were struggling in that you think you could have improved or wished you could have improved? It's a hard one to ask because you're digging a bit deep, you're getting a bit personal. I'd probably preference it with, you don't have to answer this, but it is something that I'm just genuinely interested in. Looking back now, do you think there was some area you wish you'd kind of focused on a bit more, or something you wish that you'd kind of spent a bit more time developing? Is it like you think that you struggled to get your personality across, or do you think your promos weren't quite right, or was it the in-ring, or do you think it was just the injuries kind of took away your opportunity? Again, not an easy one, because they might turn around and be like, yeah, no, I'm not going to get into all that. But, they might give you a great answer. You might get an answer that's like, to be honest with you, I never enjoyed promo class, and I think that's something that I always kind of struggled with. If I was to redo my time again, I think I'd really try and find a way of getting my personality across. I think I'd really find a way of really getting like a promo where I had something to say, They might give you an answer like that, and you're like, my God, this is amazing. I feel like Chris Van Vliet. So I sort of, that's the kind of, because to be honest, the average Joe probably goes up to him and is like, what was the best match you had? What was your best match? What was your favorite moment? And things like that, which I just think that's probably what 99% of people ask. Whereas I think it'd be a bit more interesting to be like, oh, tell me what it's like in NXT, the structure of it. How does that work? And, if you could like redevelop like something, or if you could go back and like change it, what would you change? But, you probably wouldn't want to just go up to him and ask that question. You want to have a bit of a chat first, get a bit of a rapport, and then be like, listen, you don't have to answer this. Because you don't want to overstep any marks, You don't want to be like, you don't want to be moody or anything. Not that you'd be trying to be, but, you want to be respectful, yeah? So I wouldn't just go up and go, excuse me, you got fired, why? You probably wouldn't say that. But, I'd be interested in an answer on those kind of things. Jamie said the ladders were misbehaving in the women's Money in the Bank match. Not closing oh yeah, that was funny. And falling over. They were naughty. Aubrey says, I think we can all agree it appears they've said to Seth to dress more appropriately for his role, which means I was right for the past 8 months. What was you right on, buds? What was you right on? You're taking a dub, and I'm not going to take that dub away from you, but what bit was you correct with? Because I agree he looks a bit more respectable now, and I think that is definitely the right way forwards. So yes, I agree this is a good positive thing. But what did you predict this 8 months ago? Take your victory lap. Brother said Tops have announced that Mr. Iguana, Aerostar, and Octagon Jr. trading card is coming out soon. I mean, also I'd say is, yeah, they probably should. Because Mr. Iguana was super over. They probably should have something to represent AAA. I don't know if Mattel will do... Mattel could do a Mr. Iguana figure. I don't know if they would do Aerostar and Octagon. I mean, would they sell? But, I mean, come on. Mr. Iguana with a little iguana puppet thing in the, kids would probably buy that anyway, even if they didn't know who it was. And certainly the collectors would, so... wouldn't be shocked if they kind of are working on something, for that. Because they do some random figures. Like, there's some stuff that's really niche. So a Mr. Iguana one. And certainly with, like, the rumour, which is that he's got, like, a big future coming up. Like, they really see a lot in the future for him. Yeah, things are looking good for Mr. Iguana. Michael said someone else should have won Money in the Bank briefcase for the men instead of Seth Rollins. Brony said LS Dub's favourite wrestler is Roman Reigns. I'm a bit disappointed with the Rollins faction, says Jamie. I just find them a little underwhelming. I'm not getting the chemistry between Rollins and Heyman, and I think that Rollins needs a change. Well, I think it's a work in progress, honestly. I mean, I think we've seen glimpses as to how it could work. I think Seth calling the plays, Heyman saying that, oh my God, that's brilliant. He was a wise man for Roman, but he doesn't need to be a wise man for Seth. And actually, I think what you could do is you could show that Seth is really switched on. Roman needed a wise man. Seth does not. Seth has got the knowledge already. And I think actually you could use Heyman to kind of reinforce that. But then, of course, you have the situation of, well, what does Heyman do then? He can't just walk around telling Seth is brilliant and, oh my God, that's such a good plan. He's got to do a bit more than that. And what I would say is Seth, Seth could sort of leave Braun and Bronson to Heyman. So Heyman is there to tell Seth is brilliant and his plans are brilliant and react to like genius. That is genius. And he can do that for Seth and then actually be there to, put over Braun Bronson. And, I think there's something you could do with Heyman there that's different to, being the wise man and acknowledging. He doesn't need to acknowledge. He's not putting the finger up or, the praying hands or anything, but he could turn around and say that's brilliant to Seth's plans, And when things come together, be like, this guy, you know, was it ever in doubt? And show that Seth doesn't need a wise man. And then just really be there for Braun and Bronson, yeah. But I agree, that dynamic needs fleshing. I need to see Braun and Bronson talking. I need to see them backstage chatting and talking about what they are trying to achieve. I mean, maybe they set their sights on tag titles. And they could then have that as an objective. I mean, it depends where we get with King of the Ring and if Braun goes through and, you know, they need to be there for Seth. This is why I'm saying at this early stage, teasing Braun Seth, it strikes me as ludicrous, stupid. Like, at this point, you just would not do that or should not do that. At this point, it should be unity, growth, building for the future, exploring the relationships. You know, how does Braun feel about Seth? He should think he's the bee's knees. You should worship him, really. You should be like, I want to be just like you, you know? You're my inspiration type stuff. But how does he feel about Bronson? How do they feel about Heyman? Maybe Bronson doesn't trust Heyman. Perhaps Bronson's a bit like, let's not do that. When Heyman says something, Braun could think it's brilliant. Bronson could be like, no, let's not do that. Heyman could be like, excuse me, do you know who I am? And like, we can dig into that. And then that starts fleshing out the characters. And that is how we got the success we got with Bloodline. Because we knew how Jay felt about Jimmy and how he felt about Roman and how Roman felt about Sami and how Sami felt about Jimmy and we had all these backstage chats and Heyman having a little word with people and you've got to win this match. You can't let your tribal chief down and, you know, put that pressure on Bronson. What if Heyman puts Bronson in a tricky position as a little bit of punishment for not listening to him? And Bronson complains to Seth, and Seth's like, listen, you got to listen to the wise man. Yeah? We know what he did, and Bronson's not happy about it. And go, do you know what I mean? Like, flesh it out. Flesh it out. Which I'm sure they will do, because it's still early, but we're just not there yet. And this is why that's, for me, what we need to do more so than let's turn Seth on. You know, let's not turn Seth on Braun and tease any drama there. Let's flesh it out. Who knows? Maybe we need to add another person as well. Maybe Sami does come in. Brony said it's hard to imagine the shows would be worse with Ronda on them. Jeremy said, do we think Seth will cash in tonight or will he wait until SummerSlam? No, I think he'll try. I don't think he'll particularly wait. I think he'll try. Whether he succeeds is another thing. I mean, it could be foiled by Punk, Sami. I mean, I think that they are going to try and stop him from successfully cashing in. But it might not be that he cashes in and then they stop him. It might be that he tries and they prevent it, you know? So it's one of those where I think Jay gets past Gunther. Seth comes down, tries to cash in, and then he's stopped by Punk. He doesn't lose the briefcase, but Jay leaves as champion. As I said, odds-wise, I've got Jay leaving as champion tonight. That's the most likely. That's number one, yeah? Then I've got Seth cashing in, and the least likely is Gunther gets the belt back and keeps it. I mean, Gunther has got to get past Jay, which he couldn't do at WrestleMania. He's got to get past Jay and then worry about Seth cashing in on him. So, yeah, it's a lot in it. That's a lot for him to have to try and deal with. So I've got to think that Gunther leaving as champion is least likely. Okay, 18 minutes. Oh, my God. We will have been speaking for 3 hours by the time this show starts, which is not a surprise, really, because we do that quite comfortably. But we are Fridays on Netflix. Do you know, I've never seen that film. I've never seen Friday. I need to watch that. It's one of those films that I think, you know, whether it appeals or doesn't appeal, whether you think it's your kind of humour or not, probably worth watching so that you can at least say you've seen it and know about it. So, yeah, that's on my homepage at the moment, being recommended to me. There's a few good things on there, actually. The old Evolution is on there. The Evolution from like 2018, whatever, that's on there. That's being recommended at the moment. Understandably so. Right, 3 hours is nothing compared to the Saturday stream, said V85. Well, that's true, isn't it? I mean, but you guys always make this so easy. I mean, again, I have to say a big thank you, because I have done streams when I first started doing streams where we had a community, of course, because the channel was already of a good size. So, I'm very fortunate in that we've never had streams that have been no one around at all. We've always had people around, but I remember doing NXT UK streams, which, our community was not as big. Our live community was not as big as it is now. And so not only was it not as big as it is now, but it's a bit like us doing Evolve, right? It's a bit like us doing Evolve, but, going back to like 2018, going back like 7 years ago, imagine doing Evolve streams 7 years ago on the channel. I mean, like, there just wasn't as many people around. There was times where the chat would be like moving quite slow, and that is really challenging for any smaller content creators out there that do streaming. The chat is less active. Honestly, it's one of the hardest things. I got nothing but respect for those people. Nothing but respect, because to put like out interesting conversational content, I mean, hopefully the stuff we talk about, I don't expect people to agree with me on, right? I don't expect people to sit there and be like, yes, everything he's saying is perfect, I agree with it all. Don't expect that. But what I hope is that there's bits in there that are thought-provoking, that are like, okay, yeah, I didn't think about it from that perspective. I don't agree with it, but I can see where we're coming from. Or, no, I wouldn't do that, but we could do this, And so, like, maybe some other ideas come out of the ideas that we talk about, right? So we have fun when the show starts because we're reacting, we're bouncing off it. But before the show starts, we're more talking theory and reacting and whatever, right, to things that have happened, weekend and whatever. Bits of news that's floating around. What if this happens? What if that happens? That's what we tend to do before. And yeah, with people being around, like, obviously that massively makes a big difference. If there wasn't as many people around and it was slower, I've been there. It's really challenging. Because you don't really have anything to bounce off. You don't really have any thoughts to kind of chew over. You have to kind of create your own thoughts. What if we do this? And, a lot of the stuff that we talk about, I don't know that we would talk about it if I was just sat here on my own. It's like normally someone will say something, what if this happens? And you go, well, you could, but that's the issue. But that's a good thing about it. What about this instead? And so you can bounce off it. So, yeah, no, I really appreciate it. People joining us, streaming for like 10 hours. Obviously, we had the shows to react to, but you do need that. You do need the community to kind of like bounce off, Daze, do we think that R-Truth is going to be around for Raw tonight, said Evil Ruins. Word on the street is, I've not seen, but people are telling me that he has got a segment and that he is actually going to be doing a promo tonight. So we should be getting some R-Truth, yes. Here's the truth, says AB. Jay is most certainly not 100% after last Saturday, and he has got to worry about not only Gunther, but worst of all, Mr. Money in the Bank, says AB. Netforce said maybe Sami could join Seth. Yes. And when is Kevin coming back next year? He could join. Well, I mean, we've heard from Kevin. We've covered it in Unseen. And again, a big thank you for the support with Unseen. I know that it can go up a bit late, but honestly, like, the amount of people that have been tagging me and stuff, I think WrestleMania was a big time for Unseen, where I think it was reaching people that it hadn't reached before. And so now, if ever there's a bit of news, I tend to get tagged in it, like, say, 10, 20 times. So if you think, like, every big story that happens, I probably get tagged in it numerous times. It is making it quite hard to get through my notifications, because it is kind of like getting through I get tagged in a lot of conversations. I get tagged in a lot of like just random questions. I get tagged in like if a bit of news happens, I could get tagged in it multiple times. So what I'm finding is that I think actually last year and earlier this year, I wasn't getting tagged in quite as much. I think WrestleMania was actually a really successful period for Unseen. And so now there's more people kind of sending thoughts and questions and tagging me in bits. And I mean, that's great, but it does, the downside of it is it does now take longer to kind of get through things. And so before I could get the video up earlier than I can do it now, I need really to think about a new approach, to be honest with you, because I don't think that this is going to work long term. Because I think they're going up a bit too late. But people are, I think, getting into a bit of a habit of watching it like as part of their morning routine. I have a lot of people saying there's nothing better than breakfast and Unseen, or coffee and Unseen, or perfect way to start the day type stuff. So I think people are into a bit of a habit of just watching it in the morning, which is probably a good habit to have, because I can certainly make sure it's out by the morning. But I like to try and get it out before people go to bed. In my mind, I always think 5 a.m. UK time is midnight Eastern time. And as a result, I'm always trying to get it done and out before 5. Because I sort of feel like midnight is when people, I think, probably go to bed or go to bed a bit before. But you know what it's like. You're in bed, you're on your phone, you're looking at stuff. I could see people like going to bed at that time, and then like if Unseen drops, people might watch it. Once we start getting past that, I think it's too late. And to be honest, though, I mean, Raw tonight will finish at about 3:30. It'll finish at 3:30 in the morning, UK time. I will have an hour and a half. And within that time, it has to be recorded and uploaded. I mean, it's hard. Because what I was doing earlier in the year was I was sitting here and I was actually keeping on top of my Twitter account whilst talking to you. But it is such a distraction. I feel like it really takes me away from the stream, and that doesn't really feel right. But then equally, it means that I have to catch up with all that afterwards, and that means Unseen is later. So it's just hard at the moment. It's really difficult. So yeah, the fact that I'm putting them out and they're getting the kind of views and love that they're getting is, again, just really appreciated, because I'm certainly not making it easy. You know, I'm certainly not getting them out at the time I would like to get them out. So the fact that people are still showing them the love they're showing them is appreciated. So I'll just keep trying to make them as good as I can, and you know, when they go out, they go out. But yeah, I'd like to try and get them out earlier. Aki said, I usually try and stay up as long as possible until it drops, says Aki. Well, don't do that, Aki. I don't want you doing that, because I don't want you... I don't know when they drop, honestly. I don't know when it really depends on how busy it has been. If it's a quiet news day, of course, it's a lot easier to get them out. But like today, for example, there's going to be all the Raw stuff. There's going to be all the stuff. I mean, we started 3 hours before Raw. I have not touched Twitter for those 3 hours, apart from the things you've seen me do. So anything else that's come through in those 3 hours, I ain't dealt with. So like, I've got to go back through those 3 hours. I think I was a couple of hours behind anyway, so 5 hours I've got to catch up with, and then anything that happened on Raw. So, you know, I wouldn't want people waiting up for them. Just catch them when you catch them, you know. Right. I saw... Oh, God, I'm so behind on the super chats. Right. 9.Holiday said, who cares about Nikki? Bring back Dakota Kai. Do you know, we are seeing that, actually. We are seeing some people with, like, some campaigns trying to get... different things like Dakota back and bring back... Someone was trying to bring back exciting sets. So, you know, like the staging, how it's just like an entranceway. Some people want, like, you know, for Backlash, like the swinging spikes, the ribs, and like, you know, SmackDown with the fist and whatever. So because the R-Truth movement worked, there are people now trying to get other things. This is Triple H's nightmare. This is why I believe Triple H did not say at that press conference, you did it, guys. The fans did it. You made your voices heard and we listened. Because if he says that, what do you think the fans are going to do? It's going to be bring back Carlito, bring back Dakota Kai, bring back Shayna Baszler, bring back flipping ice cream bars, bring back exciting sets, bring back Taboo Tuesday, bring back flipping Linda McMahon. I don't know. It's just going to be non-stop campaigns. It's just going to be, them hijacking the comment section to try and get things that they want, which you can understand. You can understand. If you empower the fans and make them feel like their voices can be heard, they are going to use their voice. And I think WWE are a bit worried that that's going to cause massive disruption. You want to empower your fan base and make them feel listened to, but not to the level where it disrupts the show or disrupts, your comments section where, if everyone gets behind something like bring back Dakota, it could be in all the comments. It could be absolutely everywhere. And WWE, I think, really want to try and avoid that because they don't really want the fans kind of doing that on a regular basis, Once in a while's okay. The We Want Cody thing, great. The R-Truth thing, okay. But on a regular basis, I think that's Triple H's worst nightmare. So this is why I think at the press conference he didn't say that and he didn't go down that road. Instead, he gave a bit of a nothing answer, and he's now got a bit of a backlash for that, to be honest. So I bet the guy just wanted to get out of there. I wonder what it's like with him and R-Truth. They must have had a clear the air meeting, mustn't they? Because I really think, look, Nick Khan is not going to cut wrestlers without speaking to Triple H because he doesn't know who to keep and who to get rid of. He doesn't know what plans Triple H has got. Nick Khan will have spoken to TKO. They would have said your wage bill's at 50 million, whatever. Can you get it down to 45 or whatever, right? And or you're going to bring up all these people. Can you keep it at the 50 that it's at? You can bring up Stephanie, Julia, Roxanne, Trick's coming, Ober's coming, whatever. But we need that budget kept in line, yeah? And so Nick will have gone to Triple H and said, right, you can call all these people up, but you've got to get that wage down. Who do you want to cut? And honestly, I don't think it was personal. I just think that they looked at R-Truth and they went, he's on $2 million a year. That would, if we cut him and Carlito, that does it. And honestly, I'm probably done pretty much everything I can do with R-Truth. I don't think there's much more I can do. We could maybe try and keep him around because, the fans love him, we love him. See if he'll take a smaller contract, but that might be where I make my saving. I certainly don't think it was anything personal or anything along those lines. I think it was just something like that. But no doubt whatsoever Triple H would have been involved in that conversation. I don't believe Nick Khan would have cut it without speaking to him. So, yeah, I wonder how awkward it is now. There would be a clearing of the air. I mean, if I was Triple H, I'd sit R-Truth down and I'd say that to him. I'd be like, we're calling these people up. We're under pressure to stay within budget. Calling up Stephanie, Julia, Roxanne. It's obviously, added a lot to our budget. And Truth, it was nothing personal, honestly. Truth might not see it that way, might not, there might be a little bit of an issue there, whatever, but I don't think there'd be a long-term issue. I think with a new deal signed and with Triple H now booking R-Truth and this final run, I think hopefully they're both just focused on that, so I don't think there'd be any issue. I don't think there'll be a problem, but I bet there's been some awkwardness. I bet there's been some more. You can't fire someone or not extend their contract when they've been with you for so long. Have the fans demand that you change your minds. So you do, you reach out, you get a new deal sorted, and then they come back. I mean, can you imagine the first time they meet backstage? Hunter, Ron, welcome back. Thank you, Hunter. Yeah, I bet it was a little bit. Ooh. Nine Doc Holiday said there's a rumored SummerSlam main event. It's going to be Nine Doc and Peanut Butter versus Diddy and Baby Oil for the Bad Boy Stroke Weight Championship. Meltzer, hold on to your trousers. Well, that's got 5 stars written all over it, mate. That's got 5 stars written all over it. That's the kind of innovative matchmaking that we need to see. Right, where are we? 2 minutes to go. MLW Flash firing in 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate the support, my friends. MLW Flash, so some people benefiting from MLW's generosity. Joe said we've already got a king. King Yeti. That's true. The greatest king. Yeah. We'll have no King Yeti slander. Not that there ever is any. But zero tolerance when it comes to King Yeti, a.k.a. my sugar daddy. Yeah. So, King Yeti, if you are around, love you. Love you, Queen. Steve said, Daze, shout out to you. Do we see Jay winning? Seth could come in and cash in. Gunther could save Jay. And then we could do Gunther versus Breaker. Bronson and Seth at SummerSlam, then Gunther goes face. Steve, shout out to you, buds. I mean, what I would say is that's an option. I can't sit here and say that I can see that happening. I don't know that they want to turn Gunther face. Gunther could save Jay. We know that Gunther is not a big fan of cash-ins. He is someone that thinks you should do this the right way, respect, honor, all that stuff. So, I mean, there is a story there. There is a way of kind of going about it. And maybe you do put him on a collision course. So he'll be around. But I think the thing is that there's Goldberg, isn't there? A lot of people are thinking Goldberg's coming back for his last run, and that last run will be in a match against Gunther. So, don't know. That's obviously got to be factored in as well. So, what I would say is your idea is certainly not a bad idea. I'm interested in it. I'm intrigued by it. But I don't know that I can say that, yes, that's the direction we're going, you know. I think with these things, there's obviously lots of roads to go down. And that's certainly one. You could have a face Gunther. Maybe explore, see what that looks like. Certainly face Gunther standing up to a heel Braun. Standing up to like a heel Seth. I mean, it's got some legs to it. It's got some legs to it. Okay, have we got any commentary? I don't have any commentary. We are seeing a building. I don't even know where we are. Ah, there's the commentary. Is that a Miss Rachel t-shirt that she's wearing? Becky is wearing a Miss Rachel shirt. I'd imagine that's probably because of her kids. There's Nikki. Yes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lovely to see you. And there is the Ring General. Kev says Seth cashes in tonight. I think he's going to try, but will he succeed? Michelle said, you need a PA. Well, my dad's retired now. He might be my PA. I mean, not like an actual PA, but... There's Jay and his son. Are we going to see Jay's kid in the future as a WWE superstar? Right, we are just seeing a drone shot. Slim Jim is obviously slapped in the middle of the ring. Aaron, hello, said if we got ice cream bars in 2011, we would have been fine. Do you know what? If they bring ice cream bars back now, all might be forgiven. We might forgive everything to do with TKO. We might forgive all the extra sponsorship and the high ticket prices if they bring back ice cream bars. God only knows how much there would be in this economy, though. I don't even know if we had them in the UK. I think we've had something along those lines, but I don't know that we had those ones. I never had one because they were in boxes, weren't they? Weren't they boxed? Yeah, I think they tried to bring them back, didn't they? They did try to bring them back. Someone tried to bring them back. It wasn't Punk. Sure, it was someone else that tried to bring them back. Or maybe it was Punk right at the end of his time. Perhaps mentally I'm going back like 12 years or so. I don't... in my mind, it was like around 2015, 2016 kind of era. Someone tried to bring back the ice cream bars. Was it Kevin? That seems like the kind of thing Kevin Owens would try and do, isn't it? To try and bring back the ice cream bars. But, yeah, we're just looking back at Money in the Bank. Camden, shout out to you, my friends. Camden said, hi, Daze. Hi, Camden. I hope WWE books Seth's new group like they booked the Bloodline, and they can create drama that could lead to maybe a Braun turning on Seth in the future. Don't book them like Judgment Day 2.0. Yeah. I think, to be honest, Judgment Day is a group that is there to eat up a lot of TV time, honestly. I think they just eat a lot of TV time. They are a group that tease things. The trigger doesn't really get pulled. I hate you. I hate you, Solo. And there we go, look, planting him. To the outside, Seth getting the win, and people were not crazy about that. People were not crazy about that. Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see them more as a Bloodline rather than a Judgment Day. I don't think they will use them as a Judgment Day. I think it's too big. It's too important. It'll be like a Bloodline type. Let's get rid of this poll, shall we? I think it's taken up a little bit of space. Liam, hello, said Daze, how are you? I'm excited for this show tonight. Why do we think Nikki is on the show? She is on the show because of Evolution. That is why. We're building towards the all-women's PLE Evolution. Right, here we go. Cena. Wow. Let's go. Let's flipping go. The show has started. Monday Night Raw begins. And it begins with John Cena. We've got the crowns in the entranceway as well. John Cena in a purple shirt. John Cena in a purple shirt design. He's just running through every colour. Do you know what? At the end of the year, it'd be really cool if there was a collage of every Cena shirt from this year. I have not been keeping tabs. But if all the different Cena shirts, because we've had loads. Every time he appears, there's a different flipping shirt. Yes, we're not starting with a boring Seth promo, said Philip. Hannah said he's trying for all the colours. He really is. He really is. John is here. That's disappointing, actually. Everyone wants to know what a John Cena heel turn. Like, you turn Cena heel, what does he wear? What's his music like? What's the graphics like? And the truth is, his music's exactly the same. His shirts are exactly the same. The graphics are just black with his name in white. I mean, do you know what I mean? So we've done it so that we can see what it's like. And what it's like is pretty dull. I don't know about you, but I love John Cena, says a sign in the crowds. So, Cena in the ring. Let's see what he's going to say. He's obviously going to mention and talk about R-Truth. I wonder as to what he's going to say about R-Truth, though. I can hear "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks." No great surprise there. He points over at Alicia. He is the greatest of all time. It's another John Cena appearance done in it. I wonder if he's going to show us the amount of dates. Because they're going down. We had a Cena appearance on Friday. We had a Cena appearance on Saturday. We got a Cena appearance here. He only had 30 dates at the start of the year, 32 or whatever. There's 3 that we've just used up in the past few days. But you would expect that for Money in the Bank. Of course you would. I'm just saying, they're going down. They're going down, kids. Mackenzie said Cena is channeling his inner Skittles. He is. His inner Fruity Pebbles. Cena sucks. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. There's a thank you, Cena sign. A couple, actually. But there is also a Cena sucks sign. You teach me something every time you open your mouths. Truth is a lie is what you taught me at Money in the Bank. Ah. You saved a sideshow comedian whose greatest achievement is pretending to be me. And you thought you did something good. So he is hinting that the fans saved R-Truth. Loud, we want truth chants. Yeah. Yeah. Cena's like, yeah, sure. Do you think that accomplished anything? You're all spineless keyboard warriors. We want truth. We got truth. What's up? You don't have any real power to change anything. This is a John Cena promo, but it's coming straight from Triple H. Is it me or is the audio a bit off? There's like a bit of an echo. This is my farewell tour. I've got limited time. Here we go. Here's the dates. 30. It was 36. Where are we now? Yeah, we were down to... He only used 9 dates. We're getting below 20. 19 dates left. 19 dates left. The clock's counting down. Jessica says depressing. Don't send me the class clown. Send me competition. I quite like this promo. I know it's still berating the fans, but at least he's got a better reason for doing it. Before he was like blaming us for the spinner belt. Oh, baby! Oh, baby! CM Punk! Oh, my God! Give it to me! This is what I thought SummerSlam would be. I did wonder, actually, if it might even be Money in the Bank. Obviously, it didn't go that way. But, yeah, I did wonder if this would be... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's going to cook him on the microphone. Cena's good on the mic, but he ain't CM Punk. Oh. Wow, didn't this just become next level, eh? Cena in the ring. Cena in the ring. Cutting a promo and then leaving is one thing, but being interrupted by CM Punk is tasty, mate. Tasty. Look at that. Looking at John shaking his head. I thought he was about to walk out the ring there. Cena just started walking over as if he was about to exit the ring. I was like, no, I need this face to face. We're getting this face to face. Yes. Got Cody in the mix as well, though. I mean, he did pin Cena. I got a lot of things I want to get off my chest. You will listen to everything I have to say right here. And Cena's like, bring it. I'm ready to listen to what you've got to say. Yeah, he said it's ironic, innit? You saying you're going to ruin wrestling, and I'm the one that's here to try and save it for the establishment. I'm not defending. Good. I'm not standing for TKO. Good. Let's go. This is like an alternative reality said. That's what she said. They picked me in 2011. You have faced the best. Cody's the best we've got. I'm not here to kiss my final boss's ass. That's a good line. These people are my boss. Cena holds up the championship and shakes his head. If they want the truth, they're going to get Ron Killings. Ron Killings, name check. It's time that CM Punk teaches John Cena he's just a spoke on the wheel. He wants the belt. He wants the championship. Of course he does. Last thing I heard at Elimination Chamber was you saying I'm sorry. You knew that. That's good, isn't it? You knew then and you know now that what you're doing is not right. That's good, isn't it? That's good. You know this is wrong, John. That has prompted you sold out chance. When I take that belt from you, you are going to be crisscrossing this country apologizing. That title has corrupted you. Oh. Wow, that's great as well. I'm afraid of the man I become if I have that belt. I have to be a monster to stop the monster. Wow, great. Love it. Some stuff in here I really like. That belt is power and control. That belongs to the people. The title can corrupt people, like the Lord of the Rings said. That's what she said. Exactly the same. I think we've got Let's Go Cena, CM Punk chants. No, Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks again. I heard CM Punk in there. God, they would love it if this crowd was just all behind CM Punk. But there's just people that cannot, they cannot, can they? Still love you, John. It's all right that you abuse me. So CM Punk wants to have a shot at the title. And he says, if you're a man, and he said something about Red Sox Yankees, which doesn't mean anything to me. He says, you'll give me that shot tonight, basically. Obviously, the crowd want it. Cena's going to say no. But what is this? Is this going to be Night of Champions? John Cena, CM Punk, one final match. Best in the world. It's a mate. It's flipping. Yeah. Just not here. But when, John? Saudi Arabia. Night of Champions. The ball's in your court, hero. That's really interesting, isn't it? That's really interesting. I feel like they're really teasing that CM... They're teasing... That's actually really clever. That's actually really clever. Because CM Punk has been quite critical of people going to Saudi Arabia. So to actually sort of use it in a story... Cena's like, you want a title shot? Saudi Arabia. What do you say? I mean, that should be a no-brainer, shouldn't it? But because of it being in Saudi and because of CM Punk being critical of Saudi in the past, he had to go at The Miz, didn't he? Or something like this, like, just go to Saudi, get your blood money or whatever. And all of a sudden now, it's not as straightforward a yes, but it'll still be a yes. But they're kind of cheekily answering, how do you get CM Punk on a Saudi card without him losing face? Have John Cena offer him a title match, but it has to be in Saudi. It's kind of good. It's clever. Oh, right, Daze, that Red Sox New York Yankees line is a callback for the 2011 feuds. Yeah, but what is it about the Red Sox and Yankees that I need to know? I mean, the Yankees, oh God, if my memory serves me right, are they the benchmark, the establishment? Are the Red Sox like the outsiders? What's the connection? It's a shame that Punk won't be taking it, said Excellence of Execution. That was awesome, said Humble Rumble. It's just a New York-Boston thing, said Alex. Yes, said James. The Sox beat the Yankees last night. Cena is from Boston. No, I think there's something more to it, honestly. I think it's more to do with the New York Yankees being the franchise. And the Boston Red Sox maybe being a bit more of the kind of plucky, take a chance underdog type thing. I'm sure it's something like that. Here's Chad's and American Maids. It's a super historic rivalry in baseball, said Arborus. The Red Sox and Yankees have had a rivalry in baseball since the beginning of the franchise. The Yankees and the Red Sox hate each other. It's baseball rivalry, yeah, but that I don't. It's hard for me to have this conversation because I don't know enough about baseball, right? But I don't think he's talking about the rivalry. He didn't say to him, I'm the Yankees, you're the Red Sox. He said, stop being like the Yankees and be more like the Red Sox. The Yankees represent something and the Red Sox represent something. They've got a rivalry, I understand, but I feel it's more to do with the Yankees being like Real Madrid. Like they are the team, the standard bearers, the franchise, like, you know. Stop being it was kind of like he was saying, stop being like the corporate guy. Stop being the franchise guy. Be more like the Red Sox. That's how I interpreted it. I know that this is something that was used back in their feud, but honestly, I can't remember how it was applied back then. And because I don't watch baseball, I mean, I just don't know enough about them. So I don't think I don't think the rivalry is the important thing. I think it's more to do with what they represent. So, but I'm not the right person for this conversation. Mackenzie said they showed Asuka for Queen of the Ring. Good. Welcome back, Asuka. It's been a long time, actually. I don't think we've seen her in about 12 months. That might be the little surprise that they were talking about. They said there would be a little surprise this week. If they've shown it on a graphic, that's disappointing. Why didn't you just bring her out? That probably says to me she's not going to win them, to be honest. If she's just flashing up on a graphic, that's a bit disappointing, isn't it? Okay, we are at, I think, commercial break, and we've got Chad Gable in the ring just cutting a bit of a promo at the moment. Are we on top of Super Chats and everything? Let's see. Yes, we are. Good. Okay. I'm confused. How are tournament matches going to work? Fatal 4-way. Did 2 qualify? Nah. I believe you do like a Fatal 4-way on Raw and a Fatal 4-way on SmackDown, and then the 2 winners go up against each other, and you do that twice. So that sorts out one semi-final. Then next week we sort out the other semi-final, and then you get your final. Cynthia's not going to be in the chat for a little bit. She is going on a canoe trip. Oh, lovely. Hope she has fun. Right, AJ Styles against Chad Gable. That is going to be our first match after what was a very, very interesting open. Really enjoyed seeing Cena and CM Punk. The only downside is I agree, I don't see the title change in Saudi. I feel in a way it's not wasted, but I would much rather that be SummerSlam where there's a feeling that we could actually get a new champion. I think it feels like CM Punk's going to get cheated. Cena's going to leave as champion. And yeah, I agree with what people were saying. Maybe then we do Cody Cena rematch at SummerSlam. 9.Holiday said the Yankees purchase players to win championships, but the Red Sox bring up young guys and they train them the right way. Cena's going to get cheered in Saudi, says 9.Holiday. Yeah, it feels... I could be completely off on this because, again, we're talking about something that is very out of my comfort zone. I don't watch baseball. But just the way that he worded it, it didn't feel like I'm the Red Sox, you're the Yankees, let's get it on. It wasn't based on the rivalry. It was more stop being like them and be more like them. So stop doing it that way, do it this way instead. So I wonder if it is something more like that. Stop trying to cheat your way to success. Stop trying to take shortcuts or something. Do it the right way. I don't know. This is where I'm a bit lost, and to be honest, also I don't care. So it was a nothing line that I didn't pay much attention to anyway. So the success of that segment does not rest on that line. It was a very good segment. Very good. Wrestling Russ said, I've got a bad feeling the Seth faction is going to take us all the way to WrestleMania. Couldn't be any worse than that, says Wrestling Russ. Trini said, I don't know. Remember, Bray won in Saudi. A title change is possible. Oh, yeah, it's not impossible because of it being in Saudi. I just don't think that... they would do it at this time. I mean, this is a slightly different story with Cena talking about ruining wrestling, and it's hard to see Cena not going into SummerSlam as champion or being around that championship picture. I mean, maybe Punk wins, you do the rematch at SummerSlam, but that doesn't feel of the options on the table like that's the most likely way forward. I think it's probably most likely that whoever Cena faced at Night of Champions, he beat and went into SummerSlam as champion. So I'd rather actually it be a match that we sort of know is going to win, but should be a good match. You know, like him and AJ. You know, Cena versus AJ in Saudi. All right, we know Cena's going to win, but it should be a banging match. And then do the Punk match at SummerSlam, where actually I'd feel a little bit more like it's a 2-day weekend event. CM Punk is perfectly acceptable to put a title on. I mean, AJ would have been perfectly acceptable to put a title on, but they ain't going to do it, are they? They ain't going to put the WWE title on AJ right now. So I think like someone like AJ would have been quite good. But listen, we're getting Cena versus CM Punk. I'm not going to flipping moan about it. I ain't going to cry about it. I'm going to be excited for it. That's the match I was hoping to see. We knew we were going to get it at some point. AJ on the outside of the ring. Gable takes his legs away from underneath him. He grabs him and throws him and feels like a commercial spot, doesn't it? And I think that's exactly where we're going. Edward said, do we think that Punk is going to get the title at Night of Champions? Personally, no. Or do we think Cena wins? I don't think Cena loses till near the end of the year. SummerSlam Cody, I don't think he'll lose it. It could be a cash-in. Yeah, I mean, look, he's talking about ruining wrestling and leaving with the belt. It's hard to see him dropping the belt in whenever Night of Champions is, end of this month, early next month. It's hard to see that happen. So I can't say that I'm expecting the title change, but what Trini said is true. We've seen title changes in Saudi. It's not so much to do with it being in Saudi. It's just more the timing. SummerSlam is huge this year. 2 days. First 2-day SummerSlam inside a big stadium. It's going to be a massive deal. So it's going to be like WrestleMania-esque. So got to think that Cena goes into that as champ. So no, I don't. I'm not expecting it. There'll be some screwy finish. Punk will get screwed. And then I think a Cody match at SummerSlam, yeah. Angela said, thank you for the content. I'm really happy I found you. I'm such a big fan of Taylor Rotunda, and I'm excited to see everything he'll do next. Angela, hello. Shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts. And, absolutely wishing nothing but the best for Bo and Wyatt 6. And, yeah, obviously great to see them back, see what they get up to. We were chatting about them earlier. Chatting about them going after the tag titles and what that might look like. And, yeah. It's hard to know what they're going to do, honestly. There's so many different directions they can go. I don't think Howdy will be involved in the tag title match. I think it'll be like Rowan and Gacy or Rowan and Dexter or maybe even Dexter and Gacy. To be honest, they could freebird it and play it between those three and even include Howdy if needed. But I sort of feel like if they're going after championships, Howdy should probably set his sights on a singles championship, you know? Problem is, it ain't going to be no world title, is it? So, I mean, I don't know if he could maybe set his sights on like a mid-card belt, but I don't know if the time is quite right at the moment. Not with Jacob being champion. I mean, Jacob Howdy does not feel like a match that we should be booking. But then equally, I don't know, is the four... I mean, you've got what? Gacy, Dexter, Howdy, and Rowan. Like, those four guys cycling through the tag belts. Well, you can do it. It's a short-term thing, isn't it? It's fine. I just don't think Howdy should be really involved in that too much. He could defend it on the odd occasion, but really it's more for Gacy and Dexter and Rowan. Those three should be the three we really use. And just free bird it. Okay, we are back. Raquel and Liv are starting to part ways, I believe. That'll be interesting, says Jessica. Karina said, the best Money in the Bank custom-made briefcase. Would it be the boombox or the lunchbox? The WrestleMania briefcase or one of the colourful ones. Which one do you like? Said Karina. Damien Sandow's was pretty fun. That was like a leather-bound one. That was fun. The pink one for Tiffany was fun as well. Obviously, I wasn't in love with it. It's not one that I'd be like racing to get a replica of. I don't think I'd be racing to get a replica of any of them. My favourite is probably the white women's. I think it's the classiest. The green one I'm not crazy about. Yeah, I don't know. They're fine. They're just different colours. They're like Cena shirts, really. You know? The Cena shirts are fine, and they just come in different colours. Like the Money in the Bank briefcase is fine. It just tends to come in different colours. So, be it the pink one, be it the purple one, be it the green one or the white one or whatever. So, yeah, I think the leather one was probably the most different. And, the boombox one was good. I don't believe the lunchbox one was one, actually. I think the lunchbox one was one that he carried, but I don't think he could actually cash it in. I don't think that was the actual briefcase. I think it was just a way of selling the lunchboxes, to be honest. He's going for a Styles Clash on Chad, but Julius grabs Chad, pulls him out the ring. Over to the outside goes AJ. Big boot, big knee, actually. Down goes Julius. Big shot there. Down goes Brutus. So Brutus goes down. Julius goes down. I don't really know why I'm watching this match. Well, I am. I'm watching it because it's on Raw, but, I don't know. Is there not... I don't know. What's this for? Bang. Down he goes. Looking for a ankle lock is in. Ankle lock applied. AJ trying to get over to the ropes. This could have been a King of the Ring tournament, couldn't it? But, trying to roll through, trying to kick out Chad, kicking him in the head. And again, Chad goes over again, keeping that ankle lock applied. Dude in the front row is on his feet. A couple of them, actually. 3 of them, 4 of them. Everyone else is sat down. There's just a few people that are on their feet watching as this ankle lock's applied. Chad goes against the ropes. Calf crusher coming in, roll through into the calf crush. No, couldn't get it. Styles clash. Styles clash. Styles clash. Not a great Styles clash, but 1, 2, 3. Got enough of it. Got enough of it. Uncle Howdy against Jacob just doesn't sound right. It says, no, it doesn't. Jacob ain't going to be intimidated by Howdy. And Howdy ain't going to put over how scary Jacob is. Like, it's just weird, isn't it? In that match, I would expect Jacob to smash Howdy, honestly. I don't think we've built Howdy up to be any kind of force, really. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen Howdy as like this big problem yet. We've still got to build that. And you build that by giving him wins and momentum, and we just haven't done that yet. So yeah, there's some matches that you think of and you're like, oh yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. You know, I was talking earlier about maybe a face Gunther against like a heel Bron Breakker, or, you know, a face Gunther against a heel Seth, and you kind of can see stuff like that. But then you go like Jacob Howdy and you're like, oh, okay, here's Liv and Roxanne. Save your breath. I think we're on the same page. We should work together. How about you just stay out my way? Okay, so Liv's going out there, and there's a little bit of issue between her and Roxanne. No Raquel around. Do we know where Raquel is? It's fatal 4-way time, kids. It's fatal 4-way time. James said, Daze, check out the Triple H tweets. Is he... Is he showing off like some new wardrobe or something? In my mind, I'm going to click on it and he's there checking out a new fit like this with his with a code in the chat so that you can save 10% if you use hashtag Triple H. Hashtag Triple H's Bay. It might not be that, to be honest. All time great, good. Okay, so Chad against AJ. What is Triple H saying? Look at his face. You wanted it. Look at Truth's face, said Logan. Yeah. Well, yeah, because the person that tried to fire him, is like, can we just do a quick picture? Would you mind if I do like a quick pointy picture? If you want. Awkward. Sorry about the whole firing you thing. To be honest, part of his R-Truth's face or Ron Killing's face is it might be just trying to get across that he's not doing the comedy stuff, you know? If you was to do like R-Truth and Triple H a few weeks back doing a picture, I'm sure it would not have looked like this, you know? But now that we are where we are, like, for a brief moment, if it is awkward, I'm sure you can park it for a picture, right? So I think actually this is probably more him trying to get across that this is a different R-Truth now. This is Ron Killings. But yeah, look at that, bro is not happy. I'll tell you what, there's a bit of sweat on the brow, isn't there? We're glistening a little bit here, aren't we? We're a little bit red. There's a little bit of sweat around. Oof. Nah, I'm sure they're all right. It's a fun picture, though. Ian, shout out to you, buds. Right, here's Kyrie. And I told Asuka's in this. We want Asuka. Kyrie making her way down. So women. It's going to be Roxanne. It's going to be Liv. It's going to be Kyrie. She's giving out the chocolate coins. Oh, I think they're chocolate. I don't know. Flipping SummerSlam at MetLife Stadium. This thing's going to be monstrous. It's WrestleMania, isn't it? I mean, MetLife Stadium. Have you seen the size of this thing? Look at the flipping size of it. Truth probably smacked Triple H in the face with the belt after that photo, said Steve. Okay, they're just talking about Roxanne and Ross, shout out to you. If she is in this, which I'm told she is, I didn't see the graphic. I'm very interested to see her presentation. I'm guessing it's going to be exactly the same. Oh, is she not in this? Rhea's in this. What's Asuka in then? Kyrie is upset, says, with the upset. Have you seen the size of this thing? What thing? Oh, what, the stadium? Asuka's in the other one. Oh, I thought she was about to come walking out. Mommy's always on top. Here's Rhea. This will be a good match, won't it? I mean, I think we can be in agreement. Kyrie ain't winning. Rhea sucks marbles. The men's Raw bracket is Sheamus, Rusev, Reed, and a mystery person. Oh. Cringeoff said, hello there, handsome days. Just wanted to say this is going to be my last stream for a while because I'm going to Missouri for 2 months with family. I love you all. I will miss you all. You have been amazing. Oh, Cringeoff, thank you. I'm sorry to hear that you won't be around for a little bit, but hopefully you can pop back when you're back around again. So, Cringe Wolf, shout out to you. That's a shame. Some sad news. We're losing a community member, but hopefully only temporarily. Have fun, though. Enjoy. Where you going? Missouri? Oh, I don't know anything about Missouri. Let me find a Missouri fact for you. Missouri fact. Missouri. Learn about Missouri. Check out these Missouri facts. Missouri is home to 6,100 known caves. Have fun. Roxanne being driven back into the corner. Right now, Roxanne going up. Oh, elbow to the back there. Do you know what? Almost 50 minutes into this show. There's Kyrie. Liv comes in. Oh, my God. Drop kicked her right in the boob. That was a high drop kick. She drop kicked her right in the boob. Going over up top. Roxanne grabs Kyrie. She gets taken over along with Liv. Kyrie drop kick. Down goes Liv and Roxanne. They go to the outside. Kyrie trying to kip up. She didn't quite get it, but it was enough. Oh, wrong side, you boomer. Oh, God, she just did it to the wrong side. Yeah, we can get with. I can get with this again. I think she used to do it down in NXT. It's kind of more that, it's that kind of pirate thing in it. You know the pirates. They used to love to pillage, and then they'd be like, that. Right now, she is, look at that. Oh, yeah, it's good power. Picking her up, no joy. Wasn't worth it, was it really? All that work that Rhea just did wasn't worth it. Net breaker there by Kyrie. But she did it the wrong sides. That would have looked better on the hard cam side. Papa John's is a sponsor, guys. Papa John's. Right now, I could go for some pizza, actually. Joe said Missouri had one of the strongest tornadoes ever recorded in the town of Joplin. Ah, there we go, look. Oh, Roxanne goes to... Liv collides into Rhea. Kyrie collides into Rhea. Big knee there by Liv. It's just going to be a bonkers match, this, isn't it? Oh. Well, these two certainly have crossed paths, haven't they? So, Rhea and Liv, but Roxanne gets in the way. Liv comes over, trying for double knees, but Rhea, boom, big kick. She's looking for a riptide. Riptide! Chop block by Roxanne. Chop block by Roxanne. Roxanne taking the legs away from underneath Rhea. Going against the ropes. Picked up by Rhea around the houses. No joy. Liv there. Bang. Oh, that was good, actually. That was really good. Liv, she's got a bit of a mark on her nose. Right now, we've got Kyrie up. What? Just move out the way, girls. Okay, they managed to catch her, though. That was good. I'm glad that move didn't come off for Kyrie, because it would have looked a bit silly. They are doing some good teamwork. Kyrie is thrown to the outside, lands onto Rhea. So Rhea goes down, Kyrie on top. There is a shot of the lady crown. The lady crown as Kyrie's down, Rhea is down. And you've got to say that Roxanne and Liv are working quite well together. They're not fighting it. Oh, my God. Liv gets out the ring, starts throwing in some kicks. She just kicked Rhea in the buttocks. Shots coming down. Kyrie needs a new finisher, says Nico. Yeah, I was really pleased that that didn't work. Liv and Roxanne were just standing there for a beat too long, really. So when Kyrie jumped, they caught her. Oh, Kyrie going into that barricades. Yeah, I think Liv just checked if that lad was okay, because Kyrie got thrown and there was a lad that was in that front row. Kyrie was like really close to hitting him. She might even have made a little contact. Rhea, face first. Here we go. Bang! Big chop coming in on the chest. Rhea over and again. Right now, Roxanne and Liv. Oh! That's a lovely kick that is from Liv, you know. Little bit of sting on that. She was like, threw in a chop, and then it looked like she walked away. She just went, boom! Big kick to the midsection. Rhea gets back in the ring. And Roxanne is just wailing away at the moment. Smile on her face. Well, I'll tell you what, this has been quite fun, actually. And actually, Liv and Roxanne are working well together. Ian said, I'm legit worried that Carrion is going to remain unused. Well, they need to start doing something with him. I don't expect him to win King of the Ring, of course. I mean, to go from zero, like not even being on TV much, to winning King of the Ring is a hell of a jump. But you know, to not even be put into one of the qualifiers is obviously going to be a concern. You got to do something with him. The only thing I'd say is he is doing something with Sami. You know, I expect to see him and Sami cross paths backstage again, but do need to start doing something more with him, obviously. Trenton has sent the graphic in. So, Flair, Bliss, Green, Candice, Asuka, Stephanie, Raquel, and Ivy. Such a disappointing way of bringing Asuka back, just putting her in a graphic. It's really disappointing, that. Thrown over. Oh. Thrown over. Rhea, boom, into the ring posts. I don't even think we're back yet, are we? Kyrie throws Roxanne to the outsides. Big chop coming in. Let's have a look at these things so that we're all on the same page. So, Rhea, Kyrie, Liv, Perez, we're watching that now. Jade, Michin, Piper, Nia. It's got to be Jade, isn't it? And then Flair, Alexa, Green, Candice. Probably Flair. Asuka, Stephanie, Rodriguez, Ivy. I think it'll be Flair, Stephanie. And I think it will be Jade. Could be Jade, Liv. Liv could get this. You could do Jade, Rhea. Yeah, I'll go Liv, Jade. Double knees there by Liv. Certainly with Roxanne helping her as well. 1, 2, and Kyrie makes the save. In regards to the guys, we got Sami, Penta, Bron Breakker, and Ray. Probably Bron goes through. Orton, LA Knight, Alistair, Carmelo. Hard to not go Orton with that, isn't it? Bron Breakker, Orton. Could see that. Cody's in it. Wow. Cody, Priest, Andrade, Nakamura, Cody. Sheamus, Rusev, Reed, and a mystery person. Well, the mystery person's interesting, isn't it? The mystery person's interesting. I'm thinking Cody might win the whole thing. Cody wins the whole thing and then fights for the championship. Don't know. Interesting. There'll obviously be plenty of videos on this. We might look to do one ourselves tomorrow. See how they go tonight, of course. Right now, we've got Rhea coming over, trying to grab Roxanne and Liv. She's got them both. Bah! Kyrie has stayed up top, though. Kyrie, Rhea just sort of stood there, waited. 1, 2, and shoulder up. Yeah, I don't really think anyone was expecting Kyrie to get the 3 count there. Almost an hour done with this show. Elia and Mr. Iguana would be good shouts, but Logan has got a chance of being that mystery person, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Yeah, I don't think it'll be Mr. Iguana, but Elia is interesting. He got injured. I don't even remember when he got injured. Okay, Chad's. Over by the ropes goes Kyrie. She's trying to come back to the middle. Forearm shot coming in there by Kyrie. Spinning back fist. Kick coming in there by Rhea. And nice kick to the back there by Kyrie. Kyrie going against the ropes. Going up. And trying to grab... Oh, like a stunner. Very good. Going for the pin, but Liv makes the save, as does Roxanne. Okay, so that first match you scored as 98. Wow. You enjoyed that more than I thought, actually, that first match. Yeah, she has got blood coming from her nose. She kind of cut that open a little bit earlier. Double knees there by Liv. Kyrie goes down. Liv with another kick. She loves booting people, doesn't she? High fives there. There's a real union going on here with... Oh, look at Mommy. That'll be a bit of a meme, that will. Rhea in the background kind of lifting herself up. Couple of clotheslines. Drop kick there by Rhea. Looking for a boom. Mommy coming in. Big boot coming in there by Rhea. Stomping down. Oh, smashing Roxanne face first in the knee. Screams out as nice fall away on Roxanne. Kyrie, though, is back in the mix. Kyrie, no. Rhea moves out the way. Charging in. Big boot. Headbutt. Ah. Down goes Roxanne. Oblivion. No, denied. Oblivion denied. Rhea looking for the Riptides. Looking for the Riptides. Bang! Connects. Close to the ropes. 2. Yeah, there's Raquel. Raquel makes the save. Yeah, I mean, look, do you know, are we going to do this match, are we? Because these two had a great little feud down in NXT. We had some last woman standing matches that were really good. Kyrie to the outside. Kyrie! Ball! Big elbow. Kyrie trying. I mean, do you know what? They've done a good job of making Kyrie not just seem like the spare wheel in this match. She's had some moments here. Oh, a little wobbly, but elbow connects. 1, 2, and oh, lovely roll up. Roxanne gets it. Oh, I thought they would go Liv, but they went with the other Judgment Day member, and oh, they were working so well together. What's that gonna mean now? Because Liv ain't gonna like that. Oh my God, Roxanne gets it, and that is quite the shock, honestly. She obviously stood a good chance of getting it, but awkward. Oh my God, you thought Triple H and Ron Killings was awkward. Imagine Liv and Roxanne when they get to the clubhouse. So much awkwardness backstage. Awkward. Well, I think it's going to be her against Jade. I still stand by the rest of my bracket. But my bracket got busted. My March Madness is over. I don't know if Liv knows yet. Oh, look, she's looking at the crown. Crown's about the same size as her. It's a good point, that, by Wade's. If you're that young, you shouldn't really be having these kind of veteran instincts, but it just shows how advanced she is. Okay, they're talking about AAA. Daze, my prediction, Orton, Cody, final, says James. Let's go. Let's go. That'd be a lot of fun. I'm thinking first ever 2-day SummerSlam, but what would we say is preferable, day 1 or day 2? I like Saturday wrestling, but day 2 will be the main events. Oh, yeah. Day 2 will be the bigger day, of course. It'll be just like WrestleMania, won't it? Just like WrestleMania. The Ring General said, does the Queen of the Ring get Dom too? Yes. Whether they want to or not, they get Dominic. Number 1 trending topic globally Saturday. There is Becky. There's A-Town Down just arguing. Oh, maybe they're done. Are they going to break them up that way? Just like arguing in the background. It's not very exciting, is it? Why do we always take the least exciting road? Let's turn John heel. Shall we give him a new shirt? Nah. Should we give him new music? Nah. Should we bring Asuka back? How should we do it? Something exciting? Nah, just put her on a graphic. Okay. Should we break up A-Town Down Under? Yeah. Oh, okay. Should we do something good? Nah, just have them argue in the background. Oh. We could do more with these things, you know. Yeah, but, you know, it's Friday, 5 o'clock. I got things to do. Right, they're just showing a recap of Jay winning the championship at WrestleMania. Yeet. Yeet. Classic WWE, says Spartan. Roxanne picks up the win. Rank B, said Blue Will Sonic. WWE are very good at making bad stuff look good in their video packages, said Chet. That is true. That is true. It is true, actually. They could do like a documentary on WrestleMania 41, and I bet we'd be like, damn. Low-key, that show was actually pretty good, you know. Because their video packages and documentaries are excellent. It's just, if you watch... It's probably the best way to watch WWE, you know. Just only watch the video package. I mean, first of all, it's quicker. You still get to know everything that's gone down, and they make it look amazing. So, yeah, video package right now on Jay as champion. Jay, Gunther. This is our main event tonight. We've probably got another 50-odd minutes, an hour to go. Daze, are you the mystery person for King? Yeah. It's literally going to be the most underwhelming reveal of all time. I am going to get the kind of reactions that John Cena dreams of. I'm going to get the kind of reactions Dominic Mysterio dreams of. It's going to be next level. And not in a positive way. Me and the Ring General were running it back. If Nikki comes out with Becky, I think we know she's 100% not winning, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Oh, what if she interrupts Becky and it's for the Intercontinental belt? Have we seen that match? Have we ever done that? Seth Rollins joins CM Punk as the only male WWE superstar to win the Money in the Bank ladder match twice. There is Jay. Main event, Jay Uso. 4 letters, 1 word. There's Gunther. For all the marbles. I don't know what to do, I think he just said. I don't know what to do. Just smile and wave. I don't know what to do. What's this? What's going on? What's happening? Nikki Bella is fearless. You can look and you can probably touch. 'Cause she's no longer married. She's single, looking to mingle. I don't think that you're allowed to touch still, though, to be honest. Could you imagine if she starts dating someone in this community? That would be so great. William, are you single? You're not single, are you, William? James, hit her up. Drop her a DM. It's so nice to meet you. There she is with Natty. Ah! Oh my God, I feel like we're back in 2013. I love this. Kyrie and EO. I respect you so much. Thank you. You paved the way for a EO. Thanking Nikki for paving the way is pretty crazy, but and EO, like, oh my God, I can't believe I just met Nikki Bella. I mean, is there truth to that? Did she pave the way? She sort of did, but it's just so random. EO Sky with her abilities, like being like Nikki without you. Without you, I just don't know that I would be here. I mean, the difference in ability between Nikki Bella and EO Sky is like the difference in ability between me and Daniel Bryan, you know? It's a bit weird. But it's true, you know, Nikki did play a part in the history of women's wrestling. Of course she did. Certainly brought in a lot of fans because of the whole Total Divas stuff. I think the majority of women got into wrestling because of that. I'd imagine pretty much every woman in our community got into it because they were following the drama of Total Divas. And they wanted to know what was going on in Nikki's life. So she definitely had an impact. Becky's in the ring, by the way. Diva Evolution said at Nico. Lark said Nikki was over. I love Nikki. I don't need you to tell me I deserve it. I know I do, says Becky. This is your wrestling catchphrase. A minor. Hey, Boomer. That would be my catchphrase. So she's going through all the things she's won. A New York Times best-selling author. Crowd are booing. This title's meant to be about opportunity. Welcome to the big time Intercontinental Championship. No Becky side plates. NG said, don't talk shiz about Nikki. She is an icon. Lyra Valkyria ruined everything. She brought shame to my town, that bird lady. She was so enraged. She was so upset. She raised my hand so aggressively. I thought she had dislocated my shoulder. She did it so aggressively. I politely asked her, please. Can you please help me put this on my waist? She went crazy. She tried to kill me. That's what I saw, actually. Lyra just like that. And she was like, oh, no, Lyra. Oh, that's okay. I forgive you. But can you help me with this belt? Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, that is how it went. So now she's like, I'm going to give you another opportunity. Lyra should take this. She should come out and she should raise Becky's arm more delicately. Okay, I'm very good at reading body language of women, and I'm telling you right now, the delicate thing ain't happening. Yeah? Oh, from behind! Bayley's back! Bayley's back! Bayley's back! From behind! Lyra was making her way down, and from behind, boom! Bayley returns! Lyra's a bit confused. Oh dear, Becky just bumped into Lyra in the entranceway. Becky gets thrown back in the ring. Bayley! Oh, she went for the rose plant. Couldn't get it. Becky running away without her championship. Bayley looks great. She looks great in white. She's got like purple hair. Bayley always looks great. But yeah, that was good. I mean, not for Becky, but that was good. She did. Took her out of WrestleMania. We haven't seen Bayley since before WrestleMania. There's a time and a place to deal with issues like that. Oh, hello, mystery. It's going to be our Truth. It's going to be Truth. It's going to be Truth. Truth's here. Truth jumps onto the commentary table. Big cheer for Truth. Look at him, man. Look at his face. Look at his face. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't matter. Don't let anyone tell you that your voice doesn't matter. Yes. Yes, Truth. I'm back because of y'all. Big cheer. Big cheer. Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, they can really do something here. We want Truth. You got our Truth. I'm back for me too. You brought Ron Killings back. You brought my love back. You got me. This is... Okay. He's too forgiving. He's too nice. I feel different. Let's go. This final run is going to be awesome. That's what John said. You think I'm a gimmick? Puts the microphone down. What's he going to do? He's got some scissors. Well, wasn't expecting this. Is he going to cut the hair? He's cutting his hair. He's cutting his hair. You think I'm a gimmick? Wow. Look, people are shocked by that. Michael Cole shocked by that as well. He means business. He's serious. You want a statement. Look at her face. She's shocked. You want a statement. You want a message that we've changed. There's your message. Brilliant. The truth has set me free. Ron Killings! Ron Killings is here! Oh. Put some respect on my name. Truth is gone. He still lives on, but that is Ron Killings. That was dope, weren't it? That was dope. You needed a statement. You needed something to show that he was moving away from the person that he was before, and that's exactly what they've done there. That's exactly what they've done. They've shown us moving on. That was so good. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting truth, and I was expecting a promo. I was expecting us to go from R-Truth to Ron Killings, but I wasn't expecting him to cut his hair and make a statement like that. That's so clever. That moment, it needed something like that. It needed something with some weight to it. I helped you out. Is that what you did? Congrats. Help me out, did you? Didn't look like helping me out, but congrats. I don't think she's going to be fine. Listen, I know women. That is not going to go very well. Daze, WWE Shop just tweeted new Truth merch. I'm going to miss them funny segments. I'm sure we can find humour elsewhere. I mean, if they were going to part ways with R-Truth, they must have had an idea as to who was going to provide the comedy spots with him not being around anymore. So yeah, we're all gonna miss those things, but Ron Killings deserves this. Right, Daze, I think it's going to be Cody Alistair in the final. A throwback to Alistair's debut where in AEW when he squashed him, says Tony K. Ron Killings is WWE. I hope people enjoyed that as much as I enjoyed that. I really felt like, to be honest, you couldn't really go wrong. You couldn't really get that R-Truth moment wrong because people love him and seeing him was obviously very exciting. But what you could do is you could have it be a bit flat, a bit, okay, yeah, R-Truth, it was good. But that with the haircut, brilliant. Do you know, I was a bit uncertain when he was talking about how I love Truth. You know, the way he was talking like, I love that character, but I'm not doing that character anymore. that is a bit of a grey area, because you are really, I mean, you're basically coming onto TV and saying, right, everything we do is fake. The character that I play is just a character, and I'm not going to do that anymore. So it's a bit rock Netflix premiere, you know. I love doing the final boss thing, but, you know, I'm not going to do that tonight. So Ron Killing's coming out being like, listen, I love truth, but he can be a bit too forgiving. He can be a little bit too like this and all that. Kind of was like, okay, this is interesting, but there's a couple of red flags I'm seeing. I'm not crazy about this being the direction, but we didn't go any further than that, you know? We didn't go any further down that road than that. And this is why I say that haircut thing, like showing us that part of him or that character is done, and now it's Ron Killing's, like, it was very good. That's why for me it needed that little extra moment, that little wait. Roman's not going to show up tonight. Bailey returns, said NG. I don't think I was expecting Roman, to be honest, tonight. I think that Seth could try and cash in, but I don't know that I was expecting Roman to kind of foil it. So yeah, don't know. It's been well, I wasn't expecting it. I think that I think tonight has been very good, though. I mean, really good CM Punk Cena opening promo. Low point AJ Chad. I didn't need it. Women's Fatal 4 was fun, and the result is obviously dramatic. Then obviously we had the Bailey return. Then we've had the R-Truth thing. I mean, credit where it's due. This has been an entertaining show. We've now got Dirty Dom in the ring, which is, you know, it is what it is. We should have is this the men's four-way, is it? If this is we've still got a world championship match, so definitely feels like, and we haven't really seen or heard from Nikki Bella apart from backstage. So I'm guessing we've still got the men's fatal four-way. I'm guessing we're going to hear from Nikki Bella and a world championship match on top of a great Mr. Iguana. Oh, is this a look back at AAA, is it? Or is this just a showcase for Mr. Iguana? He trended. I mean, he honestly made quite the impression. Mr. Iguana. Well, that was random, wasn't it? Just like AAA mixed tag champ, Mr. Iguana. Okay, we've got Seth. Don't just compete, dominate. Absolute power will be as. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, Dominic in the ring. Mackenzie said could be an NXT call-up. What, the mystery person? Yeah, it could be. Could be Ober or Trick or someone like that. King Yeti said, so Ron is Killing's kayfabe. Ron is Killing's kayfabe. Very good. That's good. That's a good wrestling joke right there. Ron is Killing's kayfabe. Oh. That's actually very deeply satisfying as a joke. It's deeply satisfying. Sometimes the universe, like the vibrations in the universe, sometimes they just all kind of come together in a very satisfying way, and that's exactly what we've got there. Love that. Daze, don't we find it ironic how Seth says that he hates what Roman has become, but literally he's doing what Roman did with the bloodline story? I think it's a good point, but I think you're right that is, I suppose, the hypocrisy that they're trying to play up, you know. I mean, Seth is not a babyface, he is a heel now. So for him to be a hypocrite kind of plays into that character, doesn't it? So hates Roman, hates the fact he needs all this kind of help, and then, as you said, that's exactly what Seth's gone and done. I suppose in a way it's one of those where it's like, we all have things like that, don't we? It's kind of like where you say something and then you find yourself in a situation where you might end up doing it. Like CM Punk, you know? Go get your Saudi Arabian blood money. And then literally tonight we find out he's going to be on the Saudi Arabia show. So, I mean, this does happen in life, where you can be against them and speak out about it, and then life's like, well, you do realise you will be in that situation soon. We seriously only got Theory and Waller arguing in the background. Are you kidding me, says Calvin. That is what we got. Days with Carrion not in King of the Ring and his deal ending in the summer. Do we see him leave him, or is there something bigger coming for him in the future? I think this is a very, very difficult situation, honestly. I think it's a very difficult situation because I think that Carrion being overlooked is kind of good for his support. Because if you look at like the amount of people that are getting behind We Want Carrion, they're doing it because they can see a really great talent that's not getting opportunity. So by starving him of opportunity, you should hopefully be encouraging more people to get behind him. So in a way, the more he doesn't feature, the more he's being overlooked, the more he can talk about that, the more you could increase that groundswell of support, right? So I kind of feel like that worked really well for him at WrestleMania. He cut that promo, which, you know, went viral. Then, of course, he wasn't in Money in the Bank, and that helped, actually, because people were livid about it. And so you had, like, all these people like, come on, guys, we need to turn this around. How can they not see how amazing he is? And so I think he got a bit of a boost from that, honestly, on social media. I think that kind of fueled that fire of, you know, come on, he deserves better. But, yeah, I mean, there is a problem. You are right. I would feel okay about this if he was under contract, like, for the foreseeable future. But with his contract coming up, like, later this year, it's all well and good him staying off TV and not being given opportunity so that you build that support. But at the same time, the truth is that it could be that we are not doing that because we are going to say goodbye to him soon. It could be that we sleepwalk our way towards saying goodbye to him. It could be, that honestly could be where we go. It could be that I'm sitting here thinking, okay, they're building this well, they're teasing this well, they're doing a really good job, blah, 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 blah. They're building that groundswell of support. And then we could get to the summer and he could get cut. And so then I'll look back on this and I'll be like, damn, I should have been more vocal about We Want Carrion, you know. I'm kind of really split on it because part of me is like, I suppose the best thing to do is to just support Carrion and tweet We Want Carrion, because even if it is a work, it doesn't matter. Even if they are doing this on purpose to build that support, it doesn't matter. But equally, part of me wonders if that's what they've been doing this year. Part of me wonders if, like, they've been kind of holding him back a bit because they can see some green shoots. Because honestly, I mean, even Carrion spoke about it, how, like, you know, he's been getting these messages of support. He said in his documentary he put out that he feels it's quite fragile. He says he can see the messages and see the responses and see the We Want Cross stuff, but it's quite fragile and he doesn't want to break it or throw it away. And he's a bit worried about, like, you know, how do I use this? How do I capitalize on this? But how do I not kind of take advantage of this? How do I grow this? You know? And he must have chats with Triple H. There must be strategies. There must be, like, plans in place. I don't believe he rocks up to TV and just no one talks to him. Do you know what I mean? Like, he must go and speak to talent relations. He must speak to Triple H. They must give him updates as to what the plans are. Or is it just a case he's constantly told, we ain't got nothing for you, we ain't got nothing for you? I don't know. It's a real difficult one, honestly. It's a real difficult one because part of me wonders if they're doing it on purpose to build up his support. But then equally, with his contract coming up, we could be sleepwalking our way towards us saying goodbye to him. If he gets cut, I really think there would be another R-Truth moment. If he was to get cut, I think you would see a lot of people speaking out saying they want him back. And I think you would see another R-Truth type moment, yeah. Which, again, that makes me wonder, is WWE going to try and bank on something like that, you know? Building up stars is really interesting, and actually, I don't know what we're doing with Carrion. It could really just be that they are overlooking him and not treating him with the respect we want them to, but it could be they're trying to build him up. We're back from commercials. Yes, we have been at commercial. I don't know if we're at commercial or just back from commercial, but you're telling me we're back now. We stayed with the action, but yeah, there we go. A throw by Brom. Wrestling Russ said, I don't understand why Carrion's not being used. I think he does need to be without his wife for many reasons. Nothing bad on her, but he needs to go on his own, said Wrestling Russ. Well, again, I think the best thing to do is if you are a Carrion supporter, if you are someone that really wants Carrion to get opportunity, I would say make noise. Don't fall into the trap of thinking, I think they're holding him back to build that support, because I'm kind of falling into that trap. 1, 2, kick out there by Penta. I think it's just so hard to believe that they don't see what we see. You know, so hard to believe they don't see someone that's got such a good look. I mean, he's jacked. He's got a good size to him. He's a good promo. He can put on good matches. Like, I cannot give you a reason why they don't use him. I cannot give you a reason. There's no reason. Kick out. He takes initiative. He puts his own promos out. I mean, this is why I think I've fallen into the trap of thinking, well, they must see what we can see. I don't believe they don't, right? That's all they do is promote talent that they think is worth promoting, and surely Carrion's worth promoting, so there must be another reason. So then you start looking for that other reason. Bang! DDT by Sami. 1, 2. Dominic makes the save. Triple H hates it when a wrestler gets over on their own. The example being Cross and LA Knight, says Brony. I'm not sure that's true, to be honest with you. I think Vince had a bit of an issue with that. But I'm not sure that Triple H had like a issue with that. I don't think he likes sort of being told who to book. And I'm not sure that any booker really enjoys that. But I don't know that he would hold that against Carrion. I mean, he brought Carrion back. Carrion wasn't even in the company. So he brought Carrion back. So any success that Carrion enjoys is Triple H success, because he wasn't even in the business. He brought him back. So he saw something in him. He saw something in him and brought him back. So if the crowd now get behind him, ultimately that's a Triple H dub. Bang, shot coming in. So this is why it doesn't add up, doesn't really make sense. Knee coming into the midsection again there by Brom. Sami over against the ropes. I don't think he hates when they get over, but doesn't know when to pull the trigger, says Brony. Yeah, I mean, what I do think is that he plans out like 3-month chunks And if there is any disruption, I don't think there's a great deal of wiggle room. So, you know, I think it was meant to be Karrion and Sami. Well, Sami kind of got injured, didn't he, in that match with Kevin? We never saw him during WrestleMania season. I think the plan was it was going to be him and Karrion, and I think that was it. The only silver lining right now is that Karrion has once again been around Sami. If Karrion was to cost Sami in this match, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. Dominic going against the ropes. Through the ropes. Oh, DDT. DDT into Penta. Braun Breaker collides into Dominic. Dominic goes over the announce table and goes crashing down. I think Triple H has plans for Karrion and might get blamed for some stuff, but I think The Rock takes credit for the good stuff, like Cody's story or Truth returning, says Tony K. Do we see Paul being Braun's manager after this storyline? I feel like they want to make Braun the next big thing, but I'm worried about what that would be next for Bronson. He could do. I mean, once this story breaks out, but honestly, if we look at Bloodline and how long that ran for, and how long Judgment Day ran for, I think this is a long story. I don't think this is done in this year or maybe even next year. So I think Heyman kind of is Braun's manager. Heyman's out there with Braun right now. But Braun breaking away on his own, that might be the long-term thing, but that won't be anytime soon. James, the Rock meme. So I told Triple H get rid of R-Truth, and then I told him rehire Ron Killings. You should do that, Jay. That's a good one. You should do that. Sean said, I'm surprised WWE would re-sign Nikki and feature her after her highly publicised divorce, where she was found to be the aggressor in a domestic violence situation. Well, was she found to be the aggressor? Because it was... she was, wasn't she like the one that he had put her hands on? I mean, I don't know if she started it and he just kind of responded, but I don't know that she was. I've not seen anything where she was found to be the aggressor. Obviously, there was domestic abuse, but I think in a lot of people's eyes, she was the victim of that more than the aggressor. Certainly people felt bad for her. She had like bruises and stuff, didn't she? And obviously the police were called and whatever. Her husband was charged, said the Phoenix. Here we go. Penta up top, looking to suplex Sami. Kevin said, I don't see them changing sides until Seth becomes champion and starts over-abusing his power, and then both guys could get sick of it. Oppola said, check out Naomi's recent tweet. 1, 2, kick out. This was for the women's match, which was so long ago now. Check out Naomi's recent tweet. What's Naomi saying? What is Naomi saying? R-Truth, I'm driving now. I'm Ron Killings. Put some respect on that name. So a video, little backstage thing from Ron Truth. Ron Killings. Just looking at a Corey Graves message there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a Naomi one that quickly. I have to search Naomi. Oh, it's not, is it? It's Trinity, isn't it? Trinity. You made my night. Don't know. Looks like she went to don't know. It's nothing obvious unless it was a reply or something. Right now we got Sami down. Everyone's down. I honestly would love it if they made Truth champion, even if it was for a short run, said Wrestling Russ. Nico said they need to pull that Finn Balor heel turn.
Okay, Braun down, Sami down, Penta down, Dominic down. Paul Heyman giving Bron Breakker some words of advice. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." As Penta and Braun are face to face. I didn't even realise what time it was. I know it's flown, hasn't it? I mean, we've still got a World Championship match. Another forearm shot coming in. Penta going back against the ropes. Big knee there by Braun. She said, "Push down the stairs." Going over the other side. Gets caught there by Bron Breakker. I'll have to have a look for that. Oh, DDT. That was a good DDT as well. Dominic throwing Penta to the outside. Dominic trying to capitalise. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up there by Braun. Shoulder up by Braun. Dominic grabbing Bron Breakker. Nikki was throwing shoes at him when he was holding the child, said Mrs. Wrestle Knight. Has there been like a report that's been issued then? Because I've not seen any of that detail. Big boot. Suplex. Gets it. 3 amigos. If we don't get Roman tonight, maybe Night of Champions, he's not going to miss a Saudi show, says Nico. Picks him up. Bah, Blue Thunder Bomb. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Dominic. Blue Thunder Bomb on Dominic, but Dominic kicks out. Penta on the outsides. Yeah, big Blue Thunder Bomb there. I mean, as a Sami stan, I do not expect... him to win this. Also, with carrying around, there's every chance, you know. Okay, Penta grabbing the arm of Sami. Pulling back on the arm. Oh! Driver 1, 2. No, roll up. No, flipped. His shoulders are kind of down, but it was all a bit botched. All a little bit botched. Kick coming in. Clothesline. Another kick coming back. Going over the other side. Bang! Face first. Coming over. Mexican Destroyer connects. Going for the cover. 1, 2. I think the referee almost hits Dominic in the head. Braun throwing in some shots to Penta. Kicks coming in there by Braun. To the outsides goes Penta. Straps coming down. Seth said he wants Braun versus Reed to be the finals of King of the Ring, said KC. Here we go. Braun on the outside, charging round, collides into Penta. Penta taken out. He was really close to that hydration station. LA Knight. Boom. LA Knight to Braun. LA Knight takes out Bron Breakker. Oh my God. Could Sami do it? Could Sami do it? Oh my God. I'm starting to get excited, guys. I'm starting to think he might do it. Oh, I shouldn't. I shouldn't think that. 1, 2, 3. No, I should think that. Sami wins. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's great news, but it's bad news. Oh, no. Oh. We're not used to this as Sami stands. But all that's going to happen now is we're going to get our hopes up and he ain't going to win.
Oh, he's going to go through to the semi-final and Carrion will cross him and beat him up. And, oh, God, I'm going to get my hopes up now. It's better if he gets eliminated in the first round. And then at least I know it's over. What am I meant to do now? Start getting hopeful. Oh, God, this is the worst. This is literally the worst thing that could happen if you're a Sami fan. Because now we're going to get excited. And he's only going to lose. Oh, God. And even if he wins the King of the Ring and gets a title shot, he'll only lose that. Oh, God. This is literally the worst thing that's ever happened. I'm not used to this. I'm used to him getting eliminated in the first round. I'm used to him falling over and not even making it in the match. Sami stands there. We don't know how to deal with this. We don't know what success looks like. I just can't go through it again. I can't go through it. There's too many times where I've got my hopes up as a Sami stan and it's just not worked out. I just can't do it again. Can we run a poll on if Roman comes back? Oh, I'm really not expecting Roman tonight. We need to do a poll about this last match anyway. What a really good show. Apart from Sami winning, which is awful. Oh, developing story. Here's Grayson. We got you. Okay, so Grayson was talking to the New Day about A-Town splitting. You keep them in the driveway, we keep them in the garage. Everyone get down on your knees. And thank God for the New Day. No more questions. You've had your questions. There we go. Thank you. There is Nikki. Coming up next. I hope one day they'll be in Colombia for a PLE. SmackDown Raw with AAA already brought. We might not be loud as France, but we are passionate. Hannah, I hope you get a PLE as well. This will be carrying, won't it? Yeah, there he is. Oh, God. Yes, Sami. You won the match. Big cheer for Carrion. You used LA Knight. So Carrion's like, you capitalised on LA Knight getting involved. What's he meant to do? Wait for the match to get restarted? Do you know why I won that match? Because I was good enough. Yes, you are! I'm good enough to handle you, says Sami. Oh, God. You've just gone and got yourself knocked out at the next round, Sami, you boomer. Oh, Jesus Christ. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. He's just now gone up to Carrion and basically said, I'm good enough to deal with you. And Carrion's gone, oh, well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that, won't we? Oh, Jesus. God damn it. They give you with one hand, take away with the other, don't they? Eh? There is nothing in this world harder than being a Sami Zayn stan. It's literally the hardest thing in the world. Even when you get success, it's only failure dressed as success. Believe, said Jack. I can't, Jake. I've been down this road too many times. How many times can a heart be broken? Yeah? I'm gonna go and write a country song about it. I could do a whole album based on just being a Sami Zayn fan. How many times can a heart be broken? I don't know that it mends that well. Guys, I'm going to be the next Garth Brooks with my album, Sami Zayn. It's just going to have Sami's face on the front like that. Oh, no. WrestleMania Vegas. It's a nice logo, that, you know. Daze, just try and enjoy the Sami ride whilst you've got it, says Steve. Steve, I love the optimism, mate. I was exactly where you was, but just a few years ago. Few years ago, that would have been my attitudes. I know. Honestly, like, it wears you down. It wears you down. This freak, this boomer, this guy, he flipping loves it. He loves building Sami up, putting him in situations where he just ultimately keeps losing. He gets off on it. It's like his favourite thing. It's foreplay to him. WrestleMania 42 returning to Vegas. Are they not going to show that Carrion promo? I don't know if it's like a internet exclusive or something. WrestleMania in Vegas, boring. Why does Vegas get to host WrestleMania again? The money. That's money. Yeah, the dollar bills, the Benjamin Franklins. Yeah. The Donald Trumps. The Obamas. I don't know who's on your money. Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. The dollar. Asuka. Well, at least we're giving her a video package. This looks like an old video package, though. Well, I like the fact we're building her up, showing off her accomplishments from the past. I know that Triple H loves Asuka. He does love Asuka. Another good video package from him. Yeah, her being in Damage Control was sucked. Monday Night Raw, Asuka in the ring with Stephanie. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ on a bike. Asuka in the ring with Stephanie next week. Sheamus, Rusev, Bronson, and a mystery boomer. Mystery boomer. You can look, but you can't touch. Ah, she didn't do the thing. I want to be a Bella, says that woman. I think all women do. With the sparkly jeans. Nikki, I missed you. Ah, you see that dude then? Had his sign, saw himself, and he was like, ah! Total Divas stands unite. Bella Army, we are eating good, says Wade. I didn't know that woman's crying. She's crying. Nikki's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, she's in the Hall of Fame. Phoenix. Oh my God. The Bella Army gets a shout out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Evolution. All women. So she's talking about... Who did she say? Stephanie Vacquet? Did she say Stephanie Vacquet? We couldn't be prouder of where the women are right now. Whoa, 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 cut my music! She's upset, isn't she? Jeez. There's a whole energy here. I'm the most talented woman in this division. Are they going to do this as a singles? God, I'd be like, dude, stop shouting. I'm only right here. You're lucky I wasn't around during your career. How did Liv's promos become so good? Do you remember when she used to come out and it was just like really flat? Now she's like, do you know what I mean? Just pausing and being like, you know, charismatic. I've got a championship and I've got a man. That's a good line. Get a man, get a man, get a man. I don't know, what do you chant to that? You lost tonight, you're angry. I don't blame you. That got a man line. I'm trying to figure out who your man belongs to. Is it you or Roxanne? I'm confused. That's a good line. Oh my God, I'm so here. This is what I miss. This is why I watch wrestling, for this. She took your title shot and your man. I'm still a champion. All you'll ever be is a reality show diva. Oh, she's getting back in. No, Oblivion connects. Liv hits Nikki with an Oblivion. This is my division. It's good. It's good. It's really good. Liv was amazing there. Brilliant promo. Very passionate. Loads to say. Loads of attitudes. I feel like when she was a face, she was holding back. I don't know how this has all become unlocked with her being a heel, but her promos now compared to what she was doing before, I mean, it's absolutely night and day. This has been a really good show. I've really enjoyed tonight. Bella's against Liv Raquel, I think, says Liam. Nikki can't and could never wrestle, says AJ. By her division, she means a non-existent tag division, says Robbie. Why Liv? Well, she's a big star. Need to get her on the cards. I don't know why we've gone that way, but we've gone that way. Don't forget, SmackDown before Night of Champs is in Saudi. It's going to be live at about 6 p.m. Taped for America. Ugh. Ugh. Is there any good news, James? They are just going to hand Nikki the title. I hate it when they do that, says Dean. Where's all the women at? Women, what did you think? Did you love it? The lads loved it. But where's the girls? Did you like the sass? There was sass. At least I've got a man. Ooh. Yeah, but who's your man with? You or Roxanne? Oh, mate, we need more of this. Good news, I've not threatened you tonight. That's true, actually. Oh my God. That is true. Metal Mama said, I'm all about it. Bella Army. Oh, you're part of the Bella Army, are you? Let's go. Let's go, girls. Where are the pervs? Said Cringe Wolf 2. Casey said, I hate Liv. Beyond overrated. Really? You don't see an improvement? I thought she was mid when she was a face. I think she's great as a heel. Main event time. NG said, I'm part of the Bella Army, and I have no shame admitting that. Metal Mama said, oh, you know why I started watching. Basically talking about me when you said the reason that ladies watch. What, because of the Total Divas? That's how you came in, was it? That did bring in quite a few people that had not engaged with wrestling before, yeah. It was a popular show. Do you know, like, we had this conversation when the Bellas went in the Hall of Fame and people were like, oh, what are they going in for? It's like, well, they were the biggest kind of stars at that time for the women. They were all over Total Divas, and that really did reach a new audience. And, yeah, I mean, there is truth to the fact that they and that reality show laid the foundation for giving women something to really be showcased for. Might not be the best reason, you know? But we did do, like, Total Divas against, like, the women that weren't on the show. We did stuff like that at the time. And, you know, there was little dramas that were on the show that played out on WWE. And, you know, we used it as a way of kind of showing the women off. And we then built on that with Becky and Charlotte and them joining the main roster. And of course, one of the three teams from that famous 2015 segment was one of the three teams was Team Bella. So I mean, their contribution is you know, undeniable. Even though in-ring wise, maybe not the strongest.
Gunther has come down.
People are probably not happy Punk Cena is not at a bigger show, said AB. Conrad said Punk Cena should definitely be at SummerSlam. Maka said, I see Sami being the one to beat Seth for the title. Whether that's winning King of the Ring or the Rumble, I think he's next after Seth. Also, Bellas for tag titles. I'm not down on Bellas for tag titles. It's the tag belts, do you know what I mean? It's not the most important thing in the world.
Gunther's doing push-ups on the steps, getting ready. Oh. Let's go. Will we see Goldberg take out Gunther?
Well, we might. It might be a bit soon. I'm not sure. I don't know where he's saying goodbye. If he's saying goodbye in Saudi, then yeah. If he's saying goodbye at SummerSlam, then maybe no. Don't know.
Gunther's going to tap. Oh, he better not tap. He better not tap.
Don't give them ideas. You never know who's watching. Don't give them ideas, man. Come on.
The man who loves to be champion. That's like, what's that?
What man doesn't love being champion? That's a stupid line, Michael Cole. You're an idiot.
The man who loves to be champion. Not like those other men. Not like those other men that don't love it. Right. No. Main event. It's been a long road. It's been an emotional road. We've streamed for just over 5 hours.
Walk in the park, mate.
Walk in the park. Multiple things could happen during this main event, says Nathan. Monster's definitely popping up in this match, whether he cashes it in or not. Big Time said, Daze, it's been a very strong Raw compared to what we've been getting. I agree. Relax Your Soul said, Daze, Hogan didn't love the belt. He loved the money. Yeah, but the belt brings you money. Doesn't it? Hogan loved being champion because of the money that it brought. Gunther might love being champion for the money it brings. Yeah, look, his kid's doing it with him. Yeets. With his son. Coming out with his son? Is he going to pick his son up? His son's yeeting along with him. Yeet. His son's got that kind of like Jacob Fatu hair going on, hasn't he? Listen, if that kid wants to make it in WWE, oh, God. I love it when the kids get a bit overexcited. I mean, that kid's just like... No, we're not doing it in any kind of, like, sync with anything. We're just doing it. That would be me. If Jay selected me, I'd be like, me! But calm down. Jesus. How old are you? I'm 21. Okay, just do it in time with the music, would you? Okay, go. I'll get someone else. No, I can do it. I can do it. That's how it would go for me. There we go. Jay has made his way down. Gunther is waiting. Got some yeet glasses signs in the crowds.
Truth is, if I was doing it, to be honest, after about 5 of them, I'd be on the floor going, I think I'm having a heart attack. Oh, Jesus, give me a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Give me a second. Everything's gone really blurry. Oh, God, I can't see. Is this normal, Jay? I can't see. I've only done it 5 times. He'd probably be like, yeah, I used to get like that as well, to be honest. I'm a bit better at it now, but I don't know if you saw Raw the other week, but I've been there, mate. I've been there. I think I'm having a heart attack, Jay. I think I'm having a heart attack. If I tried to do a paramedic, give it literally a minute, paramedics, and I'd be on the floor with oxygen. Just go, Jay. Just go. I don't want to hold up the I don't want to hold up the show, Jay. You've only eaten 3 times. Do you know, it's better that I sit here, honestly. It's safer. It's safer that I sit here. Let's go. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Daze, you look old. Are you sure you're in your 20s? Yeah. I dye the beard grey so that when I talk about wrestling, people are like, wow, he must be old. He must know what he's on about. No one thinks that. But, in my mind, that's why I do it. Here is the Ring General. I'm 22 next month. Are you, buds? Not looking forward to 22. Not looking forward to that at all. I yeeted once and I heard every bone crack, said Puppy. You missed. I went for about 5 minutes and I still came back for the entrance. Yeah, well, it is a long entrance, isn't it? Fair play to him, and now he's got to wrestle. World Heavyweight Champion. I noticed Daze is colour coordinating tonight. Yeah, do you know, I ran out of black shirts. I have not had chance to get any black shirts washed, so I've had to dig into the backup supply. So I'm not feeling frisky or anything. I've just I've got all these different black shirts, loads of black shirts. I do change them every day. And I've used them all. So now I'm onto grey. God only knows what I'll be wearing tomorrow. I don't know. A mankini. Right, here we go. Oh, Kelly. Look at this. I'm just sat here being all lovely and innocent. And this just appears out of nowhere in front of my eyes. What am I meant to focus on? A world championship match? What did Kelly say? I have got the absolute best phone case you have ever seen. If you look really close at the bottom of the phone case, it does say the word fun. Did you add that? Or is that actually on there? It does say the word fun. That is fun. Oh, God, I regret showing this now. That is so unseen worthy. It does say the word fun at the bottom, but I don't know if she's added it. Kelly, did you? I'll ask her. Kelly, I don't know if you're on stream, but it's funnier if I don't check. So I'm asking here, did you add the word fun? Did you? That's great. And a little sexy. We'll see what she says. Right. Gunther is We're at commercial break. Jesus Christ. We could have looked at during the commercial break. Daze, this show is flirting with an invitation to the 8 Club. This segment could make or break it. Yeah, I agree with you. Yes. I think we are flirting with 8s. We got a World Championship match right now, and a World Championship match that's going to have some time. Apart from maybe Chad, AJ, every segment has delivered somewhat meaningful. Liv confronting Nikki. We've had Fatal 4-Ways. There might be some people down on the lack of matches. We haven't had lots of matches. But we have had this was a show worth watching. This was a show worth watching. Gunther taps out during commercial. That'd be hilarious, said Nightmare. We come back and the show's over and that's it. Right now, Jay has got a sleeper on Gunther. Gunther goes back to the corner and he looks to back elbow. Back elbow by Gunther. Jay goes down. Obviously nothing drastic's going to be happening whilst we're at commercial. It all depends on if Gunther taps out again, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Ashma said, Daze, is it possible Ludwig gets involved? Where's Ludwig gone? I don't even know where he's gone. I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't know where he's gone. Uso chants. Trini said, there's too many people on stream to say it here. I'm going to message you. Trini, say it. Say it. What is it you want to say? Just say it. Shots coming in. Trini, everyone is looking at you right now. What is it that you want to say? Don't let the number of people here put you off whatever this major announcement is that you've got. 25 seconds and we'll be back. Poppy Crocs. Ludwig is just as buried as Carrion these days. Trini, go ahead. Say it, says Rob. Here we go. It's going to be good. It's going to be saucy. Knowing Trini. I have a vagina. Well, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that now, Trini. That's filthy. Yeah, no, you should have kept that in private messages, honestly. That's filth. We've got kids that watch these streams. That's filthy. You should be ashamed. Also, just on a separate note, good for you. Well done. Well done. Jay, trying to get her. I should hope so, said James. Here we go, Gunther. Looking over at Jay. James has got one as well, haven't you, James? I think James has got one. Another straight. I couldn't help it. Here we go, shirt being ripped off. The truth has set her free, says James. Right, here we go, look. Knee coming into the side of the body. Jay has got his ribs bandaged. Another big knee strike coming in. Gunther picking up Jay, looking for a backbreaker. Seth's going to cash in, said KC. Jay is down. Another big stomp there by Gunther. Jay trying to get back up. Tony, shout out to you. That's how you create chaos. You're welcome, says Trini. It is true. Trini popping her vagina in the chat definitely has caused chaos. Oh, there was a little thing that just popped up, which I don't know what that was for. It's for Chad, and then they quickly removed it again. I think someone just pressed the wrong button there. An image of Chad and some little message like tomorrow or whatever was on. I mean, I think it was the wrong graphic. Here we go. Gunther grabbing Jay. It's very slow. I mean, to be honest with you, we've been at commercial break, so, and we've only got about 7 minutes. We can overrun, of course. James said, unlike you, Daze, I don't need Viagra to stop peeing on the floor, missing the bog. It's true. It's the only thing I'm using Viagra for at the moment. I don't think it was its intended usage, but, you know. Don't want to see it go to waste. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Very good. Shot fired, shot received. Just how it should be. Jay going in the corner. Gunther charging in. Jay moves out the way. Getting round the back, jumping. Sleeper hold applied. Trying to get over by the ropes. Gunther holds on. NG said, Days, I watch your unscenes and I love them. Please don't stop being pervy. Oh, NG, I can't see that happening, but... Hey, NG, I can ask the Roman question now. We're past that match. Will we get Roman? Gunther to the outside. Oh, God, please don't tap out Gunther again. Ah, big shot there by the Ring General. What was that weird graphic that popped up a few months ago? Cody Championship or something? I don't remember it. Here we go, Gunther. Boom. German suplex. Will we get a cash in? No, definitely we're going to get an attempt. Why would you book a championship match after Money in the Bank and not do it? The only thing I would say is that I did say that exact same thing. Money in the Bank. I was like, why would you do this championship match? Or it wasn't a championship match, but the champions were in it. Why would you do that after the Money in the Bank match and not have Seth try and cash in? And the answer was because they were bringing back R-Truth. Did not see that coming. Jay trying to get in the ring, so... Roman, no. Goldberg, yes, says James. Tony Carnella, we've got an overrun. Well, yeah, it is feeling that way because we are at commercial break. When we come back, we're only going to have a few minutes. Jay is saying something to Gunther. I don't think this... Is it just me? This match has not really grabbed me. Normally there's a moment or there's something that really like just grabs. Otherwise, I'm just looking at it and it's a bit slow. So I go back to the chat and then, do you know what I mean? Like, you sort of need that moment to really drag you in. I haven't found it here. Suplex there by Gunther. Mackenzie said, I miss wrestlers called talent name. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Jay is down and Gunther saying a few words. Talent name. Some people won't know what that is, but we had a graphic and instead of the person's name, whoever it was, Cody or whoever, it said talent name. Gunther trying to grab a hold of Jay. Shot coming in. Lisa Octavia said, community, please hit that like. Lisa Octavia, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're well. Amethyst said we might get Roman and Oldberg. Mitchell said, I agree, we're a bit further from the 8 Club now. Neil said, this match has been a bit boring. I know, I don't want to be down on it because, do you know what I mean? Like, we love WWE and we love Gunther and we tolerate Jay. And, yeah, I kind of had higher hopes. But maybe we're back now. Yeah? This is where we're going to get Roman, Goldberg, cash in. Perhaps we're going to make Jay tap out in front of his son. Perhaps his son's going to throw the towel in on his behalf. Here we go, looking for a suplex. Gunther up, Gunther up. Whoa! I tell you what, fair play. Gunther's a big guy. So doing a suplex to Gunther. I don't like seeing Gunther struggle so much, though. John Cena will defend his championship against CM Punk at Night of Champions. That match confirmed. Confirmed. We're not going to get Goldberg. We're going to get the debut of Gage, said Jay. Another big chop coming in there by Gunther. Forearm strike coming in there by Jay. These two exchanging blows. Yeet. Shots, yeets. Yeets every time Jay hits. We got a bit of the arm thing on the go. Here we go. Boom! Big shot. Gunther against the ropes. Boot coming in. Spins him round. Big kick. Gunther goes down. Jay is in control. Gunther back in the corner. Jay charges over. No one home. Gunther moved out the way. Gunther moved out the way. He gets up. Grabs Jay. Sleeper hold applied. He's going to take him down. He's trying to take him down. He's not struggling with those ribs, is he? They were bandaged, but I'm not seeing him, like, selling them. He's not, like, struggling or anything for breath or... Right now, he's trying to get Gunther over that top rope. Gunther goes to the outsides. Jay going against the ropes. And through the ropes, suicide dive lands on Gunther. Okay, grabbed his ribs. Grabbed his ribs. Love that. That's it. Let's do a bit of selling. Ooh. Yeah, can't even breathe. Jay trying to get back in. Gunther down. Gunther pops back up, grabs the leg of Jay, drags him out, gets Jay, throws him into that barricade. That barricade really moves, doesn't it? Sometimes it doesn't move so much. That one really... In the ring goes Jay. We're going to get Air Gunther. Air Gunther. I always love his splash. I always love his splash because it just looks like it shouldn't be happening. Bah, spear there by Jay. Gunther looks laboured. His movement looks really... Big splash there by Uso, by Jay. 1, 2. Kick out there by Gunther. Yeah, Gunther's movement just seems sluggish, off, slow. Laboured. Logan didn't even catch Jay ribs. He just dove on the legs of that loser, says Aya. Gunther looks a bit weak, said Casey. Daze, stop calling Gunther fat, says Mitchell. He's not. I wish he was. I wish he was. I miss fat Gunther. Thin Gunther doesn't have the same aura as Fat Gunther. Fat Gunther would have had this match won by now. Thin Gunther's flopping around like a fish out of water. Struggling with Jay. Fat Gunther would have cooked Jay by this point. Then would have gone after his son. Big clothesline. Jay turned inside out. Here we go. Big power bomb. He's got him up. Reversed by Jay. 1, 2. Oh, that felt like it could have been the 3. Super kick. Boom. Connects. Jay has got a sleeper hold applied. Gunther picks up. Straight across his knee. He's got him. He's looking to go for another power bomb. Picks him up. Boom! Connects. 1, 2. Jay kicks out. So far, this match has probably been about as good as their WrestleMania match. It's at moments and it's fine, but do you know what I mean? It's not set the world on fire. Gunther. I wonder if their chemistry's just a bit... Jay, down. Volta had more aura than Gunther, said K-Dub. I agree. Here we go. He's telling him to get up. Jay gets up. Gunther charges over. Spear by Gunther. Gunther gets it. 1, 2. Oh, Jay survives. Wow. Well, that was a good spot because he had waited ages to hit that. And he hits it. And he only gets a 2. He only gets a 2. Gunther down. Frustrated. We are into the overrun. Gunther's absolutely shattered. Gunther is like really like... He's kind of like Jay after Jay's done his entrance. Gunther going over. Bang! Big right. Jay goes down. Let's flip and go, said Davids. What did he say? He was talking to Jay there. He's kind of mocking Jay at the moment. He's very much in control. Jay shouting out to Gunther. And again, Jay pushing back. It's good to see this heart and this fight from Jay. This emotion. Trying to get this sleeper. Oh, that's how Gunther tapped. Jay going against... No, now Gunther's got the sleeper on Jay, but Jay drives Gunther into that top turnbuckle. Super kick. Going against the ropes. Jay with a spear. Jay with a spear, and now he's got him in position. Jay's going up top. Jay's going up top. Jay. Gunther moves. Gunther moves. Jay misses. Oh, my God. Gunther has already speared Jay. If he's going to hit another spear or apply a sleeper hold, and it's the sleeper, then this is going to be a big problem. Big problem for Jay. Big problem. Is he going to be able to get to the ropes? He's trying to crawl his way over. He's going to get there, and he is really close unless Gunther can, roll him back. We've seen Gunther do that before. And he is doing exactly that, middle of the ring. It's still in, but Jay gets to his feet. He's trying to find a way out. He's reaching. He's got it. No, it's broken. Back in the middle. Oh, my God. It's good. It's really good. Oh, and he takes him down as well. Middle of the ring. And that might be it. He's fading. Jay is actually fading. It's in. Middle of the ring. Sleeper hold applied. Look, I mean, he's not going to be able to make it. He's out. He's out. Oh, God, he's back again. He was... If I was the ref, I was right in there. He was out. But he's trying to fight back up. He's getting up to his feet. He's back up. Oh, and he's back down again. Back down again. Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The ring general just can't put him away. Elbows to the side of the head. He's trying to drag him down again. No, reversed. Reversed. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Now he's got the sleeper hold onto Gunther. Oh, don't you dare tap again. Don't you dare tap again. If he taps, he better not tap. Yeah, look, Michael's like, is he going to tap out again? No, he breaks out of it. He breaks out of it. Elbows coming in to the side of the head. Bang, bang, bang. Yes. Yes. Jay, I love you, but I do love Gunther more. Oh, look, he's fading. He's fading. Do you know what? He should reach out to his son and be like, son, I love you. Oh, he is out, look. He is out. He is out. Call it. Call it. Call it. Call it. Gunther wins. Gunther wins. Ah! Oh, Jay. I'm sorry, mate. You won at WrestleMania. You had a run. And I didn't mean the things I said. Oh, God, now I feel bad. But I'm so pleased for Gunther. I'm so pleased for the Ring General. Yes. Yes. It makes sense, doesn't it? No cash in. I mean, maybe Seth comes walking down now, but look, Gunther with his arms outstretched. Wow. Honestly, very surprising. This was the least likely option in my book. Least likely option. I did not see Jay losing the title that he won at WrestleMania on this show. And of course, with the whole Seth briefcase situation. Oh. So we put the belt on Gunther. We have Sami win King of the Ring. Yeah, walk with me. Walk with me. Let's go for a walk. Yeah. And then at SummerSlam, right? Hear me out. Oh, no. Oh, God. I shouldn't have said the things I said. I really thought Jay was going to win. And instead, you've got his son on the outside. Oh, God, look, his son's there. And, he had to witness his dad lose the world title. Why do we always upset children? What is it about WWE? They love upsetting kids. They absolutely love it. I mean, his son wasn't crying. Should have been. Should have been crying. Should have been. Your dad's just lost the world title. He's brought shame to the family. Could have conjured up a few tears. They hate kids, said Wrestler. They do hate kids, don't they? To be honest, you know, I mean, I would book it the same. If you've got kids and the emotion that they bring with getting upset and getting so invested, I would also have them on the wrong side of results. But the thing is, ultimately, that's okay, but you have to then give the kids something to smile about. Do you remember when we had Chad Gable's daughter burst into tears and then we did not put any belt on him? Do you remember when we had Chad's daughter get really upset and then we did nothing to redeem it? Do you remember that? Even in my book, that's cruel. Even me that likes to joke about these things, even I think that's cruel. Where we had his daughter get upset and then we did absolutely nothing about it. WWE is like... I think I can be heartless at times, very rarely. But I can be heartless at times. And even I wouldn't go to those lengths. Even I think, it's too far. That's too far. It's all well and good having a cry one week, but then like maybe next week you give him the belt or something and then she's happy. But to make her cry like 2 years ago and then not have anything to celebrate since. Actually turn her dad heel and have him nowhere near a championship. That's next level, innit? That's next level. The Ring General said, will we ever get Gunther Elia on the main roster? Well, we might now. We might now. New World Heavyweight Champion. Let's go, kings and queens. I don't think my reaction is going to be one that's is going to be widely shared on social media by other people. I think I'm meant to be like, oh no, oh God, sorry, oh dear, oh, I was hoping Jay would win. And there's me going, yeah, beat him, Gunther, beat him, beat him in front of his son, yeah. Lol. Sami is a Saudi fave. There is hope, said James. There is hope. James, do you know, I mean, and also now Gunther winning, there might be a little extra. God, it's awful being a Sami fan. Because now there are little green shoots to kind of go, yeah, you're right. You're right, they do love him in Saudi. Oh, God. And now Gunther's champ, and Sami might want to get revenge for Jay. Oh, God. And he's just spoke about being a world champion. And we might do... And he has beat Gunther before. Oh, God. Oh, God. Are we getting close? Are we getting to the time, do you think? I just can't go through another disappointment. I can't do it. I just can't get it. King Yeti, 4 letters, 1 word. Lost. No, come on, King Yeti. Come on. Nah, you're a legend. You say what you want, mate. Go further if you want. I don't mind. Lost. Listen, I don't mind Jey Uso. I get it. The reactions are gonna be kids like, my hero, the Yeetmeister General is down, and they're all gonna be really sad, you know. But you know, not everyone feels that way. Some of us think the ring is sacred, and some of us would kind of like Gunther to get some momentum back. Yeah. Some of us would like those "you tapped out" chants to go away. Trenton said, when Seth cashes in on Gunther, then you can cry. Do you know what? 2-time world champion Gunther now. Maybe it is Sami. Do you think? I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Let's not even talk about it. Jake said, at least he didn't tap. Well, that's true. He didn't tap, so, you know, there is that. King Yeti with some gifted memberships. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support as always. You know this. 9. Holiday said your reaction is the IWC reaction. Oh, yeah, that's true, actually. That's true. Oh, but I don't want to be I don't want to be... I don't want to be the IWC reaction. That's actually enough to make me go the other way. I don't mind Jay. Seriously, I don't mind him. Like, I get it. The yeet thing, the entrance, all of that. The kids love him. I get it. And I just kind of take it that, well, it's not for me, is it? I don't hate him. I like Jay. What a wrestler. What a tag wrestler. As a singles guy, there's others I prefer. So it was never, like, it's never personal about, like, oh, I hate Jay. You know, he's my least favorite wrestler. And you see a lot of people online that really have it in for Jay, and that is not me. But if you are going to make me choose between am I going to support Jay or am I going to support Gunther, there ain't really much of a choice, is there? I mean, one of them is giving me some of the best matches I've seen in WWE. The matches he had with, like, Tyler Bate, Ilya Dragunov, Tommaso Ciampa, like, that's a triple threat with Drew, Gunther, and Sheamus, which got like 5 stars at WrestleMania, you know? I mean, Gunther is that good. He is that good. And him being world champion just makes sense. It just works. Very surprised, though, that the Jay experiment has kind of come to an end. I don't know where Jay goes from here now. I mean, he's going to have to try and win it back, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Are people going to support him? Is it going to be the same as him winning it the first time? Your first time is always special. Are people going to keep supporting him as he tries to win it again? Or will some of that support maybe settle down? I think he's got a solid fan base. The kids won't leave him. The kids won't leave him. The kids all want him to get revenge. But I don't know. If the title isn't in Jay's future, what is in Jay's future? What is next? It's a tricky one, that, isn't it? This is not a conversation I was expecting to have. I feel like I need to do a video. We got a new world champion. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. This is the first world title change since WrestleMania when they both changed hands. Vikings Wolf said, how do we feel about the more serious R-Truth Ron Killings? Could we see him win some big-time titles? Do you know, I don't know. I mean, I think they're going to see how it goes. I mean, look, the fans wanted R-Truth, and you've just given the fans what they wanted. And not only that, not only is he back, but he's talking about being back and finding something he hadn't had before. You didn't just bring R-Truth back, you brought me back. You brought me back. This is him saying to the fans, your support is bigger than you realise, because not only did you get me my job back, you've brought back my passion for wrestling. You've brought back a different side of me. You've brought back the real me. R-Truth was too nice. We all love Truth, but he was too goofy. He was too nice. He was too forgiving. And then with cutting the hair, I mean, what a moment, what a statement that was, to cut the hair off, you know, and show that I'm Ron Killings now. You know, this is I'm someone I've evolved. You brought me back. I'm back. Let's do something with our time now, you know. Let's do something. There's an opportunity to do something. That is quite powerful, honestly. That is quite powerful. And so I don't know that. How do you capitalize on it? You know, it would have been crazy to have said that R-Truth would be the one to beat John Cena. And I still think it's crazy to say that R-Truth, Ron Killings, is going to be the one to beat John Cena. The only thing I would say is I think it's with the fans. I think it's with the fans. If the fans are going to keep going with this we want truth, like, I don't know, you need a movement, don't you really? You need a movement. You need, like, that power of we want truth. You need to now change that to, like, truth for champion or something, you know? You need that sort of groundswell of support. You need those R-Truth chants. You need that to transition now to whatever it is we're about to move on to. So if it is R-Truth being around a world title, we need to transition the crowd support. You want to keep that support, and you want to grow it, evolve it. You kind of, I mean, like, you sort of want a bit of a yes movement, you know? You sort of want, like, where Cody was trying to finish his story. You sort of want something like that for R-Truth now, where the crowd are with him and chanting his name and they want him on the show. And where every time we see Cena, word association, you see Cena, we want truth, we want truth, we want truth. If you can grow that, I don't know. It depends how that goes, and it depends how loud it gets. It depends how disruptive it is. If those things go that way, then I don't think it's crazy to think that R-Truth stands a chance of getting top title. If the support now peters out and actually the reactions die down, we didn't like that you got rid of him, you've brought him back, thank you, job done, and actually that support settles, don't know kind of what happens then, because R-Truth's in his 50s. He's been a comedy character. He's not someone that's been presented as credible. So, I mean, you're really going from jokey, confused guy that people love and root for, you know,
to now serious title holder. I mean, it's such a change. It's such a shift that it's like, it's very jarring, you know? But it's not impossible. I think it's going to really depend on the fans. I think the fans they've shown that they had the power to bring him back. He signed a new contract. He wants to be treated more seriously. It was a brilliant segment that he delivered. And we're going to have to see kind of where we go from here. So, yeah, I don't know. I think they've got ideas as to what they want to do, of course. Whether those ideas... I could see him winning a mid-card belt. Tag belts, no problem. We saw that's fine. But a world title or being the one that beats Cena, I would have said no way a few weeks back. And even now, I think outside chance at best. But is it more likely now? Yes. It's more likely. I don't know by what percentage. Not a huge percentage, but it's more likely. I think it's going to depend what the fans do, yeah. I think it's going to depend what the fans do. I was shocked that Bayley came out. Yeah, it was a good show tonight, wasn't it? It was a good show tonight. Really solid. I mean, the open was really fun. Bayley was really fun. Like her coming back. I enjoyed Liv and Nikki. I think Gunther getting the belt as well is the right move. I know that Jay being champion is what the kids were after and, you know, people like that. But I feel like Gunther, his in-ring is obviously better as a singles wrestler. I think Jay's obviously an amazing tag wrestler. But as a singles guy, I don't know that we've answered any of the doubts, you know. I mean, the closing sequence to that match was very good. But, of course, there's a world title at stake. And you're kind of, you know, doing the whole dramatic, is he going to tap, right? Actually, the kind of normal J matches we see don't really bring that level of excitement. So I don't know. I don't know why they made the decision to take the belt off him here. If they think like maybe the numbers are dropping for Jay, perhaps like it was a period of time that they capitalized on, and now the support has just settled a little bit. You know, it's very powerful when you're chasing a championship. It's very different when you are the champion. You know, we saw that with Cody. We've seen it time and time. You know, we saw it with Daniel. I mean, Daniel and the whole Yes movement, it felt very different after WrestleMania 30. Felt very different. It doesn't hit the same. The money is in the chase. So, I mean, what they've done is they've had Jay win the title, carry it for a pretty short period of time, and now they've taken it off of him. That means that, you know, the belt goes back onto someone that I think can deliver big championship quality matches, but also it allows Jay to chase again. And so Jay can now try and be a two-time world champion, or hopefully throw his weight of support behind, say, Sami. You know, maybe it will be Sami's time. Maybe Sami gets it off Gunther. I know we were talking about it, joking about it. Maybe. I mean, Sami is through to the semi-final. And it was an excellent point about how they love Sami in Saudi Arabia. They do. They really do get behind him. I mean, Sami in the final of King of the Ring is something I was not expecting. But I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up for it. But there's a chance. And we know that Sami beat Gunther at WrestleMania 39, was it? 38 they headlined. 39 he beat him for the IC title. So Sami has got victory over Gunther before for a title. Sami's never won a world title. You've got a monster SummerSlam coming up. 2-day SummerSlam. Do we do a rematch of Gunther Sami for the world title? I don't know. I mean, there's lots of options. There's lots of options for like having a heel champion. So, but what a show! Honestly, no cash-in attempt, which I'm stunned at. That's twice now where I've thought they would do it, because at the end of Money in the Bank, you go, well, yeah, of course they've put this match last because you've got your two world champions. Seth's just won Money in the Bank. Of course he's going to try, and then he didn't. And then here we've just done a title match and Seth didn't even try. He didn't even come down. What I would say, though, is that at no point did it feel like both of them were vulnerable.
It was always like one was vulnerable, the other guy was okay. So perhaps Seth just didn't see the opportunity. Maybe if they were both down in the ring, like not moving, then of course Seth's music might have hit. But at no point were they both kind of down. It was always someone was in control. Someone had enough about them, whereas if Seth had come down, I think he would have had a little fight on his hands. The time wasn't quite right. But yeah, I mean, did you expect Seth to at least try? Because I certainly did. I expected him to at least try. I thought there was an outside chance we might get Goldberg. I wasn't really feeling Roman, but, you know, I know that in the chat it was something that had been floated. But yeah, really, I mean, with the new world champion, I think this show, I know that match was a bit slow, got good at the end. I think with the new world champion, we are definitely in the 8 club. I think I'm in the 8 club for this show, yeah. Well, you'd be even more upset if Sami beats Gunther and then Seth cashes in straight away. Do you know, I don't know how I would feel with that, because I want Sami to be a world champion, and part of me doesn't even care how long he carries it for, because it's just about having that achievement. Like, you did it, Sami. You reached the mountaintop. I always look at Sami as like, if I had been a wrestler, I think I would have been like Sami. Passionate, really giving it my all. Tried to have been a good in-ring competitor, cut passionate promos, but he doesn't have the body of a Roman Reigns. He doesn't have like the height. You know, he's maximizing what he's got, Sami, and that's why I love him. Because to me, I think he's very relatable, isn't he? He's not a monster. He's not Roman. He's not Brock Lesnar. He's not John Cena. You know, he's not one of these big kind of superstars that's ready-made. You know, sometimes life can just give you a great hand. And, you know, I could understand why people love Zelina Vega. Because, you know, she's small, but she gives her all. She works hard. She's very passionate, you know. And so I can understand that kind of underdog mentality. Sami's got that in spades. In fact, that was his nickname in NXT, the underdog from the underground. And I think, like, to me, is quite relatable. Sami could be your next door neighbor, you know. And I think that if you are someone like Sami that doesn't really have like height or, you know, ripped and shredded, then you've got to really work hard to stand out. You've really got to work hard to kind of win people over, because you're competing against Roman and Seth and all these amazing talents. And I think, you know, what more could Sami do? He is so passionate, so intense. Everything he does is like 11 out of 10. In ring, you know, he's got Blue Thunder Bomb, and he's like, as he's pinning, he's even like, come on. Like, everything he does fully committed. And how can you not root for someone like that? Someone that, that would be me, that would. If I lived my life again and I was like a wrestler and I had the same body I had, I mean, I would not be this flipping Roman Reigns god, would I? I'd be like the bloke next door. And so I'd have to make up for that kind of, you know, lack of presentation, lack of airport test. I'd have to make up for it in other ways, which would just be, I'm going to give it everything. No days off. This is just going to be flipping, turn everything to 11. You want a promo? I'll give you a promo. You want a match? I'll show you a match. Digging deep, selling, all this stuff, you know. I'd love for him to say he reached the top of the top division. And you can only really say that if, well, he main evented WrestleMania. And, you know, if he retired tomorrow, he'd be able to look himself in the mirror and be very proud. But being world champ, you know, is obviously the goal. And he's never done it. He's never achieved it. And I would love to see him do it. And so that's a really interesting question. If he achieved it and then was immediately cashed in on, it would be mixed emotions. Because, well, he would have done it and then immediately lost it. And I would be satisfied. That would be enough. That would be enough. I don't need a run. It's not about him having a run. It's not about him being world champion and defending it multiple times and having a run. It's not about that. It's about getting there. And if he got there, I'd just hope that he had enough to celebrate with it. I'd hope there would be enough time between him winning, holding the belt up, right? Getting the picture that you would want for your house, you know? Holding the belt up, smile on your face, you know? Celebrate it. Maybe, you know, going over to the front row, hugging your wife or whatever, you know? Maybe she'd be in tears. This is what you would want, isn't it? This is what a cash-in would rob you of, is that celebration. So if he won and celebrated and got those moments, and then you get the cash-in, yeah, I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with that. Because I'm not looking for a Sami run. I'm not looking, but it would not bother me at all if he lost it on Raw. If he won it on the Sunday and lost it on the Monday, fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'd take that now. If I wonder if he would take it. If someone said to him, Sami, you can keep doing what you're doing and take a chance and, you know, see where it goes. Or we can offer you this. You can win the title on the Sunday or the Saturday at a PLE, but you will lose it on the Monday. Would he take that? Or would he just keep going? I mean, maybe they've already said to him, we're going to make you champion this year or something. You know, perhaps he already knows it's coming, but maybe no one has said that. And maybe he doesn't know what's going to happen. So do you take that or do you gamble? I mean, I would take that. I would take that offer if I was Sami. I'd take that. You don't need a run. You just need to say that you was the champ. I was the champ. Granted, for like 24 hours, but you know, you can't take it away from Finn Balor. Finn Balor was a Universal Champion. He's a former world champion. Universal Championship was a world championship. He's a former world champion. He only held it for 24 hours, but he's still a former world champion. They still, for a brief moment, gave him the ball. Can Gunther be beat by Seth? Clean? In a well, yeah. I mean, I believe he could, but I think because of him being a heel, he'd probably have to use Braun and Bronson now. But if he was face and he was trying to slay Gunther, bring him down, I think he could. Yeah. I'm not going to be here long. I just wanted to see who was here, says Kelly. Kelly, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friends. We all know that Triple H hates that briefcase, especially in the men's division, says Rich. Daze, Gunther losing clean to Sami just for Sami to get cashed in on would only hurt Gunther. I would just have Seth cash in during the match when Sami and Gunther are both vulnerable. Well, the problem with that is that Sami doesn't get there then, does he? I mean, it's another knockback for Sami, which is fine because, you know, if the long-term goal is that he does get there eventually, all these little knockbacks are ultimately going to pay off for when he does get there. So, I mean, if you did that, okay, that's the story you want to tell. But, of course, we just kicked the can down the road again, don't we? That Sami has once again just been robbed or fallen short of winning a world title. So that could be the play. Yeah, it could be the play. Does Cross being on a commercial segment feel like an older sibling letting a younger sibling play on the PS2, but their controller isn't plugged in? It's a concern. It's a concern. They're getting him on TV, but it's in a way it's another bit of disrespect, isn't it? It's another little bit of disrespect. So it's definitely a concern. Like, he can't even make it onto the main show. But this is why I'm caught in two minds. Are they doing this to get that support built up for him? Or is it that they just don't have anything for him and they're just kind of giving him just whatever? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, do that. Do that instead, you know? I don't know which one it is. And, you know, I am at risk of sleepwalking my way towards thinking that it's all a strategy, that they're kind of disrespecting him and holding him back so that it builds up that crowd support, and then actually he ends up just being released. And then if that happens, I will really regret not being more vocal about we want Carrion, you know? So it's like, it's a little bit of a tricky one, because this absolutely could be a strategy, but I can't really think that way, or shouldn't be thinking that way. I should be thinking this is not a strategy. But I said earlier, it's so hard, isn't it? Because we see that he's a great look. He's got a great look. He looks better than Sami. He's bigger than Sami. He's got more muscles than Sami. He's covered in tattoos. I mean, he looks the part. He's got an attractive woman on his arm. An amazing entrance with the whole fall and pray thing. He can wrestle. He can talk. He's trying to do as much as he can on social media. I always try to think, not that I'm anyone, of course I'm not, right? But it's just fun to think, isn't it? It's a bit like, you know, if you was the manager of your favourite football team, what would you do? What team would you pick? Like, it's just fun to think that way, right? I always think if any wrestler came up to you and went, "What, you watched the show, what can I do to be better?" And I always think it's kind of fun to think like, oh, how would you answer that? How would you answer that if such and such came up to you and asked you that question, or such and such asked that question? What would you say? And if Carrion came up and asked that question, what would you say? I mean, you can't say, "Oh, get on TV more," because, you know, I mean, he can't do that, can he? He's waiting. So what can he do? Does he need to be a better wrestler? Does he need to do better promos? Does he need to be more active online so that he builds up his following? What does he need to do? And the honest answer is, there is nothing you can do. Until you get given opportunity, you have to just try and create opportunity. So the stuff that he's doing, like that promo he did during WrestleMania weekend, where he went off, right? Went viral. I mean, it was amazing. It was brilliant. It was perfect. He's got to keep finding ways of grabbing attention and sharing his frustration. That's the only thing he can do, is cut his promos online, get that support. And are WWE holding him back so that he does that, and so that support grows that way? I don't know. I mean, it's a bit 4D chess, but honestly, they must see what we can see. We can see a great talent that is being underutilized. They surely can see that as well. And as I said earlier, as a result, it then makes you go, okay, well, if they can see what we can see, why are they not using him? And maybe they just don't have anything. I mean, maybe that's the truth, but what, you've not had anything all year? I mean, it's June. You've not had anything all year. So, okay, if it's not that, what is it? Do they just not like him? Well, if not, why did they bring him back? And what has he done to not be liked? So it just sort of, and you end up kind of leading to a place where you're like, well, maybe they're doing it on purpose. And it's not that big of a jump to them get to that, you know? But that's dangerous thinking, because maybe they're not. Maybe they're not doing it on purpose. Perhaps he is being disrespected and overlooked. So I don't know. The Carrion one is a very difficult conversation, because he deserves better than he's getting. It's that simple. He deserves better than he's getting. And whether this is a plan or not a plan, a work, not a work, him being used during commercial break is, well, I think disrespectful. You can do it once, twice, whatever, but doing it consistently, it's disrespectful. So yeah, I feel for him, honestly. And I do always think, like, if someone was to ask you, what can I do? I don't know what you would say to carry him. I don't know what you would say. I don't know what you can say. Just hope creative gives you something. But that's not really much of a strategy, is it? So, we got things to do anyway. We need to go. We've got videos to do. Days, I know they are opposite shows, but what if Cody and Jay have another tag match? Cody turns on Jay, and we get a Cody heel turn that's been teased. I don't think the tease has been that great. There's been the odd comment, but I don't know. To be honest, that's not really what I'm looking for. I think Cody's an excellent face. I do think that Cody needs to have a bit more of an edge, but there's a difference between showing an edge and turning heel, you know? There's a difference between getting a bit of grit and completely just turning heel and abandoning the fans. So I don't know. He's still one of their top merch sellers. He still gets great crowd reactions. I know WrestleMania was not great, but that was John, his last Mania, trying to win number 17. I mean, of course it wasn't going to be a great reaction. Bailey's just tweeted, I'm going to make the man my witch. Great to see Bailey back. Yeah, really good. So, yeah, look, they could do that. It's an option. I don't think they will, but it's an option. Jay's reign was good, simple to the point where it worked well for what it had to do, said Tony. Phoenix said, what's next for Rhea? They're focusing on all the call-ups. Could she benefit from a break? Yes, she could actually. If she took a bit of time away, she could benefit from that because it's hard to see where she fits in right now. I mean, she's obviously not going to be going through in the Queen of the Ring. She just got eliminated. I don't think she's going to be around the title picture because she's just fought for the top title. I mean, I don't know if you ever go into a tag team. Maybe she becomes Nikki's partner if we do Liv and Raquel against Rhea and Nikki. Because I don't know that Bree's coming back. Haven't heard if Bree's coming back. She could do, but I've not heard that she's coming back. So, yeah. I think a little break might make a bit of sense. Or you do her and Nikki or something like that. Right, anyway, I'm going to run away because otherwise I won't go anywhere. Did we do a poll? I don't even think we did a poll, did we? Oh my God, we didn't even do a poll for the main event. I thought the poll had already been done, but it was a completely different poll. Let's do match scores quickly then. And this is going to be quick. Because I need to do Unseen. And I need to do opinions videos. And I need to do so much stuff. Oh, God. You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Anyway, fun show tonight. Mad about Jay, but glad he got it at least. And I hope he gets it back with the OG bloodline to take on Seth, says Nico. Maybe Paul could do that. Also, Paul could never end his story because he always keeps adjusting the story. What, Paul who? Logan Paul or Paul Heyman? Going Ghost said, Daze, I missed the show. What were the top 2 moments or matches? Gunther winning the world title, of course, has got to be there. And R-Truth cutting his hair. Crazy. Yeah, R-Truth cutting his hair shouldn't be that crazy, but it was really good. Jay doesn't know anything about wrestling, much less promos. He only relies on the monkeys that say yeet, said A.B. Jobson. Notorious said if Cena loses the title before his last match, they're going to completely botch this run. They should keep Cena as champ, build more drama. If Cody wins at SummerSlam, I'm going to be angry, said Notorious Nightmare. James said the Jay title experiment sucked. We have more heels right now than baby faces, says Nico. What about the Cena Punk segment? Yeah, it was good, but I can't say it was better than R-Truth or crowning a new world champion. But yeah, I mean, if we were to do a top 10 countdown, that would absolutely be in there. Might even make the top 5. Vib Bashu said, my man used to come yeet and then hit the worst possible spear. Let's be honest, the Jay title experiment didn't work, said James. Well, I mean, look, I think it's one of those that it's really difficult because how do you measure the success? Because the kids, I think, enjoyed Jay winning. And I think that in the build to WrestleMania, there was some good numbers, good merch sales. I think indicators were that people wanted Jay to win. Not everyone. Internet didn't. But we've said before, internet makes up what small percentage? Your casuals, your kids, you know, people around the world. I think the support was there for Jay. So they pulled the trigger and gave him the title. So you could make the argument that that was it. That was job done. You could make the argument that at that point, really, everything said do it. So you did it. And so that's it. It's done. Well done. I think then to carry on past that point, I bet those numbers and that support dropped. I bet the numbers kind of fell away a little bit. I bet the merch sales slowed, and I bet things dropped because that's normal. That's what normally happens, right? And so I bet it kind of dropped and it fell away a little bit. So if you're going to judge the title reign, yeah, I mean, you know, looking back on that, he has a match with Logan with outside interference, a tag match where his belt's not on the line, and then he loses to Gunther. I mean, it's really hard to look at that and celebrate, isn't it? So if you judge it in that regard, yes, it did not work. But I don't know. Would I go back and not do it? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I love Gunther, so I'd probably keep it on Gunther. But I think there was a lot of kids out there that really wanted it, you know. Name a great J World title match. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, in that regard, no. But looking at it a different way, WrestleMania is about moments, isn't it? And it's about, like, you know, the kids were right behind him, so we pulled the trigger, put the belt on him. He carries it for a month or so, and then he loses it. I don't know. I don't know is the answer. I don't know. I mean, for me, having those numbers, I might have put the belt on Jay as well. But I don't think those numbers were there to keep the belt on Jay. So we've took it off him. So it's one of those where it's like, I sort of see both sides, really. I get that a lot of people, you know, myself included, weren't bothered by it. Weren't bothered by Jay being champ. But then I see the kids and I think they were. And it's like, oh, I see both sides. It did work, though. The crowd loved it. I didn't love it. But he did move some merch, says AB. To be fair, not much of an experiment, said WrestleRants. He had the belt for like a month and a week. Yeah, it wasn't long, was it? No, look, I get where James is coming from. I get if you judge it on the run, it was not a success. But if you judge it by the numbers going into WrestleMania, I think we can understand why they did it. So, yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I get it. But listen, we are where we are. And where we are is the Ring General is the champ now. And where do we go from here, hey? There we go. We've clocked in at 6 hours, 15 minutes. I mean, it's just nothing, is it? This is a breeze for us. This is a walk in the park. 6 hours, 15 minutes. I feel like a part-timer ending now. Yeah, to do videos. This feels like I'm just doing half a job. But I do need to go and do videos. So a big thank you for everyone that's joined us. As I said, hope you enjoyed this show. Going to get an opinions video done. Going to get an unseen video done. It's probably going to be late. I mean, you know me. I like to get things done and up by about 5, and that ain't happening. I ain't, 6 hours we've been live, and I ain't even remotely touched Twitter. So, yeah, go to bed. Don't expect unseen anytime soon, but there will be one, and I'll try and make it as good as possible. So, yeah, thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.